This young man with an absurdly handsome face but a perpetually gloomy expression is our protagonist. Alone used to be a slave, working 78 hours a week. And now he's possessed the body of a nobleman in a fantasy world. Sounds great, right? Well, sure, it sounds great. However, the character he possessed has the setup of being illiterate and utterly talentless, spending his days eating and playing, living uselessly like some count's spoiled son. The only thing he doesn't know is exactly where he is right now, just as Alone was enjoying the pampering of the maidservants. One maid beside him reminded, "My lord, you should rest early, the young masters will return tomorrow." Alone, surprised, asked, "Young masters?" The maid replied in astonishment, "Young Master Leo and young Master Tonio. You sound like you've never heard of the Palacio family." At those words, Alone froze solid. The name Palacio hit him with such terrifying familiarity it was almost comical. The maids looked at him with worried faces. Master Alone pressed his face into the cushions in anxiety. Could this be psyche deliria? Alone recalled the title of a game he'd played. The game he used to play during the rare spare moments. Back when he was an office slave, it was a turn-based RPG. No matter which storyline players started on, once the 5 great sins appeared, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, obsession, the kingdom, noble houses and cities would begin to collapse catastrophically. Among them, the Palacio Count family was the most notorious. A decadent noble house that shows up in a side quest before the main plot really kicks off. Alone dropped to his knees in despair. Right, I know this place too well, he thought as he rummaged through his memory for details about that family. Alone stared at the grand mansion before him with hopelessness. Really? Why does it have to be the Palacio Counts, the very first to be destroyed by the 5 great sins? Please, I'd rather go back to being a slave working 78 hours a week, living in comfort with no meaning, only to have everything fall apart in 10 years, feels worse than being 6 months unpaid. Why does someone who slipped through worlds like me get 0 perks? Wait, perks? Right, knowing the game's plot 10 years ahead basically means I know the future, doesn't it? If so, all I need to do is remove the causes of the cataclysm before they happen. And so, determined to enjoy a peaceful noble life, he decided to reform the 5 great sins. He told himself, they're probably still kids, maybe there's still a chance to save them. 2 months later, in his study, reporting, I've rescued orphans from the East, more precisely, victims turned into living test subjects. Among them, I assigned the management of the orphanage to a girl named Yusha. Alone beamed with satisfaction, eyes shining, "See, my judgment wasn't wrong, you're truly very capable." Evan replied, "Yes, sir. But, that's a compliment, right? Because the young master never shows emotion on his face." He nodded to confirm. Then Evan, from now on I expect you to assist me more. Evan stammered, "This is really hard to get used to." Alone looked at his reflection and thought, this face used to be very expressive, but it seems only the skin part didn't fully come to life. Evan is one of the rare supporting characters in the game, a loyal man, so he was summoned. Evan said, "Anyway, thank you for the compliment, young master. But this time you said the raid was to rescue the girl named Yusha, right?" Alone answered, "Yes." Evan continued, "I must admit now I understand why you chose her. Even with my seasoned eye, I wandered many years among mercenaries. That girl was by no means ordinary." He recalled the scene when they entered the prison to rescue the children. Evan was astonished. "She was so strong I couldn't understand why she obediently let herself be imprisoned like that. Why didn't you bring her back here? Wouldn't that be a loss for you?" Alone agreed, "A fair point." He pondered. "On the surface it may look like I'm wasting a power I don't use, but keeping things as they are is also part of the plan. Yusha is a bloodline who signed a pact with an indescribable otherworldly entity, possessing unfathomable power, and later will become Wrath, one of the 5 great sins responsible for hundreds of deaths. But if the girl is raised in a peaceful environment she surely won't walk the path of ruin. So I've defused the first ticking time bomb. Now I just need an excuse for not bringing her here." Alone spoke up, "Yes, that's right." He propped himself up, emphasizing, "Because the time isn't right yet." Evan exclaimed in surprise, "The time isn't right yet?" Alone nodded, "Yes. Make sure this doesn't leak and provide for the girl properly." He received the order. "Understood, sir." Suddenly he produced an item, "Oh, and give this to Yusha." Evan wondered, a letter? Is the content important? Alone replied, just a letter of concern. She's been through horrific biological experiments, so I thought a little comfort might calm her. He took it. You even write letters like that? I'll deliver it carefully. After that, he stood by the window watching Evan ride away on horseback. Alone fretted, I wonder if it will actually comfort her. The true content hidden in that letter of concern was something he'd heard dozens of times while playing the game. It was the charm to befriend bloodlines, so it would have a calming effect. Wrathful sin, calm yourself. The sorrow of darkness, the oblivion of light, a talent's aspiration, a binding vow, these are all chants that appear in Wrath's storyline. But by then, she had been completely corrupted, cold, and it was already too late. In the game, after failure it would transition into a battle. But now everything was set 10 years earlier, so maybe it's not too late. Alone stretched and complained, one of the 5 death flags has been removed, so is it time for the next one? Thinking that a single chant could befriend a monster is truly ridiculous. But after all, they're a race that worships the otherworldly, so it's plausible it works. Those at the extremist fringe of the zealots have minds that are hard to fathom. Elsewhere, Yusha sat silently holding the letter. Evan was startled. The mana still radiating from the girl was absurd. But the girl carried a strange quality, as if she had no emotions at all. She spoke, you sent that letter, was it Lord Alone, right? Why didn't he call me to his side? Panic gripped him inwardly, what the hell is going on? Evan stammered, that's. He looked at Yusha, mana manifesting physically only happens at a master level. He recalled your words. Because the time isn't right yet. Evan hurriedly said, oh right, it's because it's not the right moment. She then withdrew her murderous intent. As for the letter's content, remember this, the sorrow of darkness and the oblivion of light will gradually fade away. Yusha was moved, surely that's a promise only the master would know. Alright, I roughly understand. He was terrified, sweat running down his body from vigilance. She smiled eerily, I will obey his will. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Alone thought, today was a truly satisfying day. Even the bright moon seemed to cheer me on, must do my best for the next round. Over here, a pile of books fell off the shelf onto Alone's head. He squatted on the floor complaining, there's nothing here either. Hunting for clues about the third thread is giving me a headache. Evan rushed over, young master, we've rescued the second child you mentioned. Now there was a bump on his head. He said, really? You treated the child kindly, right? He replied, of course. After that child left the illegal slave market, suddenly the door was kicked open. An aggressive guy strode in, isn't this the place? This was the second young master of the Palatial Counts, Khan. Yo. He nudged him, how does an illiterate like you end up holding a book? Oh right, I heard you've been studying lately, haven't you? He glared, your brother around? Alone thought to himself, he's always such a pain. How did I put up with this before? I really wanted to push back, but immediately acted obedient, bowed and said, it seems you still want to use the library, so I'll take my leave. Tonio triumphantly stomped on his head, you know your place, huh? Suddenly a knife flew across him. On closer look, the knife was embedded in the wall. At that moment someone entered from afar and said coldly, you insects are being too noisy. Tonio felt extremely irritated. The eldest young master stepped forward, pointed at them and said sternly, I don't want to see blood first thing in the morning, so get out. This was Leo Palacio, eldest young master. Immediately the two lunged at each other. Brother, I told you to drop the rude attitude when entering the library. Leo shot back, leave while you still can. Alone quietly slipped away on this side. The Palacio territory had quickly disappeared from the game. Alone recalled his mission, investigate the Palacio domain of the Kingdom of Asteria. It was a den of vice, led by Avalon, but their power was greater than he expected. Basically these filthy brothers were vying for the head of the family, one was a big player in the underworld, the other ran a large drug syndicate. Alone thought to himself that for the sake of his life he couldn't confront the two, so he and Evan quietly let the two beat each other up and snuck away. Inside the library, brutal fighting echoed non-stop, objects flying everywhere. Evan fixed his hair. Alone thought to himself he'll live happily ever after as the weak, useless illegitimate son. He then returned to his room, groaning in a lazy way. Still, the second child was by no means ordinary. Alone, relaxing, turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Evan wondered how someone like him knew about the illegal slave market and the secret biological experiments happening in other lands. How on earth? On the other side he yawned lazily, seeming very hard to rouse. Still lying in bed complaining, so tired. Evan blurted out, "Young master, you're truly peculiar. You sent that child to an orphanage." Alone didn't look at him. He wondered, did he say that child is not ordinary? That boy wasn't just extraordinary, he was at a destructive level. Within an empire, a coalition of many nations centered on the kingdom of Kalian. The child we rescued from the illegal slave market was the second incarnation in Psyche Deliria, Deus Macallan. After being sold into slavery and abused, shuffled from place to place, he became the embodiment of one of the 5 great sins, sloth. He transformed into something demonic and then destroyed nations in the most horrifying ways one could imagine. At this stage of the storyline, many players were shocked by the game's brutality. Contrary to the title, Sloth, he was actually extremely industrious and would repay both kindness and hatred many times over. That's why I had to emphasize to Evan to treat Deus very kindly. He trembled, holding his teacup and breathed, "That's vivid." Alone calmly said, "The reason I sent him to the orphanage is because the time isn't right." Evan replied, "I had thought of that earlier." "So the letter you sent Yusha was about the second child?" Alone recalled the letter and answered, "Yes, and there's some small talk too. I told the girl to look after the somewhat sickly child I sent." The boy's figure there looked so lonely, his whole body covered in wounds. At that moment, a pair of tiny feet walked over. A voice sounded from behind Deus, "You're broken." The voice remained calm. It bore the mark of that thing. His hand moved slightly. Yusha appeared before Deus, touched him, and asked, "You're Black Young, right?" She smiled and added, "Yet the great moon still chose you. Congratulations." Yusha wore a witch-like, villainous smile, magic radiating strongly from her entire body. "So feel the power granted to you and let your potential be unleashed." She reached out to Deus and smiled, "If you keep your loyalty and obey his orders, you'll get your revenge." At that moment, threads of magic began to emanate from behind him. Yusha smiled and looked up at the letter, "Now I should send my first reply." Under the moonlight, Alone's written lines appeared. She wanted to send him a gentle greeting. At the Count's manor where they live, Evan opened the door and stepped in. Alone was still muttering, "Where on earth is the third person?" He suddenly said, "Big trouble, sir." Evan continued, "That bastard, I mean the second young master." Alone looked up at that. "What?" He asked if that one was dead. At this point the second young master's death had happened unexpectedly. He wondered, really? Then everyone gathered at the venue for the second young master's funeral. 2 beautiful girls stood on either side of Count Palacio, cooing, "Master." The other one whined, "When will this end? I'm bored." The one beside him chimed in, "I'm hungry." Alone was speechless. "Bringing drugs and women to your son's funeral? This family is rotten, total dark fantasy material." Alone looked down at his brother. After all, Tonio dying from an accidental fall was different from what he remembered. In the game, the guy beside him was the murderer. In the end he wailed theatrically, "At last I killed that vermin after 50 years. Now I'm the rightful heir, I am Count Palacio." He wept and gloated as if this were the opportunity of a lifetime. Alone looked over helplessly, couldn't he at least fake some restraint? The mastermind was surely Leo or his lackeys. Anyway, Alone just needed to deal with the 5 great sins. Time jumped forward 1 year. The succession issue was settled, Leo consolidated the drug business, and the Count's domain grew noticeably calmer. At this point, Alone and Evan sat facing each other. He ate while staring at the stack of papers in front of him. Meanwhile, Yusha and he had become pen pals. If he kept in touch with her, it could pay off later. In the letter, Yusha began, "Yuna is great at hide and seek, Hayden's a terrific fighter. Deus is growing fine and the boy likes puppetry." Alone read and smiled slightly, the kid seemed well behaved. At the bottom was this month's patron list. Alone exclaimed, the list grew again. It's amusing how more sponsors keep turning up for that little orphanage. Evan noted it's odd but ultimately a good thing. "Oh right, about what you've been looking for," Evan said, "I got a call from the Information Guild, they found a lead. Hearing that he ate and said, "Really? What a relief. It's probably a list of names for the third boss. Finally I can track him down." At that moment, sunlight poured through the window and lit the room. The two fell silent, each occupied with his own task. Elsewhere, a heartrending scream rang out. It came from the Margot drug distribution point. Two men walking and chatting. "The Palatial fish is generous, he always gives us nice rewards." The other replied, "Indeed, our outfit now has a few hundred members." Before them lay people who had just been killed, and it was about to get worse. Seeing the scene, they panicked and cried out, "Sir, my hands are out of control, help." Then a horror unfolded, everyone there suddenly took their own lives. The screams echoed. Nearby a lone figure stood silently in the shadows. Yusha appeared behind them, saying, "I love today's puppet show, seems there's plenty to report." Yusha appeared behind them, saying, "I love today's puppet show, seems there's plenty to report." Yusha turned and asked, "So, do you pity them?" Deus replied, "Because they used others to produce drugs, I just don't know if this ties into my vendetta." She answered, "Of course it's useful. We're clearing space for his return." Yusha smiled villainously, "How could we let this place look shabby when he comes back?" Deus, expressionless, replied, "Understood." Then the two activated magic, a roaring wind rose and they vanished. Like phantoms hovering in the night, everything would go according to his will. A flash of light streaked across the brilliant night. Under the calm crescent moon Yusha's voice rang out, "We, Lam Noyet, will be his sword." No one remained there, only a deep pit in the ground. 2 years had passed since becoming pen pals with Yusha. Evan dragged his weary body toward the backyard. "I'm back." "So you're in the backyard?" Alone said nonchalantly, "Oh my, Evan, you startled me." He gestured and said, "The 5th child has been safely sent to the orphanage." Alone was astonished to hear that. In the meantime the other 3 sins had all been rescued. He handed food to Evan. "Here, eat." "Yes, thank you, sir." As Alone handed Evan the food he thought about finding the 3rd child. Greed was a bit tricky, but with a gamer's know-how, after squeezing Evan to the bone, everything finally went smoothly. After giving him the food he said, "You did very well running around, you can rest a bit now." Evan asked, "Is the orphanage mission over?" Alone replied casually, "Yes, it's done, what a relief." Evan lay down, sighed and asked, "But young master, aren't you happy?" "Of course," Alone answered. He said Evan didn't look it. He pointed to his mouth, "I'm smiling now." Then he put on a very professional smile. "Let's call it that." Sunlight poured down as he stretched and breathed in. Alone lay on the grass, musing, "This is progressing better than I thought. Everything's going smoothly." The masters of the awakened servants all became the 5 great sins after a past tragedy. Although this was set in their past, before they awakened into sin, the chance to perfectly save them all before the tragedy occurred was very slim. Rescuing them after they'd already become sins would be even more worrying. At that, he asked, "How's the orphanage?" Evan produced the letter, "Everything's as usual. Everything's going smoothly." Evan continued, "The kids who were like broken dolls at first, he said have brightened up a bit." Alone opened the letter, "Really? Then we won't need any more caretakers." He thought, "I didn't expect Yusha to do so well. Maybe because her character is tied to the Moon Orphanage. She certainly hates interference." Alone called Evan closer, "Seen this way, Yusha is also a good kid. So what's special about her there?" In the letter Yusha wrote, "Everyone's well, some of the children here are growing very pretty. You really don't need to worry about the applications anymore, nor about the children you just sent." After reading the letter, Alone was genuinely pleased to see them well cared for. He thought if all 5 sins grew up normally, environment truly matters. Evan asked, "So when will you meet the kids? You always say you'll make time for that." Alone stammered, outwardly hesitant, but in truth he had no intention of meeting them directly. Being close would be beneficial in many ways, but perhaps because becoming a sin was so horrific and tragic, their personalities, as seen in the game's flashbacks, were dreadful from childhood. He considered carefully, since he saved them before awakening, it should be better, but it's still scary. He stammered, "Maybe next year is fine, I understand." Alone sighed in relief. After all, from now on in this horribly dark fantasy world, what he needed was some self-defense skills. He thought magic required talent, and he happened to have it. Evan spoke up, "But young master, have you heard of Lam Noyet?" Alone replied, "Never heard of them." Evan explained, "They're an organization that's become famous recently, specializing in hunting down criminal groups." Alone asked again, "Like trash cleanup?" Sounds like a good deed. But inwardly he thought this wasn't the setup he knew, so they'd probably vanish soon. Evan said gravely, "But right now they're even killing nobles. That's why I thought you should know about them." Alone called to him, "Evan, from today you'll sleep next to my room." Night was falling, moonlight bathed the mansion and voices rose. "Shall we go over Lam Noyet's weekly activity report now?" Yusha nodded and murmured. In the north, Xiaolang cheerfully reported he'd taken care of everything. He said nonchalantly, "The slave traders' heads have been dealt with. I really like this outfit, lucky tailor," he added, and told them if anyone guessed my eye color they'd live. No one did. Rhine chimed in, "All the bodies were buried cleanly." Raiden, sitting on the stair, said, "The south is done too. The illegal human labs and the troublesome Avalon were torn apart, leaving no trace." Yusha smiled wickedly, "Good, everything is going according to his will. We exist for the glory of the great moon." They all belonged to the secret Lam Noyet, worshippers of the great moon. However, a problem had arisen. Yusha said, "Under his directive everything is perfect, so how is there a problem?" Ratmao reported that Avalon's leader is the Count's eldest son. During the Southern Purge a dangerous document surfaced. Seems the Count's eldest is plotting against him. This surprised Yusha, though she showed little. What? A demonic power radiated from her. Indeed, even those nearby trembled before it. She held up the paper. After the Count grew weak he was quietly eliminated with poison. She crushed the paper in anger. "Damn, you're right." 2 years later, as predicted, Count Palacio died. The official cause was announced as cardiac arrest, but given the drug abuse until death, it was obvious. A voice exclaimed, "What? Lam Noyet again?" Alone listened silently. "Yes, they assassinated him at night." "Another murder then." Alone thought they were becoming more cautious about Lam Noyet. Moreover, the Count's funeral had no mourners. It ended quietly in absolute silence. Everyone left coldly. Evan asked, "Young master, what should we do?" "Next year the commoner, meaning the eldest son, will inherit the title." "What's with all this luggage?" Alone was packing. "You pack too." Evan was surprised. "Go. You're leaving the manor." Alone replied, "Not exactly, we're heading south." After arrangements, Evan asked, "South, you mean Rod Mill, right?" They planned to move to a small village in the southern part of Palacio's domain, Rod Mill. Meanwhile someone stood on the upper floor watching his every move. Leo had been observing from start to finish but said nothing. The delicious fried egg and toast sizzling in the pan. The two happily fried eggs until everyone drooled. But that cheerful life didn't last long. After 3 days, the pair had to return to the Count's mansion. Alone tore at his hair and groaned, "Now what? Another funeral for the eldest." He said gloomily, "Can't believe I have to go back to this blood-soaked place. The signs of death this time are different." "How is he dead?" Alone looked at Leo lying in the coffin. "'Cause of death, a sword thrust through the heart." Alone wondered, who could do this? Who killed Leo? At that moment, Leo turned and asked about the cause of death. The guards immediately panicked, their hearts leaping in fear. "Sorry for looking at you." Alone was stunned too, not understanding what had come over them. He quietly walked through the crowd. Evan followed calling, "Young master." He asked softly, "Evan, have you found anything?" "Well, about that, young master, could it be?" Evan whispered, "Are you the one who wiped out Avalon in a single night?" Alone, hearing that, turned to look at the servants milling about, only to see their bewildered expressions. A few days earlier, on the trip to Rod Mill, Evan spoke up, "By the way, young master, if you're leaving too, why not pick a better city?" Alone thought to himself, "No, absolutely not. Rod Mill is the final spot in my plan." He had saved the 5 great sins from their circumstances and prevented the world's future destruction. Rod Mill had no ties to the original storyline, and it even had a palatial villa. A perfect place to live comfortably like a noble, to enjoy a sweet, easy life. Alone said in a low voice, "There's a reason for everything." Evan immediately interrupted, "I'm not getting fooled again. You always shrug things off when you're bothered." Alone clicked his tongue, "Fine, let's say that's the case. The carriage rolled out of the count's mansion. Leo had witnessed it all, wondering in his head whether he should kill him or not. After all, his presence here or not was useless. Leo had considered eliminating him with poison after his father's death, but then thought, since he had quietly moved to the border, there was no longer reason to kill him. Thinking that, he told himself maybe because Avalon's affairs had been messy lately, he was just a nuisance. Leo gripped the railing, still clinging to something. Then he ordered his valet Alman to follow the carriage. Alman, Leo's right-hand man, asked, "So you want me to kill him?" Leo was taken aback by the question. What? But Alman simply coldly followed orders, not complaining. Suddenly he asked again, which annoyed Leo. "Your duty is to obey me." No sooner had he said that than Leo was stabbed once in the chest. His voice shaking, "You, how dare you betray me?" The other said, "I've had my fill of this civil war." But it wasn't Alman, it was Haydn, a member of Lam Noyet, not Alman. "Pretty fun so far, we've been taught by the Blood Moon. Lam Noyet is his sword, we act on his will. But if anyone dares harm the Great Moon, we'll take matters into our own hands." Saying that, he plunged the blade deeper into Leo, then decisively pulled the sword out. Blood splattered all over the floor. Watching Leo collapse, he continued, "That's why I've been waiting for you to say those words all this time, didn't expect it'd take 2 years. Keep threatening, my people won't let you walk away safely. With what you just said, Avalon will vanish from the continent forever." He even sounded a bit regretful, "What a pity. The Great Moon gave you a chance." Having said that, he leapt over the balcony and disappeared. Dawn began. The sun rose as always, and Rodmill truly looked like paradise. Alone woke cheerfully, "Good morning." He gazed at the peaceful day's scenery, eating whenever he wanted and indulging in his favorite dishes. Finally, he could enjoy the true noble life. While eating he thought, maybe I should start a bakery. Evan came in with a letter in hand. "Young master, there's a letter for you." Taking it, Alone wondered, "What's this?" The piece of toast in his hand fell onto the table. The letter said that after Leo's death, Palace Io requests your return. And the free paradise days end after just 3 days. So Alone sadly stood at his brother's funeral and returned to the mansion once more. Looking at the terrified faces before him, he wondered why everyone reacted that way. Evan spoke, "Young master, since when did you become the mastermind who wiped out Avalon?" Alone was baffled by the question. On reflection, he'd fallen into a recurring simulation, full of crazy situations. Alone curled up in a corner, miserable. "Hey, Duong Dung, can you explain to me in terms I understand why I'm the mastermind?" Evan said calmly, "Because you're the only survivor. Leo was murdered right after we left the mansion, giving you the perfect alibi and making you the heir." Alone went blank hearing that and realized the problem. Evan continued, "Avalon disappeared, no one left to complicate Leo's death anymore. And just like that, you became the mastermind with a master swordsman under your command. Happy now? And what's with that outfit?" Alone thought, "God, when did I start all this? No organization could erase an underworld boss that fast." Alone asked, "Didn't you say there's an organization that hunts other organizations?" "You mean Lam Noyet?" "That's right, but you think that's it, right?" Evan said the intelligence network reported that's not the case. They said Lam Noyet doesn't leave bodies, only a mark. Whereas Avalon's members were all killed by sword, looking like a scene from hell on earth. That's why I'm seen as the mastermind with a swordsman under me. Indeed, Lam Noyet doesn't appear in the game, no weak group vanishes before the main plot starts. So who is it? Yusha interrogated from her side, "Any traces?" Yusha probed again, "Any traces?" Siolang also spoke up, "Same here." He laughed triumphantly, "It's nothing but corpses in there." The door opened, a familiar voice rang out, "We're here." Deus's men arrived as well. Avalon's remaining forces numbered 486. Deus spoke, exactly as the boss wanted. He grinned, "We split them in 2. Yusha, hearing the report, was extremely pleased. "Perfect." And so, Avalon, the massive organization that once dominated the kingdom of Asteria, turned to dust in just 5 days. Deus interjected. "However, it seems the cleanup isn't finished." "What do you mean?" He held up a stack of documents. "I've found more nobles tied to Avalon. The Duchy of Altia seems deeply involved." Upon hearing this, Yusha fell silent for a moment. She opened the file Deus had given her, radiating her usual menace. "You know what I'm about to say, don't you?" Everyone understood her implication, no one said anything more. Dea said, let's handle them quietly. Yusha exhaled. Then turned to Rhine, the Intelligence Council has confirmed everything, right? Rhine held the paper. Yes, they're treating this as unrelated to Lam Noye. Deus added, other guilds say the same, they call it a swordsman's hell. Yusha asked, do we continue to monitor? She smiled faintly, keep watching, and absolutely do not touch that person. I've said it countless times, everyone knows. He made the papers float, but since that person's bloodline already targeted it first, this case isn't a direct order. Remember, we are a sword. Hearing that, Yusha brightened, hit her face and said, a sword mustn't think for itself, right? Her eyes flashed red. Facing the window, she said, Lam Noyet must act on command, remember, this person knows everything. The four across from them tensed and looked up. Her voice was resolute, never fail that person. Deus looked at Yusha, puzzled, I don't get it, someone as superior as you getting anxious just from being exposed. Then he raised the stack of papers and said, I get it now, it's all for the great moon. For that person. Meanwhile, at the Count's mansion, lights were still on inside. Alone sat at his desk, moaning, I can't take this anymore. He looked up, tears streaming. After the funeral he'd been busy non-stop for a month. Alone complained, I just want to relax and live off money, that's what nobles should do. He bowed his head thinking, although I've made many enemies, Leo's death should have happened 6 years later, but because of his death the game's timeline shifted, and all family duties fell on me. At that moment the heir suddenly heard a call, young Count, the elders are entering immediately. Each held a pile of items in their hands, books or scrolls. Seeing this, he sighed deeper. Dark circles showed under Alone's eyes. He wondered why everyone was working so hard. When the Count was alive they were leisurely and cut corners. From afar, the elders saw his gloomy face and waved in panic. Is he angry? We must work harder, we don't want to die. His complexion grew paler from overwork. The vassals were surely working seriously because of rumors he was the mastermind. I told you to come, why didn't you? Now Alone was a small corporate slave, working silently. He secretly wished they'd handle everything themselves. Scene change, flames flare up and slowly roast the food. Evan asked the young master, puzzled, looking up, I really am surprised. Alone was at that moment manipulating magic to float around the room. Evan continued, to reach rank 2 in just 2 years of self-study, your talent is remarkable. When did you develop like this? Normally it takes about 4 years to hit rank 2 and you can't even use spells, unless you're born with bamboo blessing. Calmly he replied, maybe I have some talent, I worried so I trained hard to protect myself. Alone thought to himself that this technique also requires very precise mana control. He kept the spells circling non-stop, yet the important thing was that they were still incomplete. His face showed fatigue, he'd never imagined he'd actually use magic in a fantasy world. He murmured, at first I was excited, thinking once the plan was done there'd be no more danger, so I'd slow my studies. Then the magic orb rose, but recently survival became a real issue. He realized a heartbreaking truth that brought tears to his eyes. His mana well is tiny. Alone complained that nothing was effective. At that point he recalled the info about it. The mana well you're born with is like an athlete's physique, fixed from birth and his mana well was a bit, thinking about it made him ache with pain. He realized the truth, it was so small that training wouldn't help. Sitting and eating he thought if all else failed, there was one other way. At that moment Evan picked up the letter and said, oh right, an invitation to a dance arrived for the young master. Hearing that, he turned to look toward the dance. Just then the ball had arrived, held at a lavish mansion. Around them the nobles had all gathered. Dressed in his count's attire, he entered with Evan. Upon entering he sighed, phew, I'm already tired. It was just an ordinary gala for networking among nobles, held in the southern region of the Kingdom of Asteria. Since he's about to become a count soon, it might be wise to use this chance to build some connections. Alone adjusted the scarf at his neck and walked in. Evan behind him munched a load of food and asked, what are you doing? He thought to himself that mingling with nobles was important for his peaceful future. But as Alone approached everyone around him was terrified and hurriedly avoided him. Then he reached out to greet a nearby man, who immediately panicked. And the whole crowd scattered as if chased by a ghost. Evan beside him couldn't help but laugh and reassure, don't be dramatic, aha, don't be sad. He watched and thought, sad? Not really, I expected this. So he said, Evan, I'm heading back. With that he turned and left. I know I'll be ignored because my dignity isn't like the glorious ancestors, now I'm just the black sheep of the East. But he didn't come unprepared. Alone lifted his wine glass, thinking he'd handle the situation with the social skills he'd secretly practiced. He said, this wine has a distinctive taste. A nearby girl turned, but her face went pale with fear. He added in a low voice, especially, the aroma seems different. Alone smiled faintly, looking like a demon, I want to drink a few bottles at home. Inwardly he thought the smile was gentle, the sort needed for socializing. The girl saw his face and went white, trembling, then fled in panic, I'll talk to my father and prepare immediately. Alone watched, bewildered, thinking, wait, not. People behind were whispering about Alone. They said he threatened her for a limited edition bottle, worse than his brothers, what a rogue. Evan beside him patted his shoulder, suppressing a laugh. He still tried to deny reality, she must be just shy. Then they left. Evan said, your haul just increased again. He munched happily while rattling off an impressive list. A fine horse from Paldion, Fenian orange tea, metal forged by Valanda, specialty wine from Malatino, quite a lineup. Meanwhile, the protagonist brooded, realizing the name Palacio has worse connotations than he thought. Rumor had it he'd killed his rogue brothers, he seemed to be someone everyone avoided. So much for socializing, maybe it's just me or I've grown more distant. He said wearily, I'll go get some fresh air. Evan stood still and said, yes. At the back, a red-haired girl watched him silently. She looked at him as if lost in thought, then stepped outside and leaned on the railing to gaze around. He kept wondering, where did it all go wrong? Just then a voice called, hello, may I have a word with you? Alone startled and turned, someone spoke to me. Who is it? But when he turned there was no one in sight. Then suddenly a voice rang out again. He looked down in surprise and a petite girl stood before him. She introduced herself, Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia. He heard the name and thought quietly, Altia, of course. Alone said, yes, hello. The Altia house is one of the three notorious villains of sudden fame, the black sheep of the north. Alone thought to himself that anyone who approaches him proactively must be up to something. He looked at the girl and wondered, why don't I remember her? He didn't recall seeing her in the game. Loria suddenly said, I'll be blunt, lend me your power. At that, Alone's expression before her turned frighteningly dark. Loria, flustered, continued, I'll be assassinated soon. Her words echoed into the night, oddly gentle. Loria's face was full of terror as she looked up. Alone heard it and thought to himself he'd received his father's favor and until now had been protected like a spare child. Duke Altia had fallen gravely ill. She panicked, but now. Altia hesitated and added, my half-sisters are about to kill me. He wondered, so it's all just a survival fight. Alone looked down and realized, no wonder he didn't remember her, because she had died when the game began. Loria pleaded urgently, if it's your power, Alone, please. But he answered, I refuse. Loria tried to continue, I'm not asking you to help me for free. If you help me, I'll give you half of House Altia. Yet he turned and said, then I'll excuse myself. Alone thought inwardly that though pitiful, just staying alive was hard enough. He shouldn't invite more trouble, even if he wanted to help it wouldn't be as rumored. He had no special abilities. Alone couldn't help but look back at the lone figure standing there. Loria's face was sad and silent. He rubbed his neck, exhaled, then turned back, thinking, something good is about to happen for her, hoping she'll find a decent ally. Then he slipped back into the party, where two men in black cloaks were talking in the corner. So Altia's moved closer to the great moon. I should let Red Moon know something good is coming for that one. The woman beside him replied, you needn't. If the intel's right, she's the only Altia not tied to Avalon. Those above are watching Logia, meaning she's not on Raiden's target list. The other turned away, that's fine then, the other Altias will be dealt with. Yes, by Red Moon's orders, we'll cut communication channels so the Avalon incident never reaches him. They above silently watched Alone below. At the party he thought to himself, everything feels oddly empty. Am I surrounded by some sort of barrier? Unaware, Alone noticed a mysterious girl nearby. She said, "Hello." Hearing someone speak, Alone was moved. Was that for me? Really? Could I actually make friends with nobles this time? He turned and said, "Yes, hello." The girl hid a smile behind a fan. Seeing that, he immediately thought, again. Another shady one. I saw this face in the game. As he looked at her he thought, anyone who starts a conversation with me first surely isn't a regular noble. Recognizing her, he stepped forward. "Hello, Miss Sinonia." Kalia, surprised he knew her, blurted, "Oh my, you know me?" He replied calmly, "Of course, you're quite famous. The three most notorious villain clans in the kingdom of Asteria. To the north is House Altia. To the east is House Palatio. And finally, to the west is the den of debauchery." She gives off the air of a noble serpent. Kalia smiled faintly. "Famous? Me? She is the eldest daughter of Count Sinonia." Count Sinonia. If Palatio is a crime gang, Sinonia is the upscale, legalized version, thinking that made Alone shiver. "I only need a few noble contacts to stay safe," he vowed. "Even with half my life hanging by a thread, for this sweet life I mustn't get tangled with them." Someone teased because Kalia was so beautiful, she replied gently, "Thank you for the compliment." Kalia smiled and added, "I'd love to talk more." "What do you think?" Alone answered calmly, "I would too, but too many eyes are watching." Inwardly he begged, "Please let me leave quietly." Kalia looked at him and said something cryptic, just as the rumor suggested. Then she turned away. "I hope to see you again soon." The words sounded puzzling. Kalia then walked off elsewhere. He stood there confused, not understanding what had just happened. Above, two watchers peering down said, "Avalon District is completely sealed." The other added, "But now a new player has appeared." They looked toward the window where someone hiding in a tree still watched. A tail, huh? Then two slight figures darted off. Without direct orders they only observed for now and would act later if needed. Scene change. Evan scratched his head in confusion. "Young master, are you sure this time is for real?" They stood before a ravine. Evan doubted, "Is this really the place we've been hunting for all this time?" He peered inside. Though it was midday, the place was oddly dark, everyone's faces taut as if about to ascend. He clenched his fist. Finally found it. "My true target, the environmental effects match, it's definitely here." Evan groaned, "If this turns out fake again I'll go into depression." They stepped in, scanning around. Rune lines covered the stones. He replied, "This one's legit." In the game this place was much easier to find. Actually, the reason he trekked out here under the guise of a recon mission was because of the Southern Labyrinth. That maze is called the Whispering Labyrinth. Solve all the puzzles in its 8 chambers, and you'll receive a precious relic as a reward. Alone smiled and looked ahead. "I still remember all the guides and that blissful grind for loot feeling." Before them stood a massive gate, inscribed with strange characters. He looked up in awe, seeing the labyrinth entrance in real life. Though he'd once been fed up with this place in the game, standing before it felt entirely different. Evan exclaimed, "This ravine looks like someone carved it by hand. How do you even know places like this?" Alone looked up and said, "I've been here many times." Evan blinked, "You've been here many times?" Alone grinned, "Just kidding, I have my own ways. Come on." Seeing that serious face, Evan cried, "Please don't say things like that with such a solemn look." No sooner had they entered than the roar of a monster sounded above. Its massive hands clapped together, producing a terrifying boom. Evan looked around and muttered, "In a place like this, get one puzzle wrong and you're crushed, no refunds." Alone silently assessed as the horrific sounds continued. Evan stared, stunned at his master's emotionless face as he scratched something onto a stone tablet. How could he be so calm? He watched intently as Alone took notes, still baffled even in this situation. Evan recalled 4 years together and still couldn't figure his young master out. No two missions were alike, repaying someone else's debt, helping a slave save an orphan, dismantling a demonic cult, delivering a pointless letter. Now the monster seemed not yet finished, which puzzled him more. How did the young master know this place inside out without ever leaving home? Alone calmly pointed to the beast, "The puzzle's been solved, but it hasn't opened, the other thing has to finish first." The noises kept echoing, Evan continued mulling it over. Still, following this mysterious young master always led to good things. They both looked over. He said, "Oh, it's opening." He thought inwardly, "What are you planning this time, young master?" Deep inside, Alone silently cheered. The door finally opened. "Oh gods, I'm about to puke." Knew it was tough, but not this brutal. Evan nearly broke his neck trying not to look, and before them lay a heap of glittering jewels that lit up the whole chamber. Evan cried out, "Finally done, right?" Alone replied calmly, "Yeah, grab the black ring and let's go." In the distance 6 rings were mounted on a fake hand. Evan said, "That thing looks utterly useless." Alone picked up the black ring. "It's a bit big, but touching the others would only invite trouble. Leave them be." He silently stared at the ring, thinking to himself, "Finally got a shackle ring." Alone reassured him again, "Don't worry, the way back is safe." Evan stammered, "Yes." Walking, he thought that remembering the game guide made this too easy, yet his expression wasn't great. "Young master, did you plan all this ahead?" Before them stood a cluster of giant golems, so the bronze rock in that ravine was actually golems. Evan worriedly calculated, "Anonymous enemies, wonderful, at least we need some way to get you out of here, sir." Alone stepped forward and said, "I'll handle this one." Evan looked bewildered. Just then the monsters all turned toward them. Evan warned, "Whatever you're planning, priority 1 is getting out of here." A golem lunged to attack. He shouted, "Wait, a tier 2 spell won't cut it." At that moment Alone murmured, "Binding, activate." The ring on his hand flashed black. Immediately the golems began to change, light flickering across them. A voice rang out in the void, "Fragment, inheritor of Marlala's great will, speak 2 limits you can accept to grow." Alone stood in the pitch-black space, looking around. In the game a choice window would pop up now, so that voice was it. A colossal face appeared in the darkness, the reward for conquering the binding labyrinth. True to its name, it was a siphoning relic granting power to the user, but in exchange imposed strict bindings. Alone trembled slightly, tense. The voice sounded so real, like he was truly inside that world. He spoke the first limit and the voice asked the next question. Alone formed a hand seal and answered, "In all operations, the sigils of Babylonia are absolutely mandatory." The voice asked, "What do you hope to gain from this binding?" He replied, "The power to bend the world's rules a little more." Lines of power in the air intertwined and merged. Evan looked up at the pitch-black scene. Light slowly emerged and the voice asked again, "The second limit?" Alone formed another seal. "In all operations only the sacred tongue of Babylonia may be used." The voice asked, "And what do you wish from this binding?" He calmly answered, "The same as before." The voice was silent for a moment. Alone looked up, puzzled. "Damn it, did I miss a step?" The skill icon copied it exactly too, selecting both the seals and the sacred tongue as limits to gain the strongest offensive power. He couldn't help sweating nervously. "I'd mastered the seals and chants from playing it countless times, this had to work." Then the voice accepted. The vague tone intoned, "Human, remember the seals and runes of the great forgotten god. We give thanks to the one who continues his will." Alone heard this and wondered, "Continue his will? What does that mean?" Right after, the ring on his hand vanished. He guessed it was being absorbed into him. Seems the binding succeeded. The voice spoke one last time, "I have always watched you. You inherit that will." Back in reality, Evan was still shouting, "Young master, tier 2 spell." Before him were the massive monsters. He reached out anxiously but it wasn't enough. Alone looked up calmly, eyes utterly serene. His hand beginning to channel magic. The iron orb that should have blazed brilliantly instead flickered weakly though he'd poured all his mana into it. No matter how much he trained he still couldn't surpass the limit. So it was time to test the power out, the bindings and the price to pay for them. With that train of thought, the protagonist conjured a magic orb in the palm of his hand. The orb continued to swell little by little. The monsters lunged forward. Alone raised his hand and guided the magic orb straight ahead. Time to test it. Alone immediately brought out the magic sphere. Next came the reverberation spell, sparks of lightning striking the cave's ley lines one after another. The orb grew ever brighter, bursting in the dim, muffled space. With a blue light technique, the orb expanded and spun, firing continuous arcs of lightning all around. And finally, the linear diffraction maneuver. Alone expertly twisted his hands through the casting motions. A powerful bolt of electricity shot from his palm. The current surged straight into the pursuing stone giants. Evan watched the scene dumbfounded, eyes wide in astonishment. The electricity hadn't fully faded, the giant stone beings were struck motionless, drained of strength. Alone and Evan stood on the cliff, silently observing. After a few seconds of quiet, another burst of lightning swept through, cleansing the remaining stone giants. They fell apart limb by limb, shattering, the bolts flickering then fading. Looking down, the two saw the giants reduced to heaps of ruined rock. Alone's face showed no change, while Evan was still dazed, barely recovered, muttering, "Damn it, unbelievable." They waited for the electricity under the cliff to die out before descending together. All the way, Evan nagged Alone, "Have you been hiding your true power this whole time?" Alone replied coolly, "Impossible." Evan wouldn't believe it and pushed, "What do you mean? In 15 years as a mercenary I've never seen anything like that. Are you seriously saying that's only a level 2 spell?" But all he got back was the bland 2 words, "Yes, that's right," from Alone, leaving him speechless and helpless. Contrary to Alone's cold, emotionless face, inside he was full of turmoil. "I didn't expect it either, it wasn't this strong in the game. If I remember correctly, in Psyche Deliria's turn-based combat system, magic can be enhanced by sigils or mantras each turn. In a turn-based system, each victory and completed battle grants the character a 10% attack boost. And from the recent fight with the stone giants, this time it was a chain judgment spell using 4 sigils and incantations. It was amplified over 5 turns. The more he thought, the more Alone subconsciously replayed the spells he'd used. He'd cast 4 techniques in total. The accumulated bolts of lightning were simultaneously amplified into a configuration suited for a wide-area judgment spell. In return, the drawback was having to use sigils and incantations for each spell, but the payoff was exceptional power. Thinking this, Alone vaguely heard a strange voice echo in his head. "Oh forgotten mortal, you who still remember the sigils and the mysteries of the great god. I thank you for inheriting his will." Having thought that, he concluded, that's probably why the magic was amplified many times over. All the way out, Alone's mind buzzed with thoughts. Even so, this level 2 magic's power is overkill, far beyond expectation, even surprising me. Evan walked behind, finally exhaling, sighing, "We made it out at last." He sat down wearily on a stone bench, leaning against the cliff, grumbling. This was more exhausting than the fight itself. In a weary tone that was part scold and part question, Evan asked Alone, "Who in their right mind came up with a place this awful?" Alone didn't answer. He glanced around and fell back into thought. Come to think of it, the Whispering Labyrinth had another name. From information found online, it spread through the community via shared maps and guidebooks, and the buzz about this maze on social media was huge. What is Palaeon Maze anyway? Everyone keeps saying Palaeon, Palaeon, what the heck is that? Whispering Labyrinth. A mid-level leveling area in the game, according to the director, the maze has an owner and can be endlessly grinded if you skip the rewards. So when did it start being called Palaeon's Maze? This question nagged at Alone until he blurted it out. When did it start being called Palaeon's Maze? Evan, half listening and not following, asked, "Sorry, what did you say?" Alone didn't repeat himself. He hauled Evan up and deflected, "Let's head east. After 3 weeks of hard training there's something I want to do when we get back." Evan sighed helplessly, "What? You're more dedicated than I thought." As he tugged Evan away, Alone thought, choosing sigils of the same affinity as the spell increases power, and picking the right mantra amplifies the trait. That's how the game works. But unlike the game, where visuals stay the same and only attack stats rise, each victory actually grants the player an extra 10% attack power. Yet in the recent battle, Alone noticed each sigil altered the magic and every incantation produced a distinct change. Thinking that, Alone wondered, even though it was just spell technique, could my mana control be refined enough to sense those shifts? Shaking off the tangled thoughts, Alone finally told himself, once my mana recovers, I need to test it again. Anyway, everything turned out fine. In the dark of the deep woods, unbeknownst to Alone and Evan, Rhine wrapped in a cloak lurked hidden in the shadows. Once they left, she lifted her head. Then nimbly leapt from cliff to cliff and entered the labyrinth. Arriving, Rhine paused, and stared at another huge stone slab covered in raised colored script. After all, everything turned out fine, and recognizing these strange characters at once, she realized, this is the script of the Alanf Empire. Rhine removed her hood and cloak and translated the odd inscription. It read, "For a friend about to be left alone, the sword Saint Ban stood firm." Then she lightly touched the raised colored glyphs. Vivid images flashed through Rhine's mind. He had repelled the Dark Prince's invasion and defeated Al-Akalaka, who had devoured the hearts of his people. The glorious emperor, Great Ban-On, lived on in the people's hearts, bravely wielding the divine sword to battle a savage giant dragon. Then the reel fast-forwarded to Rhine herself hovering above, surrounded by flying books, a voice echoing in her head constantly reminding her, "I know all, for I was born with a great mission in the ancient library." Back in the present, Rhine recalled standing on the cliff looking down at Alone and seemed to realize something. Yes, Palacio was the one who created it. I knew the Empress was different from the one in the records, so I guessed something extraordinary. Images of Empress Boludia, Emperor Great Ban Alone, and Alone kept circling in Rhine's head, yet she couldn't stop the stream of thoughts in her mind. Think about it, even the mighty moon once called Palacio a friend worthy of reverence. Moreover, the mantra he whispered doesn't exist in any record of the ancient library. Recalling Alone's recent fight with the giants, the incantations he used troubled Rhine the most. She was intensely curious, who exactly is that man? When leaving the labyrinth, Rhine felt a little shy and muttered, "Everything Hong Nguyen said was true. I'm ashamed that I blindly followed orders." Her expression immediately cooled back to its usual icy blankness as she asked, half stating, "Have you arrived?" She looked up at the figure on the branch and asked, curious, "Did you get the information?" Deus touched coldly and answered, "The man in the black coat is dead." His neck was suddenly twisted twice in midair, and that was Alone's handiwork. Rhine, upon hearing this, curtly said, "I'll report this so it can be dealt with properly." In the dead of night, a pale moon hung over the treetops, and two silhouettes shot through the sky. Meanwhile, at the Zenonia Count's manor, inside a room, Kalia sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and said with a lazily detached look, "So it's more than just a rumor." Kalia fell into thought, unconsciously musing about Alone and thinking, his gaze is so cold and emotionless, like a bottomless abyss. She sneered inwardly, "Famous, is he?" She leaned back in the chair and answered herself, "Indeed, Count Zenonia is both powerful and renowned." Kalia's eyes darkened as she remarked, "It's strange that someone so reclusive as you is considered famous." Saying that, Kalia rose and slowly walked toward the man at the desk, smiling, "Isn't it odd, father?" The man paused his pen at her call and turned to look. He watched seriously as she continued, "Because you are the count, after all." Kalia drew closer and offered a faint, icy smile. Then she snapped her fingers. In the man's eyes, Kalia's image began to twitch and blur. He collapsed weakly, the brush in his hand dropping limp. Seeing this, Kalia was thoroughly pleased, grinning wickedly and taunting, "No one would suspect that I'm the one actually running the whole house while father plays the fool. How could they possibly find out?" She recalled that the banquet Alone had no idea the watcher in the distance was planted by her, and he even kindly warned her that many eyes were watching. Kalia thought with glee, "Even my planted spy seems to have been uncovered." At that moment, a guard burst in, calling urgently, "Miss Kalia." She leaned against the wall, hands on hips, "What's the matter?" The guard immediately reported, "Miss, please return to your room at once." Kalia followed the guard back to her chamber and, opening the door, found the spy smeared in blood, slumped against the wall. The guard carefully informed her, "It seems the seal wasn't activated, meaning he hasn't revealed the secret." Kalia said sternly, "He deliberately placed it in my room." She then paused, leaving the sentence hanging. A few seconds later Kalia laughed and mocked herself. How could they have discovered this? From the first meeting, haven't they hit me right at my biggest weakness? Her face contorted ugly with anger. Meanwhile, Evan and Alone were dozing in the carriage on the way back. Evan's snoring was so loud that Alone woke groggily, wiggled his ear, then drifted back to sleep. Cut to, evening at the Altia ducal domain. Loria sat in the carriage, heart filled with dread, thinking, certainly not an ordinary person. She recalled underworld figures with eyes as cold as her father's. These were people you absolutely shouldn't confront. Loria sadly remembered how Alone had turned away coldly. He is my last lifeline. She was full of disappointment, but thought, he might not have accepted such a losing deal after all. Loria recalled her siblings who had been stripped of all wealth and power by the most ruthless brothers, Tim Allen the eldest son, Malin the eldest daughter, Perrine the younger daughter, and Kig the younger son. Looking at herself, she thought, because I have nothing left. Loria stared at the lavish building that felt both familiar and strange and thought, up to now I've survived only by my father's pity and love. What am I supposed to do now? Anyway, I have to step into that cold mansion. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, Miss Loria, the youngest miss has returned. Two maids ran over from afar, alarmed as they reported, Miss Perrine and young Master Kig are dead. At the news, Loria's face changed. What? Images of those two popped into her head, people ready to stab even their own family. Them doing it themselves? Impossible, Loria murmured. What about Tim Allen and Malin? Immediately, a pitiful cry rang out. The servants rushed toward the sound and were horrified to find the two of them stabbing at each other with swords. Chaos erupted. Loria stood frozen and wondered, what is going on? They didn't know that on the roof a small figure had vanished like lightning. Smiling coldly, finished the job and leapt away, disappearing from sight. The servants fled in panic, and Loria muttered, her terrified face recalling Alone's strange remark, there will be something good. Alone's expression then was terrifying, hiding and waiting for the right moment, tucking away his claws to seize the prize. The true power behind the Count's family has arrived, she trembled with fear. Is that what you mean? Like him, I too became the sole heir of the ducal house overnight. After a moment, Loria exhaled. She thought, I don't even know what ridiculous pact I've signed, but there's no turning back now. Loria immediately turned and decided, what would happen if I betrayed him? There have been too many precedents. I have no choice but to keep walking the path I've chosen. Time jumps to 2 months later, at Alone's mansion. A man entered respectfully, I come by order of Duke Altia. Alone was shocked. Duke Altia. Evan beside him peered curiously and exclaimed when he saw an extremely rare bottle of wine. They say each bottle is worth thousands of gold. Unexpected to see it in person. A letter was included beside it. Alone was astonished, to Loria Altia. Not the Duke but Loria, the youngest, prepared this. Why send it to me while I'm struggling out here? He asked the man, was it really sent to me? The man bowed and replied, yes, the Duke personally prepared it and ordered me to deliver it by hand. Hearing this, Alone flinched, the Duke himself. Wait, so Loria, the youngest, has, unbeknownst even to you, become Duke Altia? At that moment, she was focused on paperwork at her desk. After a while, Loria stretched. 2 months flew by so fast. She couldn't help recalling that after her father's funeral, the one who died of illness, she had held the succession ceremony and become the Duke. Loria stood and sighed, at first I couldn't even step into this office. She still couldn't forget that horrific night. Even though her siblings died suddenly, she still avoided suspicion thanks to an alibi, the ball. At that time, even her secret organization had been wiped out by her siblings, so when she returned to the manor, that should have been the moment she was in the most danger. Loria couldn't help feeling flustered and terrified. By the time she realized it was too late, she reeled, thinking, he exploited the whole situation. She pictured the scene again. Outwardly he refused coldly, yet afterward he handled everything perfectly. Remembering it, Loria remained bewildered. How many moves ahead was he thinking? I didn't even notify anyone about the funeral for fear of causing trouble. So she wandered alone through the splendid manor. Clearly he needed Altia for some plan, which is why he sought me out. Walking, Loria thought, even though I've consolidated the organizations under Altia, it still can't compare to the hidden power he's keeping. I suspect he wants something else from me. Alone's image flashed in her mind, an underworld boss building influence through business alone. If it's something he lacks but I possess. His image only grew darker. Alone's image in her head, an underworld boss building influence through business alone. If it's something he lacks but I have, his figure seemed to darken further. Manipulating politics from the shadows, Altia's reputation, perhaps. Loria looked up at the portrait on the wall. For now, I must focus on what needs to be done. She turned back, standing before the Duke's portrait, thinking, my benefactor will contact me soon. Loria gave a small, sly smile. I hope this thank you gift pleases you. On the other side, The man bowed and left the Duke's room. I shall take my leave then. Alone was still puzzled. Loria had been threatened with murder, yet now she's become Duke. How does that make sense? Something's off. Evan tilted his head curiously too. The whole thing was bizarre. Time shifts to a few months later, in winter, 5 years before the rules began. As Alone was walking, someone suddenly called, "Young Master." Evan ran over and asked, "Young Master, no, now you're a count, right?" He replied, "Although the succession ceremony hasn't happened yet, the new year has come, so the title will do for now." Inside, Alone felt annoyed. My life's grand plan never included becoming a count. It was Sai Seidel's glorious creed: conquer Jayat Emin, avoid succession fights, and take an American-style road trip. Still, things became familiar, and he enjoyed the perks of nobility to the fullest, actually better than he'd thought. Evan then handed over a letter. "This is a letter from Yusha." As he entered the room, Alone asked, "By the way, any news on Leo's assassins?" The man answered, "Nothing clear yet. The Information Guild is investigating thoroughly, we'll wait and see." They then sat at the table, and Evan asked, "So what is your purpose?" "Not for revenge, I hope." He thought, "The changes from the game are all butterfly effects caused by me." Alone said, "Just to guard against unexpected situations." Evan suddenly laughed, "You looked very count-like just now." Hearing that, he sighed, "Let's say that's true." Alone looked at the letter, curious, "I wonder what's inside this time." At that moment, the letter read, "How are you? We're all well as usual. Everyone is indulging in their own hobbies. Especially, Dusa's puppet show has reached a truly high level. Over there, they're also very cheerful. Xiaolang is engrossed in gaming with friends. And the others, Ryan has been quietly reading lately but often inventing things. Raiden has taken a liking to landscape design." After finishing the letter, Alone smiled gently. The everyday life at the orphanage, used to monthly letters, warmed him more and more. Though he'd never met them, seeing the kids grow thanks to his support made him grin like a proper dad. Then he suddenly asked Evan, "By the way, the 5, no, those kids, how old are they now?" Evan, curious, asked back, "Why do you ask, sir?" He then answered, "It's almost time they go out into society. Some left the orphanage earlier. Most of the people you personally ordered retrieved are around that age." Hearing that, Alone's innocent image of them seemed to crack a little. He couldn't help picturing the kids thanking him, "Thank you for raising us, sir. With regards from the 5 elders." Alone thought immediately, "Right, that makes sense, it's time to let them out bit by bit." Evan asked again, "Really? Weren't you deliberately gathering these weak kids?" Alone replied calmly, "There's no reason, they're grown now, time to think of their futures." But inside he thought differently, "We've kept them from awakening into villainy, so they should be able to fend for themselves, right?" Evan, hearing this, exclaimed, "Looks like they're all doing fine now." "I see," Alone began to consider. In each boss fight, the narration hinted at their abilities. Yusha has a talent for faith. Next is that gloomy boy, Deus, talented in swordsmanship, then Rhine, talented in research. Then the beast child Xiaolang with combat talent, and finally Raiden with the apostle ability. Alone suddenly lifted a box. If he positioned them correctly, wouldn't they be capable of holding key posts? He thought of the kids and mused, since it's done, giving each a gift they'd like wouldn't hurt. After all, I did promise gifts once. A while later, the scene shifted to late afternoon. Sunset light poured over the mansion. Alone sat at his desk, stretched, and breathed, "That's everything." Evan, still with drool at his lip, ran off saying, "Well then, I'm off." Alone watched him go, thinking, "If things go smoothly, will I get even a tiny share of the benefits?" At that moment, little birds flew peacefully across the sky. "Children, take this letter and step into the wider world." Cut to the children Alone mentioned, his instruction felt like an order. Yusha kept a cold face but flushed reading the letter. This time, the directive was sent individually. All 5 were holding their letters. Deus maintained a cold expression, calmly reading. Xiaolang jumped about with joy at receiving his. Rhine smiled softly, and Raiden said nothing. While Yusha lowered his eyes staring at the letter, unreadable. In the room everyone gathered, focused on the sheets in their hands. The orders had arrived. However, this time he had sent them individually to each of us. Seolang grabbed his paper and leaped up in glee, cheering. Raiden and Ryan held their letters but remained pensive and silent. Yusha, holding several letters, said calmly, but before doing anything, we should reread the previous letters. His orders require a very high level. Seolang, excited, said, can we actually read them? Before only you could read them. Yusha remained calm. The fact he sent separate orders means he decided it's time for everyone to know. The letter opened, and Yusha began to read. How have you been lately? Seems you've made a lot of talented friends, huh? If you need anything, tell me. Seolang read the letter, scratched his cheek, puzzled. Is this an order? Ryan read it too and found it odd, more like small talk. Yusha scoffed when she heard them. Exactly. He disguised the order as casual conversation from the start. Alright, look, she analyzed the letter for the group. This is the first order after the greeting. The letter says, Yusha, how are you? I'm fine. Today my older brother used me as a chair, funny, right? Occasionally I want to send you letters. Reply if you're okay. And the child I sent this time, Yusha explained, he designates targets to be eliminated per the mission and wants us to report back afterward. The letter continued, thank you for replying. I hope you can tell me what happens at the orphanage each month. I entrust that place to you. You'll be fine together. Yusha continued, this is when he entrusts Lam Noyet to me. As you can see, he personally chose each of you. Everyone around suddenly gaped in astonishment. Deus, hearing Yusha, seemed to understand, I get it. It's to prevent information leaks, right? I remember my first order. She laughed and added, like this, you must understand the order clearly and carry out the mission. Deus suggested, then why don't we meet him directly, or use magical communication devices, wouldn't that be better? Raiden agreed, he's got a point. If it's about leaks, why use letters? Yusha's expression suddenly changed, her face darkened, red eyes flashing coldly. I hope you haven't forgotten that all we must do is follow orders. Deus fell silent at Yusha's unwavering loyalty, feeling a steady trust that sent chills down his spine. I haven't forgotten. Suddenly Seolang raised his paper high and shouted excitedly, then let's read our orders together. In the lamplit room, everyone formed a circle and read the orders sent individually to each of them. Deus read his mission. He told me to go to Caliban, the kingdom of knights. Seolang sighed in disappointment, the colony continent. But I don't like deserts. Raiden continued, I'm assigned to Raxas, the entertainment city. Ryan was sent elsewhere. He told me to go to Larthania, the labyrinth city. Yusha's eyes grew dreamy as she clutched her order with passion. Holy Nation, Rosario. Everything we need to do is written in the letter, right? Deus held his order, voice flat. I don't know the reason, but he told me to become a knight. Seolang cheered. He also said not to worry, sponsorship will continue. Ryan smiled and added, he also let us know where the gifts are. Raiden seemed pleased. Whatever it is, we'll find out when we get there. Yusha warned, but remember, unless he says so first, you must never mention the name Lam Noyet. Her gaze turned cold and sharp. The group quickly obeyed the order, donning black cloaks, and left the mansion. 3 months later, in a room stacked with books, Alone was reading. Sure enough, nothing mentioned changes in magic or mantras. I'll have to experiment myself. He turned to Evan and asked, any progress on gathering info about who killed Leo? Evan replied, the intelligence guild says they still haven't found anything. Alone felt a bit disappointed. Is that so? He propped his chin on his hand, thinking, seems the butterfly effects have spiraled beyond my control. This is the result of saving the 5 big offenders. Alone remembered the cold Duchess Loria. In fact, Loria, who was supposed to die in the plot, has become Duchess Altia, expanding power and underworld influence at an astonishing rate. The more he thought, the darker Alone's face grew. He set the book down and ordered Evan, stop the assassin investigation. Evan was stunned, huh? Really? Alone thought to himself, this is clearly one of those times when ignorance is bliss. In the setting, almost nothing slips past the Intelligence Guild's network. But if you pry into things you shouldn't. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, his face going pale. If overcaution leads to death, then all precautions become pointless. To protect himself, Alone had no choice. After all, secret organizations like that won't harm you as long as you don't meddle in their business. There's no reason for them to attack unless you approach them first. Alone told Evan, at this rate, continuing is pointless. Though he didn't fully understand Alone's motives, Evan agreed, all right, I'll tell them to stop the investigation. Suddenly Evan remembered another piece of news and hurried to tell Alone, oh right, one more thing. It seems Deus was recently knighted in Caliban. Hearing that, though expressionless, Alone still politely congratulated him, really? Good for him. 3 months later, Evan burst in with a pile of food. Baron, how do you like multi-talented Evan? Then whispered to praise himself, quite the talent, huh? He then told Alone another bit, Not has now even formed a whole knight squad. Alone was stunned, what? Then he must be at least at expert level or higher. Alone recalled the knight ranks in this world, sword master, sword expert, swordsman. The more he thought, the more amazed he was. It's not been that long since he was first knighted, has it? Evan added, people are saying the world will see the 5th great knight in under 10 years. Alone suddenly recalled and asked about the great knights, you mean those called Caliban's blades? Evan confirmed, yes, he's truly talented. Alone felt a bit proud, I'm quite proud of him. Evan, chewing, said, Caliban must be buzzing about this. 6 months later, in a magnificent castle, Alone was hard at work. It had been a year since the 5 left the orphanage. Just as he was getting used to his duties as Baron, Evan came in with news, Baron, I just heard something very new. Alone didn't stop his work. Evan continued, it seems Deus has become one of Caliban's blades. The next bit of news made Alone so shocked he dropped his pen, he's become the 5th great knight. Alone, incredulous, asked, but only a sword master can become a great knight, right? He recalled what he knew about becoming a knight here. A Seiki Delier sword master is a superhuman who has transcended sword chi, and unlocked a unique ability called enactment. Alone asked Evan, so you're saying Deus is already a sword master? He corrected, more precisely, he's on the verge of becoming one, but hasn't produced his own enactment yet. Evan recounted Deus's rise to knighthood, but in any case the nation has given him the title of Great Knight. Not just because he won the duel with the 4th blade, but also because Caliban had lost a great knight to those northern barbarians. Hearing that, Alone suddenly remembered, right, they've been at war for over a decade. Evan, also incredulous, said, it takes 15 years to sense and control mana, the enactment process needs at least a few decades. He recalled this empire's history. The first blade, Reinhardt, was 32 when he became the youngest great knight in history. The history of the heroic knight, revisited in Program 3, was accepted as a temporary comrade and would be removed after the chapter ends. Reinhardt had wielded a sword since he was 5. Have some faith in becoming the youngest sword master in history. Alone thought, yes, Reinhardt was unbelievably strong, even with his talent it took over 20 years. So how did a kid with no sword knowledge become a great knight? Suddenly a thought struck him, wait, if he's just waiting for his enactment, could that mean he'll soon break through the hesitation and become a sword master? The idea pleased Alone so much he couldn't help blurting out, maybe I can ride his coattails sooner than expected. Evan nodded in agreement. Alone stared at the messy pile of books on the table and fell into thought, or maybe not, probably impossible. Evan hurriedly waved his hand, no, he wouldn't do that. Alone exposed a fact, pulling the single letter tucked in the book out, I'm only getting letters from Yusha. He read Yusha's letter aloud. Even after she went to the Holy Nation, her letters came regularly, full of news about the great sinners she grew up with. It seems they still keep in touch. Alone felt a pang of loss, even if they'd never seen me, they could at least thank me for the gift. I feel a bit guilty. He slapped his face hard as if to wake himself. Evan looked horrified at the gesture. Alone told himself, back to the point. I'm already deeply grateful they didn't raise the kingdom after awakening as the 5 great sinners. The two stood shoulder to shoulder by the sunlit window. Alone said reluctantly, as long as they're living well, I'm happy. Dusk over the capital Caliban, the central district, the mansion of a high noble, home to the famed solar eclipse cavalry. Inside, countless swordsmen were training. Deus, clad in armor, stood proudly on high observing the scene. He was introduced as Deus Macallan, captain of the Solar Eclipse Cavalry, the youngest great knight. From above, Deus looked down at the knights below with a cold gaze. Suddenly a girl below noticed him. The purple-haired lass waved, "Big brother." He smiled and waved back. But Deus's expression darkened, and he sadly recalled, "It's been exactly 1 year." Thinking back, he still felt ashamed for having lost everything to those dark ones. The horrifying images kept replaying in his mind. Childhood's painful memories surged back, leaving only uncontrollable rage. The image of his sister swallowed by darkness slowly slipping from his arms. Deus was held back by the darkness, increasing the distance between him and his sister. Hatred swelled within him. The miserable wandering of his childhood returned. Though drowning in torment, he still clutched his sister's hairpin. Deus's true thoughts gradually emerged. The fact that Dai Noyet saved my life isn't reason enough to swear loyalty to her. But because she promised I could take revenge with my own hands, I obeyed orders under the name Lam Noyet. From that moment, he began selling his life to Lam Noyet. Working as part of Lam Noyet meant going through many dangerous missions and training. Though death was always near, for the sake of vengeance Deus no longer cared for his safety. Memories poured like a torrent. Over the years he completed missions that would form the foundation to fight the dark. And very soon after, he received his first personal order. Deus was utterly surprised to receive a secret order. "This is too unexpected." "What is this?" In the letter, Alone had revealed a small and located south of Caliban. "I left a gift there, go take a look." But Deus wasn't overly interested, the gift didn't excite him much. Still, he went to the spot Alone mentioned. Deus was a little curious, maybe there's something here. When he opened the door, the scene inside stunned him into silence. In that unexpected letter, he saw the silhouette of his familiar sister. The gift from Dai Noyet was the family I thought was lost forever. Deus hugged the little girl tightly and collapsed to the ground from joy and emotion. The girl hugged him back, tears streaming. Holding something dearer than life itself, Deus sobbed silently, unable to make a sound. The two reunited, clinging to each other in happiness. Deus still couldn't believe his eyes. "My sister, whom I thought was dead, is alive." Only when their emotions calmed did they part slightly. He asked in a trembling voice, "Silly, what happened after I lost you?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, Silly squeezed Deus's hand to reassure him. With his other hand he gently wiped the remaining tears from his sister's eyes. They then went back inside and sat at the table to continue talking. Silly gripped her cup and slowly began to tell him, "After those people took me, in the darkness, I had to wait my turn for a long time. I was imprisoned in a dark cell. There were many other cells where captives huddled in desperate silence. I don't know how long passed," Silly recalled. "And when it was my turn to be killed, I was the last one left standing. The walls and floor were littered with bloodied corpses." Silly let out a desperate scream. Her cloak was torn free, and a beam of light shone down. Someone grabbed her hand. She was able to escape with that light and survive. And years later, when she was nearly sold to a slaver, despair closed in again. Especially when a giant hand grabbed her. At that moment, flashes of light from blades swept across. A figure appeared, swinging a sword and slicing that hand to pieces. The person quickly stood between Silly and danger. She remembered a mercenary named Evan who saved her. Silly went to open a cabinet. Afterwards she received precious medicine from her benefactor. She picked up a letter bearing a note from Alone Palacio. "I will continue to send medicine and protect you. You will be safe under the name Palacio. Don't worry about your brother either." Silly was deeply moved. She was immensely grateful for what he had done for her. When he learned this, Deus was astonished. He used his name to protect her. How could Dai Noyet have known about this? He quietly wrapped his arm around himself, full of doubt. "I never told anyone about my family and Yusha only realized the black sheep had taken her." "So how?" Deus suddenly remembered what Yusha had said. "She knows everything." In his head everything began to click into place. All his questions fit together like a jigsaw and dissolved. At the time he couldn't understand Yusha's worry. She said something puzzling, "A sword can't think for itself, right? Only now did Deus realize. Yet the fool was me. Good things will come. That was what Alone said. Deus pondered. Looking back, what he said then, he already knew everything, and he had hinted that the child would have to survive on their own. He couldn't help shivering as he stared blankly. Silly tilted her head in puzzlement. Brother. He came to his senses and gently stroked her head, yet his mind wandered. The sword dared to act on its own, but he still chose generosity and compassion. And all this time Deus had thought he was being controlled by him, and meanwhile he could only gnaw on his bitterness and plans to get revenge on the black sheep. He sat at the table, servants bringing over a tray of hot food. Seeing the radiant smile on his sister's face, Deus suddenly realized his family's survival was a priceless gift. Yusha's cold voice echoed back in his memory. You'll understand soon enough. Why did I follow that man? He understood. She wasn't merely a fanatic, nor did she blindly trust him, and that letter urged you to come to Caliban and become a knight. He vowed quietly to repay him. His mission was to become a leader in Caliban, a great knight, and form his own order gathering the finest swordsmen. That faith was like sunlight piercing a dark world, snapping him out of his reverie. At that moment Deus's subordinate stepped forward to report, Captain, it's time. He moved up onto the high platform. Below, the knightly order stood in neat, disciplined ranks. Under the moonlight, each face was sharply defined, eyes resolute. Deus told himself this expedition would be the first stepping stone for the eclipse, and he didn't care what hardships would come. He stroked the purple-hued sheath of his sword, the moonlight glittering on the metal. Then, in that dim light, Deus coldly drew his blade, full of pride. I'll wait for the day I can offer my gratitude and a worthy repayment to please him. I'll prove it under the moon. On a day when snow fell white across the sky, the solar eclipse order set out on an expedition against the savage tribes. Meanwhile at the Viscount's manor, Alone leaned against the wall with feeling, so peaceful, maybe because my kids have all grown up. A gust of wind flipped a page, sending a flurry of note papers flying. He hurriedly grabbed them, they were all blowing away. Alone resumed the work he'd been doing. Let's see. After returning from the labyrinth I focused on researching the keywords I'd been writing. He suddenly paused, wondering, why was I writing in cursive? From now on I'll write neatly. Alone nodded. Good, my reports are finished. On the page he concentrated on analyzing keywords, each undergoing different variations. Alone circled the word contraction. This reinforces flaws in magic. More specifically, contraction reinforces defects within each completed incantation, causing its range to expand. Additionally, contraction can break forms and alter the emitted object. Transformation, change of state. This is demonstrated when executed. It will repel, will break the form affecting the object's transformation. Regarding azure light, he noted reinforcing parallel magic such as lightning magic. When performed it will spiral into a large sphere, releasing bolts of electric light. Besides that, the diffraction path has two major effects, penetration and critical hit. Specifically, the diffraction path grants piercing ability, which equates to a critical effect that increases the chance to kill an enemy. And crucially in the keyword rules, if they're broken, the spell will fail. There are also a few notes. Don't use inappropriate keywords, don't repeat the same word, use at most 4 words. Alone scratched his head with his pen. With my mana core I can only cast 1 spell per day, so it took a long time to discover all this. He recalled the days of research. In this world setting, Babylonia's hand signs and keywords had long been forgotten, so there was no information about them. No records existed of where they were written. Alone read many books but found nothing. In the end he had to research on his own and found it a bit interesting even though he only learned self-defense magic. He then rose and went to the empty patch in the garden, raising his hand to fire bolts of lightning. Alright, time to see the results of 2 months of experiments. One of Alone's hands took hold of the index finger of his other hand. From that finger more lightning condensed, spreading through the air, slowly coiling and converging at a point in the sky. He focused intensely, removing the focal point of this mana orb and creating an imbalance to trigger the lightning. This weak, useless magic was stubborn. Soon a sphere appeared in the air, spinning continuously. Alone muttered the compression mantra. The orb shrank from large to small, yet its force remained mighty. He proceeded to apply his research by invoking the breaking keywords. It began to brew a specific intent, blossoms in March. The lightning from Alone's hand gradually shifted to a blue hue. They intensified. From a mere orb it grew like the trunk of a great tree. The bolts spread out like branches. Seeing the result of his experiment, he couldn't help but admire himself. So order actually matters, huh? Alone mumbled. Because when I used break first, it failed. Before he could finish, a shout cut through his thoughts. No way. Startled, he whipped around. At that moment two people, who hadn't been there a moment before, were standing there. Kalia looked pale and suspicious. Primitive magic. Alone stared at her in surprise. What? Why is Kalia here? The man beside her trembled. Using primitive magic meant he'd reached the rank of a 7th circle mage. He twitched at the corner of his mouth. Primitive, me. In the reception room of the Viscount Palatios Manor, Kalia and Vankel sat in silence waiting for Alone, Kalia visibly tense. Her mind was fluttering. She had two clear reasons to be here. First, to confirm Viscount Palatios' intentions. The one holding the trump card could cause severe damage to Zenonia. After all, Kalia now ran Zenonia. Her father was merely a puppet she pulled. So determining Alone's aims was her top concern. Second, to probe the level of the organization protecting him, the group that helped him manipulate Palatio. Though this reason wasn't crucial, Kalia was genuinely curious which mysterious group had backed Alone's rise. Instead she discovered something else. She'd never imagined seeing this haughty mage trembling with fear. Indeed, right now Vankel beside her was shaking so badly he couldn't sit still. Vankel, a 5th circle mage expelled from the tower, due to his inhumane experiments he could wipe out an entire legion. He remained arrogant toward her despite her long-time patronage. A cold, brilliant mind capable of such cruel deeds, and yet now the man was trembling, his face ashen and drenched in sweat. Kalia stared in disbelief, sensing his fear. She'd never seen him like this. Her questions, was that really primitive magic just now, were cut short by the sound of the door opening and a low voice breaking her thoughts. With just a single word to summon attention, Alone slowly entered the room. He came before Kalia and Vankel and coldly asked, "What brings you to these lands?" Kalia sat straight, careful and polite, saying, "Sorry for the sudden visit. I was so eager to meet you that before she finished Alone politely interrupted, I won't blame you." The young lady of Zenonia said, then he folded his hands, looking at her seriously, his voice calm but firm. "However, let me make one thing clear, the thing I just used was not primitive magic. If you truly want to classify my magical ability, I'm only at the 2nd circle level." He didn't hide it, cutting straight to the point. Pausing, he glanced at Vankel and confidently said, "The mage at your side surely realized that magic has no real effect." Inside he felt regretful, thinking sadly that it's unlucky the magic can't be used offensively or defensively. Hearing him, Kalia and Vankel shared the same thought. He meant he seemed to sense something from him. Vankel spoke in a low voice via sound transmission to warn, "Keep quiet about what you just saw." At that, Kalia tensed up. Vankel trembled and stammered a sincere apology to him. "You're right, it seems I misread it." Kalia looked at him puzzled and uneasy. Vankel was being unusually polite. Alone gave a slight nod to let it pass. Hearing him, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, feeling lighter. He wouldn't make things harder for them and bluntly said, "Good, now that the misunderstanding's cleared, let's get to the main issue." Kalia hesitated before artfully saying, "I thought I should visit you after business is done." Alone coolly asked her again, "You don't actually have any special reason?" Kalia, flustered, replied, "No." Alone drooped his eyes wearily, implying, "What a pity, I have matters to attend to and can't stay long here." "Be clever." Kalia quickly stood, exhaling politely, "I understand, thank you for taking the time to meet me, we'll be on our way now." Alone leaned back in his chair, his tone half joking, half serious, suggesting, "If you need someone to talk to, I advise you to see Duchess Altia. I think you two would get along." Saying that, he looked straight at Kalia. Kalia's expression darkened a bit. She understood his words were no idle remark. After a few seconds of silence, she bowed in salute. "Yes, I promise, if you say so, I will visit her." Both Alone and Evan walked to the door to see the guests off. watching the ornate carriage depart. Evan curiously asked Alone, why would someone from Zenonia, a declining western house, come here? Alone answered honestly, I don't know, can't even imagine the reason, but deep down I sense this will be troublesome. If a false rumor spreads that I used primitive magic, those who crave conflict with the powerful will start hunting me. I mean, this is a dark fantasy world, just thinking about it, I imagined evil forces gathering to target me already. Back inside, Alone walked with worry, hoping she understood his hint. Zenonia would never go visit Altia, who competes in the underworld. And inwardly he also silently wished that they'd just leave him alone. The sky was clear as the carriage headed back. Kalia's voice drifted faintly outside, what the Viscount Palacio used. Was it really primitive magic? She asked as she sat upright, awaiting Viankel's answer. Viankel's face hadn't recovered, he hesitated and replied, no, it wasn't. Hearing that, Kalia asked again, then what was his reaction at that time? Asked that, Viankel began to tremble. He explained gravely, primitive magic is a type of sorcery that draws its own laws. On the curtain of absolute immutable principles, it's reserved for mages who've reached the pinnacle. However, what the Viscount used was different. As you asked, I employed my observing eye to examine his magic. While Alone and Kalia were talking, he secretly activated his duty. He truly saw a parted curtain emit a dark aura wrapping around him. The Viscount was tearing that very curtain apart. He was distorting the absolute immutable principles. He forced the thunder to fix, and the more Viankel spoke the more unnerved he became, shouting that the observing eye had shown him unseen visions. Viankel yelled fiercely that he was breaking it and collapsing the laws, but even after doing all that, the magic still manifested. He had stepped into an impossible miracle. Hearing this, Kalia's face darkened, she widened her eyes in fearful disbelief at Viankel. Not stopping there, Viankel continued in a hoarse, low voice. But what happened next was truly, chunks of ice cracking and a red, gloomy eye actually lying hidden deep within Alone. It was clearly that of a great forgotten god. At the thought, Viankel grimaced and slumped, his arm trembling as he clutched his head, muttering to himself to stop thinking more would be dangerous. Suddenly remembering something, he raised his face and warned Kalia gravely, when I was young I delved so deep into ancient lore I was praised for my studies of the magic of the Forgotten Era. Let me be clear, do not oppose the Viscount lightly. Kalia knitted her brows and bitterly asked him, so you mean someone insignificant like me investigating his intent is pointless? Viankel knew that Loria or Kalia were merely pawns toyed with by Alone, but he couldn't say it outright, only tersely advised via the sound transmission, I suggest you see Duchess Altia. Though he didn't state it, Kalia vaguely realized she had become his pawn. Years later, about 2 years after the children left the orphanage at Viscount Palacio's manor, just as Evan opened the door to his office, Alone called, Evan. When Evan stepped before him, he handled some papers with one hand while asking, any news? If it's about the kids, even better. Evan hesitated and replied, not about the kids. Then he continued. But it seems the Zenonia territory and the Altia Duchy have allied. Hearing this, Alone felt struck by lightning. He froze and asked Evan, what? The 2 top underworld forces have allied? Evan nodded. Camdone confirmed it, since it's an underworld treaty outsiders can't know, but I'm sure of it. Alone became a muddle of panic, inwardly cursing that he'd led the culprit down a different path. Now he faced an alliance of 2 masterminds. Is the Asterial kingdom about to fall? Thinking that, he wondered, wait, did she really take my suggestion to heart? Recalling their last meeting, he had told Kalia, if you need someone to talk to, I recommend Duchess Altia. At the thought he regretted it. Pushing aside wild thoughts, Alone reassured himself, no, it's probably just a temporary alliance. With Kalia's cold, proud nature, she wouldn't. Still, Alone reconsidered and decided he should at least prepare. Acting on it, he took a sheet of paper and seriously wrote a letter to Kalia. To Kalia, sorry if I seem blunt and cold, it's because I'm not good with words. I hope this doesn't come off as an excuse. Sunlight streamed through the window. After finishing the letter he handed it to Evan and waved it off, this is for you, Evan. Before leaving, Evan promised, I'll deliver this to the lady of the territory via the mercenary guild, and I'll keep an eye on the children. The room was left with only Alone. He looked at the letters in his hand, pondering, wondering how Raiden and Seolang were doing. He hadn't heard from them since Yusha's letter said they'd arrived. Thinking of mischievous Seolang, he couldn't help but worry and pray she wasn't starving on the road. Thinking of the letter he'd sent Seolang, he trusted inwardly that if she found the gift he described, she'd become the pinnacle of all warriors. As far as he knew, the magic hand was the pinnacle artifact of the Golden Mane tribe. When equipped it increases critical hit rate by 20%. If the proud culprit had obtained it, she wouldn't have fallen and become a criminal. Instead she become a great wolf kin, that's what the item description said. Alone's gaze drifted to the sky. He fretted, wondering if he'd told the girl the location of the secret treasure intended as an emergency fund. I mean, she's competent enough to make her own way, so she'll be fine, right? That place is the nation of warriors. A land where strength can win you the world, the desert nation, wild and dust-swept. Under a night sky studded with stars, deep within a rocky cavern, Seolang skipped along the rough dirt path toward the exit. Outside, she stretched and cried out in delight, finally, the trial's over. Gazing at the magical hand artifact on her wrist, Seolang grinned ear to ear in gratitude. "Oh great moon, thank you for this gift." Flailing her arms, she chuckled and muttered in wonder. "I thought the Golden Mane tribe's essence was just a legend. Turns out what Mom told me as a kid wasn't mere fairy tale." Thinking this, her unbeaten wolf gaze drifted into the distance as old memories surfaced. As a child she and her siblings huddled around their mother, and she had asked innocently, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe? Her mother gently ruffled her small head and, in a soft voice, said, "Yes, we wolves are descendants of the king of all beast kin, the Golden Mane tribe. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe is a legendary treasure passed down for centuries. It grants us power and authority. Obtaining it is no easy feat. Only those truly capable may claim this sacred relic." And now, the truth, she had won the essence. Seolang had traversed treacherous roads to reach this relic, placed on a precarious cliff edge. When she slipped it onto her hand, a merciless pain like dying and coming back ripped through her, and she overcame all the inner world's trials. Enduring those two horrors proved beyond doubt that Seolang deserved this relic in her hands now. Old memories tumbled through Seolang's mind. She was truly grateful to the Great Moon, her benefactor who saved her from death in a biological experiment. At her life's lowest point, with scars on her skin and a soul ready to give up, the Great Moon was the light that redeemed her life. He granted her the strength to avenge Black Dragon, who killed her parents. So Seolang resolutely swore that she would repay this debt. As if sensing her brave will, the essence relic on her hand flared with powerful energy. Seolang confidently tested the relic, convinced and telling herself that he certainly did not want her to become a mediocre fighter. From now on, starting here. Seolang paused slightly, her eyes glittered with a strange light as currents of magic flowed into her. She vowed inwardly to become the strongest warrior, to revive the Golden Mane tribe by gathering its remaining members, and to kill Black Dragon with this. Then Seolang raised the essence-wreathed hand to the sky. This relic would be the proof of her oath of honor. The memory closed, Seolang stood silently in the desert night. Looking up at tonight's bright moon, she remembered the Great Moon. Her voice drifted softly on the cool breeze. "All for him. Let's begin." Saying that, Seolang burst into a hearty laugh, and skipped off forward. Now, in the silent midnight of the quiet colony, only Seolang's steady footsteps advanced. The image seemed to herald the future revival of great kings of the Golden Mane beastkin under the blue moon after 500 years. Alone was absorbed in reading a document when Evan suddenly spoke up. "Oh, right," he said, sheathing his sword with a guilty look, "the Intelligence Guild has information on the kids. I meant to tell you at the training ground but forgot." Alone, not angry and remaining calm, asked, "All right, what's the news?" Evan recounted, "Seolang's doing splendidly at the settlement. She's even nicknamed the Golden Bolt." Alone frowned slightly. Golden Bolt sounded oddly familiar. "Anyway, glad to hear she's okay," he nodded. "Indeed, in that land, having strength lets you do anything." He pressed on, "What about Raiden?" "I haven't heard from him since he said he was apprenticing in Raxas. Evan said they had some info on him but were still verifying it." Alone fell into thought. "Is that so? Oh, and Evan." He shot a suspicious glare. "Aren't you terribly busy?" Evan wiped sweat, stammering. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? I've done everything you ask. Alone instructed, you must prepare, it's at least a month to reach the magic tower. Evan jolted upright. What? The magic tower? You never mentioned that to me. He rubbed his chin in surprise. I didn't say. Evan sighed. I'm used to it. He looked doubtful. But a month to the 6 magic towers is only about a week. He replied, we're going to the Azure Academy. Hearing that, Evan nodded. I see, it's near the Labyrinth City so it's quite far. Finally he stood and left the room. I'll start preparations immediately. Alone gave a subtle nod. After Evan left he flopped into a chair and sighed. Another month in a carriage, the thought alone was exhausting. But what can you do? The item that can support my tiny precious mana core is there. Thinking that, Alone turned, propped his chin. Labyrinth City, huh? That rings a bell. Back when I gamed, I spent ages grinding there. He closed his eyes and recalled, the labyrinth sits at the city's center, a special grind map. Players can get higher quality loot by leveling and delving deeper. Yet countless players have entered and none reached the true end. Back then Alone had to use a cheat to reach floor 150. He swore like a sailor, devs are insane, there's more below. Why add floors nobody can clear? To watch us suffer. Is there any good loot on floor 150? Still, like in the game, achievements and relics kept being discovered there. Thus the job of magical appraiser became so popular it guaranteed a wealthy life. Suddenly Alone remembered Rhine, she said she'd soon take the appraiser exam. With her talent she'll breeze through it. Suddenly remembering Rhine again, he felt guilty. Maybe the gift I gave Rhine was too little compared to others, it only appraises gear. If that's insufficient, I should send her extra support. A starry evening in Labyrinth City Larthania, a place ruled by no one. This is the city of explorers and mercenaries. In a narrow alley, past countless shops in a southern corner you can find a secret appraisal shop called Mer, a low-key shop famed for its unique services. It mainly serves nobility and A-rank adventurers. Among them was the Lord of Larthania. Rhine announced, the appraisal is complete. My lord, he asked in surprise. She held up the item and explained, this device uses mana to produce fire. The lord thanked her cheerfully as always. Let's see then. When he picked it up, Rhine guided him, it's a relic that can be inscribed. The lord, curious, asked, inscribed with what ability? She replied calmly, it needs only a little mana to keep the flame for at least an hour. He couldn't help but laugh in admiration. Its efficiency has increased significantly. Very good. Everything done, the lord departed. Before he left he turned and as usual said, thanks as always. From behind the counter a gentle voice answered, you're welcome. Waiting until the shop was empty of customers, she then reached up and removed her mask. Under the dim light, Rhine's beautiful face appeared, her jade-green eyes clear but a little tired. She then turned toward another item on the shelf that looked like a small spyglass. Rhine picked it up and muttered, this item can also be reinscribed. No wonder this tucked-away shop is famous, it's all about reinscriptions. Carrying the item, Rhine opened a door and stepped into a back room. It was a gift from the great moon. Moonlight streamed through the window and fell fully upon an object hovering and glowing. She smiled softly at it. When he first told me to become an appraiser, I couldn't fathom why. Rhine remembered Alone's silhouette. His true identity was a friend of Palin from the age of the forgotten outer gods. I realized everything up till now was to destroy the dark beast. But back then she had read the letter instructing her to go to Labyrinth City Larthania and become a magical appraiser. At the time she couldn't link that command to the goal. Still, Rhine obeyed and went alone to Labyrinth City. Full of questions, she wondered how being an appraiser related to killing the dark beast. But what happened next changed her mind. The moment I saw his gift, I recognized it, the Prowler's Eye. It quickly identifies items below a certain mana threshold to aid appraisal. The moment her hand touched the eye she realized it was slightly different from what she knew. Its nature didn't even exist in the library. Then the seal surrounding the eye slowly dissolved, the chains binding it snapped open, it flared, and the single eye opened. Once the seal broke, the reinscription unlocked. Above the eye was a row of numbers over 500, she told herself to gain the fighting power to face the dark beast she must awaken this item. It is both an ability and a means for sacrificial offerings. Now the number on the prowler's eye had changed. It displayed 248/500. She raised the spyglass toward it and a beam of golden light shot out immediately. Soon, a holy sigil appeared on the body of the spyglass. Ryan chuckled wryly, I still have to offer 252 more items before it fully awakens. In exchange for boosting the relic stats, it will absorb something from the offerings, essentially altering this eye. Once, when she was appraising an item that displeased the eye, the previously accrued offering points were wiped clean. Since then Ryan was sure, it only reacts to specific high-tier relics, and if you sacrifice the wrong item the accumulated count vanishes. Thinking this, she smiled and nuzzled the eye, meticulously appraising all relics and selecting high-tier offerings to conceal. This is work only I can do, because I was born with the eternal library. Ryan cradled it in her hands, all for killing the Black Wolf, all according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, at the Azure Magic Tower, a carriage rolled quietly along the stone road circling the tower. Inside, Phenia, the tower's deputy head, frowned in annoyance. The tower master is absent at the moment. State your business and go. Seeing Alone remain silent, she grew more irritated. I'm busy, so be quick. He studied Phenia with a silent appraisal. She was a familiar face he'd seen in the main storyline. For now she remained deputy because the main plot hadn't started. In the game she was a rare genius who reached 8 circles by 20 and became the tower's master. Speaking of the Azure Tower, it's not only powerful in magic but also monopolizes production of certain essential goods, giving it status on par with the nobility. He was a bit displeased. Though the power of a deputy tower head, your surpassing human limits, should be immense, this attitude is a tad annoying. Alone still tried to introduce himself. I am Count Ban La-Io. As announced, I'm here to discuss the time gate issue. Over there Phenia was bustling, right, I still need to deliver this document. But when he spoke, she asked, so what's the matter? Alone said calmly, I can remove the time gate. Phenia's hand holding the documents froze. The time gate is, well, a fissure linking to a mysterious subspace that appears where magic is frequently used. It spawns anomalies that cause serious damage, but unpredictable, dangerous monsters no one can foresee. She eyed him analytically, then sneered after a moment. With such mediocre talent, what do you intend to do? Phenia didn't hesitate to wave him off. Fine, just go home. Alone was flustered. Wait, isn't that wrong? I need an answer. She cut him off irritably. You're going to remove the time gate and grab the treasure. Right, of course you do that. Phenia slammed her hand on the table in fury and shouted. Is that so? Do you know how many people come here daily for that? Alone tried to persuade her. I'm serious. Lead me to the time gate and I'll prove it to you. He felt wronged. Why doesn't she believe him? Honestly, her tone suddenly grew low. Look, I get that you need a big achievement to reverse public opinion. Since people are slowly learning the only reason you became a count was luck when your brothers died. However, that doesn't mean you can bring your personal mess here to cause trouble. Saying that, Phenia released power that shook the space. Alone was startled and staggered back. Luckily Evan caught him. He marveled, rumors like that spread? Probably because I've kept too low a profile, even if it's true. She looks like a workaholic but knows outside news astonishingly well. Phenia's gaze now seemed to crackle with sparks and supreme anger. Alone involuntarily shivered. She's terrifying, not a joke. She puts me in my place when I'm even slightly annoyed. Evan leaned in and whispered, that's only her mana. I swear we'd be snapped in half if we picked a fight with her. Alone steadied himself and regained resolve, though he was pretty desperate, so he stepped forward to negotiate. If I can't erase the time gate, I'll give all my possessions to the magic tower. Phenia still didn't believe him and kept spouting nonsense. I see. Alone's eyes filled with determination. If you wish, I'll swear an oath. This isn't a bad offer for a bit of your time. Don't you think so? She paused for a moment at that, a flicker of hesitation crossing her expression. After a while Phenia led him to a door. The time gate was in there as promised. All your assets will be mine the moment you fail. Alone, confident, said, that won't happen. She leaned her head against the door and looked at him, thinking to herself, perfect timing, I've been wondering whether he's the mastermind of the domain or just a lucky useless fellow. After listening to him for a bit, I believe he's more the latter. Phinia curled her lips in contempt and assessed him. Contrary to the inhuman aura around him, he only has a small mana core and slightly above average energy sensing. His talent barely touches the second circle. What can he do with that? Pathetic. In fact, the truth is you don't really need to close this gate. In 3 months it will naturally vanish after expelling a relic. The research will end then and no magician capable of sealing the time gate would appear. However, the time gate at the Azure Magic Tower has continued wreaking havoc for over 2 years. Now Alone slowly stepped toward the cracking time gate. Phinia shrugged as a warning, if you can't do anything, just leave the room. He ignored her words and began weaving hand signs. She frowned skeptically. You intend to use your hands as a conductor instead of a staff? Even ancient grimoire classifications separate those methods. That's a primitive method. It's almost a fairy tale technique. Phinia couldn't help but sneer and try to stop him. For heaven's sake, stop miming and get out of here. Alone ignored her and began chanting. Suddenly everything went pitch black around them. Her face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down her nose. I can't move. No, everything has stopped moving. Phinia quickly cast mana na into her eyes, trying to peer around. Before her, a gigantic crimson eye was tightly shut. It was only for an instant. The eye opened, the pupil a deep blood red that seemed to gouge into Phinia's soul. She focused on those mysterious circles and fell into thought, something unknown. Seeing its essence was simple, this must not be allowed to happen. Phinia raised a hand to touch something, stopped, cut the thought off. What is understood must never be recognized. Cut off your thoughts, really. The red eye continued to stare unblinkingly. After a moment a giant hand gently reached toward Phinia, prompting a fleeting thought. An absolute command. She widened her eyes. Her face now beaded with sweat from fear. I understand the command. The eye shrank then squeezed shut, leaving Phinia bewildered as she looked up. She stood frozen, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly Alone spoke, making Phinia jump. The gate is closed. As soon as he finished he held something in his hand and mused to himself. It was as easy as flipping my palm. All I needed was the item and a special method. Then Alone said, I'll take the relic Sharon vomited up. He looked at Phinia and pondered. I need to use it a few more times so I used a persuasive charm. I wonder if she'll believe me. Phinia's face was terrified, stammering, yes, I won't tell anyone. Alone sighed, thinking his bluff had failed. He stepped toward Phinia. Ah, I'm flattered, but it's unnecessary. Phinia recoiled in fear and shouted from the back, yes, I'll keep absolute secrecy, I won't tell anyone. Terrified, she kept backing up and yelled, I can keep a secret. Really, I'm serious. Alone still didn't understand, puzzled. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? He turned away and called to Evan, let's head back. No sooner had they moved than Alone heard a voice from behind him, please wait a moment. Phinia immediately opened a box and thrust it toward him. This is a mana recovery potion I made myself. Please, take it. Alone picked up a vial and inspected it. A potion personally made by the deputy head? And a top-grade one at that. Phinia asked, do you like it? Alone stood dumbfounded, thinking, these 2 vials are worth as much as several lower-grade ones combined. I checked the price and nearly choked. Then Alone wondered, is she so grateful I closed the gate? Phinia blanched in embarrassment. That was what the Count requested, I'll absolutely keep silent. Seriously. Suddenly she mischievously added, of course. A ma oath, should I swear a ma oath? Alone was helpless, thinking, really, this petty thing needs an oath. After a moment he said wait a bit and then thought to himself. She seems to be misunderstanding something. Suddenly many chains fell from nowhere around where they stood, and quickly wrapped tightly around them. Phinia shouted again, see? I keep my promises very well. Alone sighed and turned back, I understand. Then he moped, she shows no sign of clearing up this misunderstanding. A fleeting thought later, and at the Azure Tower he'd acquired the relic he wanted, 5 potions, and an oath. Early the next morning, in front of a grand, imposing tower, Evan stared at the object Alone wore on his wrist and asked, "Is that the treasure that fell from the gate? Hard to retrieve, huh, but it looks more primitive than I expected. Is the performance any good?" Alone gently touched the object and replied, "Well, anyway, this is something I absolutely needed." He stared at the trinket. "The mark of the impudent, good, I got it safely. The gem set in the bracelet can absorb and store ambient mana." The device on Alone's wrist suddenly glowed, making him exclaim. "It works well," he mused. "Storage capacity isn't large, but with my mana core it's more than enough." Then Alone stared into the distance, a body with less mana than even a support item. He set his resolve. No, his goal was to study magic and protect himself, not to fight. Alone sat in a corner nodding. This is enough. He thought of Fenia again and wondered. By the way, what exactly did Fenia misunderstand? Alone suddenly recalled that odd polite attitude. He remembered Fenia. "Please come in." Alone turned to introduce himself. "Let me be clear. I am a second circle mage." Fenia responded warmly, "I know, you very much seem like a second circle mage." Alone was thrown into confusion. Is she mocking me? Back in reality, he sat quietly pondering. This reaction was like Kalia's last time. He continued to recall images of Kalia. Over here. Fenia forced a smile, still uneasy. Alone gazed out the window pensively. After all, he probably wouldn't meet any of them again, so it should be fine. Sunlight blazed down, below a carriage rolled by and voices rose. "Lovely weather," someone replied. "Yes, very peaceful." Outside, the Altia Duchy was unusually quiet. Loria held a teacup and said gently, "Long time no see, I hope you have a pleasant time, Miss Sinonia." Kalia smiled and replied, "Of course, being around you doesn't change anything. I'm truly happy to see you again." Loria coquettishly said, "How convenient that we don't need to haggle over rank or power." Kalia added, "The far-sighted vision of Count Palacio astonishes once more." She thought of Alone. Visiting the Altia Duchy seemed like a good idea. Kalia Aline pondered and, following his advice, quickly grasped the true intention. That evening, during conversation, both realized they were inferior to Palladio. Loria and Kalia's mouths dropped in surprise. Whatever the reason, it was an alliance built on Count Palacio's command. Alone's imposing image made any power struggle meaningless when standing beneath the absolute number one. 2 insignias appeared. Zenonia and Altia had become more comfortable allies. Loria wondered the conference was next month. Why visit today? Kalia explained, "The Count sent a letter citing the day I came to visit." Loria gently opened the letter. "I wonder what's inside." The letter discussed talks between noble houses. It read, "Milady, I hope you are well. Regarding your previous visit, a few nobles grumbled to me about it. Thus there aren't many nobles suitable for me. Please understand." Kalia said, "It looks like a perfectly ordinary apology letter." But Loria added, "There's definitely some plot hidden inside." Kalia agreed at once. "Yes, I think we should discuss it." And so the two of them chatted together. "Not many nobles suitable for me, huh? Baron Kenya is on the nobility side and Marquis Maranchan is one of the royal faction's key figures. Viscount Bilanda belongs to the royal faction. Duke Fulvian is a leading noble figure. Among the nobles he spoke with at the ball." Kalia finally summed up briefly, "He dislikes both the nobility and the royalists, a horrifying thought, so he's going to kill them all." Loria said calmly, "We should draw conclusions based on reason." Kalia quickly replied, "I agree." Loria slowly said, then she emphasized that he wants to eliminate the current nobles. When they realized the truth, both went pale with fear. Loria stared and said, "That's what it means." Kalia, also terrified, added, "And create a new government." Loria glared up at the sky in displeasure. "That's why Altia needs its reputation and wants me to be duke." The atmosphere turned awkward. If the Western Overlord were beside him, Kalia would certainly resist. "Seems like it." The two of them then said we should plan it. Meanwhile at the Azure Tower a voice rang out, "Count Palacio. Do you mean he's like the Stargate?" Fenia flopped wearily onto the table. "Yes," the tower master asked curiously, "tell me the details." She looked up and sighed. And so the pieces of the picture were randomly formed, moved chaotically, and snapped into place. Over here, Evan asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Alone put a hand to his mouth and replied, "I suddenly choked on a sweet potato." He still spoke calmly but looked fine. Evan handed over water saying, "Here's some water." Alone took it and thanked him. He wore a doleful, gloomy expression. "I want to go home so badly." Then he thought, Yusha's letter should be arriving soon. The sky grew dim. Beneath a statue of a goddess, Yusha stood motionless. Then she gently smiled with an embarrassed face. Cut to the Azure Tower. At that moment someone's voice rang out. "Oh, Peenia dear, my disciple, I'm back." He had just returned and glanced around. Strange, I no longer sense the time gate's presence. This person is the tower's master, Archmage 8 Circle Selene Micardo. Seeing her like this he wondered, did something happen while I was away? Across from him, Peenia answered in a shrinking voice. "Tower Master, you've finally returned. I've completed every task you assigned." Seeing her demeanor, the Tower Master was a bit surprised. "Peenia, what's wrong?" Selene asked softly, but Peenia didn't even bother to answer. This made him ponder inwardly. The girl isn't throwing her usual tantrum. What on earth happened? Because Peenia had early become Deputy Tower Master thanks to innate talent since childhood, her ego and arrogance had skyrocketed to the heavens. She probably just made some new recruit burst into tears again. Still, I never intended to curb that trait. Her passion for magic is pure. Once she reaches 7 circles, she'll realize how little her past achievements amount to and naturally rein herself in. That's why her current composure looks so strange. Selene stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Listen, my northern expedition took quite long this time. Could the backlog of work while I was gone have worn you out?" She turned to the Tower Master with a pleading look. After a moment, Selene finally understood everything. So the Count sealed the time gate, but because of the oath, you can't reveal the exact method he used? In response she gave a slight shake of the head. After all, there weren't many details to recount about the closing of the gate, it's all I can present. Somehow her sad demeanor seemed to amuse Selene a little. Could the thing that humbled Peenia really be some inexplicable magic? Or more precisely, primitive magic, right? The girl was so terrified she didn't even bother to resist when I touched her. Count Palatino of the Kingdom of Asteria. Fascinating. He's someone I need to keep an eye on. Time passed quickly, cut to the protagonist's location. It's been a month since leaving the Azure Tower. After snatching the impudence trinket, I began seriously delving into sigils, since my daily magic allowance has been increased. Important note, the rules for operating sigils and spells break if these criteria aren't met. Don't use nonsensical magic, don't repeat the same element, and use no more than 4 types of magic. Combining similar phrases can create resonance. Newly discovered patterns suggest a given sigil must be arranged scientifically. I guess that, and thankfully I've grasped a new operating rule for polymorphic sigil clusters. This might relate to technique and positioning when I set up the magic, though I'm not completely certain yet. Evan happened to pass by and came up to ask, "Every time I see it, your magic seems stronger than before, milord, is that so?" Alone sighed wearily at that. It hadn't matched a 2nd circle mage's level before, but now it's at a whole different scale from a few months ago. I think deploying an ordinary gravity spell couldn't have made a pit this deep, he mused silently. Gravity is only a 2nd circle magic, pushed to max power it still shouldn't be able to pulverize an entity so completely. I once thought I was getting stronger, was that a false sense? If there's a real cause for this power spike, it's certainly not due to mere proficiency or sigils. After all, improving magical mastery only boosts precision and practical casting. Sigils act like trigger keywords to alter properties. I spent months analyzing the sigil matrix for gravity and recently swapped nearly synonymous phrase clusters for one another. In the end I realized the potency only rises when you find the optimal arrangement. It's not just an illusion. Otherwise it's absurd. There's no basis for a spell's destructive power to suddenly surge like that. Maybe I've just been in peak condition lately. Meanwhile Evan, making small talk, pulled out a letter and said, "Oh, I'm here to deliver a letter from Yusha, it's just arrived." Alone nodded, "Thanks." "Thanks, Evan. I'll go back to my room and mull it over when I have free time." "Oh, are you going into the study?" Yes, I've used up all 3 of my spell casts for today. The protagonist replied, walking and thinking, what root phrase caused my power to surge so suddenly? Could that be the benefit gained from a curse? A curse is an ancient Eastern ritual where the caster accepts self-sacrifice to harm others or themselves. When bearing a curse, the target suffers but simultaneously gains compensatory power. But there's no one here versed in Eastern occult arts, so that possibility is out. Could it be the power of faith? But coming from account of a minor state forgotten by the underworld, that sounds implausible. Well, sometimes you should just put your worries aside and get on with life. After all, nothing bad comes from that, right? In another development in the Rosario city-state, the capital Rional, a pristine city where residents worship Chironia, goddess of the moon and peace, at the Eastern Chapel. While Yusha was praying there, a knight approached from behind and said, "Greetings, sister." Sensing who had come, Yusha gently turned and replied, "Welcome Sir Knight Lok, everything going well?" At that moment Lok thought to himself, she's a nun ranked below a holy knight, she can't even wear the blessed sash. Yet I still must keep a respectful attitude. Having thought that, the knight bowed and began his report. Yes, this time we rescued 8 children and 25 civilians from a remote village between the eastern and western borders. This success is all thanks to you, sister. Yusha shook her head, refusing the credit. Not at all, it was you who performed those noble deeds. Lok replied, and it was you who enlightened someone as ignorant as me. I will forever be grateful. For 20 years I drowned in despair because I couldn't sense any divine power at all. I almost gave it all up, he recalled. As Lok sat panting like an ox after training, Yusha's voice sounded not far away. If there's something you yearn for so desperately, try placing your faith in the moon. The moon? He wondered in despair and doubt. Yusha said little, replying with an enigmatic line. You'll understand many things once you actually do it. Back in the knight's mind, he was so desperate he was willing to try anything. I sincerely prayed to the moon for days, just as she instructed, and then miraculously I could use divine power. I was overjoyed, but that led me to briefly succumb to temptation by placing faith in the moon instead of goddess Chironia. I feared I was sliding into heresy. Still, all divine-sourced power shares the same nature. Even the holy relics blessed in the goddess's name shone human-like when I touched them. That was clear proof of the divine power I possessed. But why did you advise me to trust the moon, sister? In response, Yusha began to enlighten him. Faith originates from an invisible belief and takes a long time to manifest. It's always easier when you seek what you need in something visibly present. That moonlight will always watch over and support you. Whether under some charm or not, Lok agreed as if it were obvious. I understand. Because the goddess herself is the symbol of the moon. This is a way for the skeptical to find an absolutely reliable anchor for their deepest desires. He bowed gratefully. Sister, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. Returning to the present, Yusha spoke up. If you want to show your gratitude, let's perform the prayer ritual together. Lok responded, placing his hand on his chest. I'm willing to do it as many times as needed. You arrived just in time, the ceremony is about to begin and everyone has gathered. Yusha led Lok into the sanctuary, which had already drawn a great crowd. She walked slowly to the center of the sanctuary. Lok also found a seat. Now, let us pray together. The moon is clearer than ever tonight, everyone, face the great moon. Back to the protagonist. Alone held the letter Yusha sent and sighed in boredom. Today's letter was nothing special, mostly just daily chit-chat. That means everyone is doing fine, which is good. Indeed, but it still makes me a bit sad that no one writes to me except Yusha, even though everyone's fine. If I think from their perspective, it's understandable. They probably see me as a stranger uncle they've never met, just a kindly passerby. Anyway, I achieved my goal of guiding them onto the right path so they won't destroy the world, so there's no reason to be sad. No reason at all. Alone's resolve wavered a little. Yusha must be very busy, yet she still writes to me regularly. I raise 5 kids, but only the eldest ever seems to acknowledge my efforts. Just as Alone was quietly crying inside, his friend Evan suddenly spoke up. Count, are you busy? Evan's unexpected question made Alone jump. Hey, you're still here. He didn't need to fetch a scrap of paper, and said, oh yes, I just received some news about the kids from the Information Guild so I wanted to report it to you right away. About Raiden, the one you asked about last time. He's become a pirate now. This information really planted question marks over the protagonist's head. A few seconds later he stammered, can you elaborate? so the two of them went to the tea table. Guard Evan began recounting what he'd gathered. First up, the most talked about person is Sealrang, and Sealrang has achieved a 32-win streak out of 100 matches. That's the requirement for her to become a Baba Yaga. Hearing that, Alone blinked and asked back. A 32-win streak? Wait, the fighter with the longest streak is. Before he could finish, Evan nodded. The Lion King with a 41-win streak. At this, Alone couldn't help but admire. Lion King is far too strong, having joined a player's party briefly. This colony relies on many powerful individuals to flaunt its military might, and she's about to surpass the colony's top contender. Unaware of his thoughts, Evan continued his report. As for Deus, his cult executed one of the 8 chieftains of the barbarian tribes in the Snowlands, the leader of those who transform into monsters through rituals. You know them, right? As for the protagonist, of course he'd be familiar with this plotline. He thought inwardly, I know them very well. Back in the game I had to fight the barbarian tribe and defeat their god, Ultultus. Lucky it's not a face-off now. Ultultus only appears when the 5 great sins assemble, an insanely hard encounter. Thinking that, Alone relaxed. Well then, seems I don't need to worry about Deus anymore. Evan chimed in happily. With this, he's now considered on par with the top sword. Learning that the kid he's sponsoring grew so strong, Alone began planning to cling to him. Maybe I really should go meet him, might be lucrative. Ignoring the protagonist's fantasies, Evan added, and Rina, she's become an appraiser, she can now carve black patterns onto artifacts to boost their power. Such a thing exists. Fascinating, she's probably living well in her own way. Alone nodded in agreement, but his tone began to change. So the crux is that the runt actually became a pirate. Now that they were onto the main point, Evan's expression turned a bit more serious. Have you heard of the 7 Isles off the Torn Sea? It's where the great pirates hang out. He became the captain of the first isle, the largest of them all. At this, Alone seemed to collapse with disappointment. No way, some forum post I once laughed off is now my real life. I didn't send it to the Torn Sea for that reason. Raiden is excellent at finding enemies, plus being a rare sea deity he can move freely underwater. The Torn Sea also holds many precious relics, so I advised him to become a treasure hunter, a promising career. I used to specialize in finding foes too. Seeing Alone so desperate, Evan tried to console him a bit. Being captain of a mighty pirate band is practically equivalent to being the island's lord. Now he's become an extremely important figure. Probably, Alone replied, but the looks of despair didn't fade. He kept wondering how on earth the runt had ousted the first isle's captain. All the captains are formidable, and none had ever lost a naval battle to anyone. Maybe he only salvaged the truly valuable relics from the old era. I also wanted to get my hands on a top-tier relic, so I ground many hours for treasure hunters. So he armed himself and seized the captain's position. I know the world doesn't always run my way, but this stings. Is this what it feels like to have a child turn pirate? Thinking that, Alone went pale as a sheet, like he might go sell salt at any moment, which made Evan nearly pee his pants. Count, are you all right? Cut to the giant port city of Raxas. Across the bay lies the pirate heaven of the 7, and the largest among them is the first archipelago. The great pirate, the Red Slayer, used to be captain here. He traded wealth for the protection of the Celestial Warden, and this is the one who defeated him to become the new captain of the first archipelago. Raiden now wore an expression of deep irritation. I just don't know, what is the Great Moon anyway? I never cared enough to think deeply about it. At first he was simply someone I was grateful to. I should have died like a slave cut open. But thanks to him I met Yusha and awakened my powers. Honestly, I feel like I'm following Yusha's orders while serving as a blue moon. So when I received a direct command from the Great Moon, I really couldn't comprehend it. What does it even mean to become a treasure hunter? It even fills me with disgust. I must start my revenge as soon as possible. Those black things, they slaughtered an entire tribe. We were living peacefully on an island nobody even knew about. On the continent we were lucky enough to escape to. Those damn hunters killed my parents when they were exhausted, and sold me off like a slave. I don't see how becoming a treasure hunter and that gift have anything to do with my vow of vengeance. On the very day the runt set foot here, at least I have to pretend I'm following orders. Why is it so noisy over there? Raiden turned his attention to the nearby ship. Wanted posters were just appearing on the board behind them. He immediately probed with his power. The bastards who destroyed everything for Raiden were all here. A scarred man sneered and said, "Only the chosen great pirates can receive the Celestial Warden's protection through wealth. The selected captains of the 7 Isles are eternal." By now the runt couldn't hold back his murderous intent. "I found the bastards who killed my parents. So they finally seized power, huh? That Celestial Warden is deliberately spreading deceitful lies, claiming that only through a sacred ritual using parts of the sea god's body can one receive the power bestowed by the sea god Ko-Lai, and every captain of the 7 Isles once held that power. They're celebrating, oblivious to the disaster about to strike. Those cursed hunters tore my parents' bodies to pieces." Raiden's fury exploded. On the night of the fireworks, Raiden stood high on the gloomy ship watching the scene. Waves crashing non-stop, he gloomily wondered to himself, how on earth did he find out? Raiden mouthed, "Even though I never told him a thing." He looked at the lovely ship out there and thought to himself that it was as if the great moon were keeping a promise, and had even arranged the chance for revenge at this perfectly timed moment. Raiden clenched his trembling hands thinking, but with our strength right now, we probably can't take them on. He recalled those people, because they were the ones wielding the sea god's power. At that thought, Raiden suddenly paused and pondered, if it was all part of the plan from the start. Raiden lifted his pendant high and muttered, "Then this gift must have a reason too." Raiden raised the pendant high under the moonlight, encircling the ship. The great moon had already arranged everything. He clasped the chain with both hands reverently. Raiden always knew the board and the foundations for revenge had been laid out. Then the young man, eyes full of resentment, placed the pendant on his forehead, determination kindling within. The next day, the sea rippled a lush green, small islands lush with trees and tall coconut palms. The feet of a youth ran swiftly across the islet's grassy shore. Raiden shot down from above into the sea without hesitation, his whole body plunging straight into the surrounding water. Amid the waves and clear foam, the young man saw the familiar pendant. Raiden's eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted it. The pendant fit perfectly around the boy's neck, the gift from the great moon, that orange revealing lens. Raiden remembered that the orange revealing lens made it easy to find relics sunken in deeper seas, and some finds could make up the power he was lacking. Raiden dove deeper, swimming down to the treasure on the seabed. That day as dusk fell over the sea, Raiden hung the items he found under the sea around his neck. As he walked, Raiden muttered, "Just a thank you. I'm such an idiot." Raiden hugged the young treasure up to the sky. The great moon had kept its promise. He recalled what had happened, not only bringing the revenge target before me but also granting me the power to take revenge. Raiden murmured, "The mission in that letter is finally all understood. What is your true intention?" Raiden slicked back his hair with pride and restated, "Your plan, carry out revenge and annex the 7 Isles." Elsewhere, Yusha sat and said casually, "Am I right or am I right? So don't forget, all that, O great one of Raiden's place." He continued the sentence because the great moon majestic is that sentence, right? What once seemed meaningless slowly became the light of belief. Raiden hummed to himself, everything engraved deep in his heart for the great majestic moon. Raiden stood by the shore holding the young treasure, the moonlight slowly sinking below the horizon. 3 months later the sweltering heat began to ease and autumn arrived, bringing the Asteria festival held every 2 years. Alone Palacio sat in the carriage thinking to himself, "And here I am dragged along against my will." He asked his companions, forced to attend every 4 years. Seriously annoying. Carriages rolled on one after another at a brisk pace. Even sitting opposite answered Alone Palacio, "According to the schedule, the crawled and adorned family carriages have already mustered." He nodded. "Oh really?" Alone Palacio mused silently, having to travel in a big convoy just because of fear of bandits, what a bother, what a weird culture. It's infuriating. Time flew and the day was nearly over. Alone Palacio sat in the inn nursing a mug of beer. But by evening he realized 2 annoying nobles had come running over to babble at him. "Lord Count Palacio, having only 1 guard is a bit much, isn't it? Maybe you stumbled into the title and now the coffers are empty." Alone Palacio glared at the scene in despair. "It's not bandits that's the problem, it's these nobles." He covered his helpless face with a plate. "Enjoy trash-talking each other much? Go gossip behind someone's back somewhere else and finish it." Actually this wasn't unfamiliar to Alone Palacio. He'd once been a legendary bastard whose power dominated the entire eastern underworld, built on mountains of loot from the criminal world. Alone Palacio recalled his own background. But having been satisfied with his current life, he'd hung up his sword and was living comfortably now. What's the difficulty? I don't get dragged into the underworld's dangerous mess anymore. Alone Palacio eyed those scheming nobles like hunting dogs. Thus the eastern underworld had become a mine fought over by shrimp-sized scoundrels. And the rumor that I became count not by merit but by luck. Alone Palacio tilted his head thinking it was almost true. Baseless whispers about backers for the count's family had settled and been reduced to, the lucky bastard, I know that all too well. Those two nobles ran up to brag in front of him. Pathetic. Empty pockets, right? Sob sob, if you just say the word I'll gladly dole out charity. Alone Palacio sighed in disbelief, how dare they mock him to his face. Grown adults acting like children. What lunatics. Alone Palacio looked at the two nobles, a bit puzzled but thinking they'd clearly crossed a line. But at that very moment an idea popped into his head. Ah, this is the festival of Palacio's victims. This is the festival of Palacio's victims. As Alone Palacio recalled the ranks, Palacio, Crailed, Adorn, those who'd been used by Palacio like walking wallets. And looking at reality now, they're venting all the frustrations they'd endured. They're going berserk, unleashing rage uncontrollably. Alone Palacio sat there helplessly wondering, was he even the one who made them drunk and start this in the first place? Alone Palacio just sat there sighing and taking it like facing a bunch of provocateur hooligans, must be blocker overload. At that moment even came out surprised and asked, oh, still not done taunting? Admirable effort. He shook his head and moved on, the best approach is to ignore and live. Even, where did you come from? He replied in surprise, oh, they handed this out in the kitchen. Even held out what he was carrying, roasted corn. Alone Palacio exclaimed, oh, looks tasty. He munched the roasted corn beside even thinking to himself this survival snack is my favorite, especially on a cold night like this, perfect. Thinking back, the huge underworld army from before probably couldn't be sustained and was disbanded, huh? The carriage seems poorly maintained too, oh well, whatever. He glanced back at the two nobles, sounds like they're about to shake hands. Planning to form an alliance or what? Alone Palacio and even munched roasted corn, praising it. Delicious. Slap some butter on it and it's perfection. Meanwhile, at the northern region, the eternal icy land had been seized by the Manhwa tribes as if no living thing remained, leaving only a cursed grayness suffocating everything. The one-armed man dragged himself across the white snow. Huff. As he moved he left streaks of blood on the snow. The one-armed man cursed in pain and fury. Damn Calibans, they don't know honor. He was one of the 8 great chieftains of the Manhwa clan Klakan. And for the Manhwa, who revere combat, death on the battlefield is the highest glory and dignity. But this time was different, he'd fallen into a trap set by that knight Caliban who had challenged him, and lost to his cowardly sneak attack. The chieftain coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood. He lay sprawled, weakly hacking and coughing. That chieftain lay on the white snow, helplessly moaning. If this continues, what will become of the snowplain stronghold? Snow kept falling relentlessly across the cold north, burying the chieftain deeper under the cold layer. He gasped out his final breaths. Klakan had been too arrogant, now he could not close his eyes in peace at the doorway to death. Cold snow fell thickly, his eye sockets oozing blood without stop. Oh, my flesh and blood. From the frozen north a voice rang out, call my name. The voice echoed around the chieftain, shout my great title. That sound demanded the name you have always worshipped. The chieftain groaned and called the name. He whispered, Lord Otultus. The chieftain's body grew weaker. He murmured to the snow, Great One. His remaining hand struggled to prop him up to sit. The great chieftain tilted his body upward and shouted, I am the supreme deity, Lord Otultus. He begged up toward Otultus, I dare to call your name. Otultus smiled approvingly, very well, then I will grant your wish. The caravan escorting Alone Palacio continued on to the Rotter family's grand feast. As they made their way to the social event, middle-aged sweet life carried on. Even with other houses present, the ridicule never stopped. The nobles Crailed and Adorn got sloshed and mocked Alone Palacio, dancing and singing. What, that's even a topic. Pathetic enough to make me cry. Alone Palacio dryly told himself, we just ignore them and don't feed into it. This is basic player etiquette. Oh look, you've hooked a juicy target. After a while the convoy stopped. We'll stay here for the night. Victory belonged to the one who ignored while the other desperately tried to provoke. Krailed and Adorn flew into a rage, yelling at that bastard for constantly snubbing them. Unbelievable. Krailed and Adorn looked at each other and asked, so how's the escort reinforcements? I checked with an item, it's just that brat and that knight Duan. Daring enough to sit at the same table as the nobles. Alone Palacio cried out while munching corn, it's too hot. Even worriedly offered, let me blow on it for you. The two sighed and accepted. Looks like the rumor that they're useless is true. The nobles Krailed and Adorn conferred, then let's roll out the plan to take over the underworld. No need to bow to the Palacios anymore. They grinned maliciously to each other, vast wealth and power circulate in the underworld, and finally we'll taste it ourselves. If we seize the underworld, shouldn't we give him a little present? Krailed and Adorn happily painted futures, promising to teach him the brutal taste of this world properly. Haha, you're quite generous, sir. They were laughing when a rustling sound made them turn, and they screamed. Krailed and Adorn pointed trembling toward it, monsters. Some ran inside, others rushed out to fight. The frontline mages fired flares into the sky, signaling danger to the whole convoy. The signal flares brought weapons and projected targeting beams onto the monsters. Kuha-yik. Members recognized goblins and sighed in relief. Phew, what is it? Just goblins, huh? These are the weak monsters you meet in forests, but then everyone suddenly realized something else. What if their numbers are enough to sweep everything away? The convoy gaped at the sight. The monsters advanced carrying heavy weapons. The party participants frowned and cried, damn it, the outer lookouts are all dead. What the hell is going on? Many stammered, I've never seen goblins shaped like this before. Their size is different. Are these mutants? And they're saturated with magic, which meant both sides snapped into combat-ready stance. But the strength gap was obvious. Their physique was nothing like the goblins we knew. The monsters attacked relentlessly, never tiring. They struck where the humans stood, earth and rock flying, giving no quarter and receiving fierce counterattacks. The beasts crawled and scurried over the ground in chaos, gathering their strength. The beasts scurried in chaos, pooling power. They stopped, looked around, then cried, Kuhi kick, now the monsters have massed in one place. Mages and knights discussed, tri-tier magic stone wall and dual-tier magic formation only protect. Who's that other mage? Just then Alone Palacio appeared and issued an empowerment command. Knights and mages turned to look at the one who had struck. Light held at a point then began to spiral forward continuously. Alone Palacio thrust his hand in a punch, pressure, the monsters yelped, Kuhei kick. They couldn't escape the empowered circle. A constant Kuhei kick sound rang out. A large pack of monsters was trapped inside the empowerment sphere. The human group, bothered by the mist, retreated back. Alone Palacio strolled up to the sphere nonchalantly. He clenched both hands tight, squeezing out a vacuum. A high-intensity light flared between Alone Palacio's palms. Earth, rock, and shards of light began to explode and rain down everywhere. Alone Palacio intoned another primal command. The ring on Alone's arm glowed step by step like a bar indicating raw power. The empowerment sphere then detonated, scattering the monsters to pieces. Alone Palacio calmly stood his ground and watched it all. Krailed and Adorn gaped, unable to believe their eyes. The mages and knights were equally stunned. Alone Palacio turned and told everyone, don't just stand there, get ready to move. Soon after, everyone snapped back to fighting the incoming beasts. Humans and monsters charged at each other in full force. Alone Palacio swung his hand to lend support to the mages. Countless slashes from his hand were sent toward the monsters. Those slashes were precise and didn't harm humans. Even, fighting nearby, stared in amazement. Time kept passing. The brave humans kept fighting without retreat. Neither side stopped until dawn. When it quieted, those hiding in safety ran out cheering, over. It's over. The mages and knights panted, exhausted but relieved and proud. All eyes turned to Alone Palacio, everyone thinking about him. Seeing Alone in armor, everyone wondered who he really was. But no one knew his face had gone pale, he'd nearly died, this was bad. Alone looked at the special ring on his hand. Even though his daily spell uses had increased, it was only 3 or 4 times. In battle he was still just an ordinary man with a meager mana core. Even ran over and asked, My Lord Count, are you hurt anywhere? Alone nodded, I'm fine. Alone's face remained pale as he thought, even here. Losing the ability to protect myself is truly terrifying. Even asked confusedly for confirmation, "Are you really okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Alone thought, "I was so annoyed earlier I almost went alone, but lucky I came with the nobles. But this crystallized death stone is the real problem. How did it appear?" Spirit crystallization is a strange phenomenon that occurs when an evil god is about to descend. Affected monsters become fiercer and their physical strength increases. Alone moved while pondering, how could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. He still had many questions. This should only happen when the 5 great sins are born. Have the world's rules collapsed so much that those dark gods can appear? And this signals that soon they'll descend upon this land. Alone Palacio held his head in helplessness. The children haven't awakened the 5 great sins' power yet, so why? What's actually happening? That day Alone Palacio set everything aside and decided to gather information first when they arrived. He glanced back and observed, if this keeps happening, sooner or later our heads will be off our shoulders. The 2 nobles behind were still shell-shocked, clutching their heads, pale and speechless. The next day, House Roteger's Duke Alone Palacio arrived, looking gloomy from the long journey. He groaned tiredly, "Finally, we're here." Because the whole banquet party ran into one trouble after another, the curtain on the grand social gala had been lifted. Even sat behind rubbing Alone's neck and shoulders. He complained, "I just want to go home and sleep properly." The grand social gala inside gathered countless nobles, all refined and elegant, but it was just a painted facade. Alone Palacio looked around, judging the Lauder family's feast. Wow, it's all gold decorations. Must have cost a fortune. Even sipped his wine and boredly mocked, showing off the money. Maybe I could swindle a piece and no one would know. It looks so garish and tacky. Lost in thought, Alone heard a voice from afar. Good heavens, Duke Lauder is certainly no ordinary man. The Lauder noble chuckled, "It's because my little bird won't let me be alone, isn't that so?" The other nobles laughed and advised, "Ah, Duke, do take care of your health." The more Alone saw, the more he loathed it, thinking, making peace with these nobles yields nothing good, I don't want to get involved, better to step back a bit. But of course someone had their sights on him right then, and Alone felt incredibly unlucky. Just as he planned to avoid trouble, the nobles Krailed and Adorn buttered their way over. "Ho ho ho, Count Palacio, could you spare a moment?" They produced an offering and put it before him. "This is premium meat from my domain. Would you like to try it? I'm hoping to support your fief. What do you think?" Alone tilted his head in confusion. "What's this about? Why all of a sudden?" Krailed and Adorn saw his expression and trembled with worry. Seeing the Count's face, they secretly cried inside, "We're doomed." Krailed and Adorn tried to calm each other but couldn't stop panicking. Flashback to the day before, after the battle with the goblins. "Did you just see that? Was that magic?" Krailed and Adorn clutched their heads, looking toward Alone and even in confusion. One turned to the other and asked, "Did you see that? Was that really magic?" Krailed and Adorn ran to call on Baron Kamen, "May we borrow your mage for a moment? We have a question that's bothering us." The one dragged over was the 3-tier mage Baron Amen had brought to flaunt his status. The 3-tier mage awkwardly held his wand, asking, "What is it?" The nobles panicked, that surge of mana just now. They recalled that terrifying source of power and couldn't help but feel afraid. They trembled as they probed, that was only at the double-tier level, right? The 3-tier mage pondered, double-tier. Then she denied it, leaving the 2 stunned. How could it be double-tier? Definitely not. He's at a level far beyond me. So from triple-tier upward. Krailed and Adorn teared up, wondering, did Count Palacio get lucky? Don't be ridiculous. They had witnessed that power, no need for any guards. The look on Alone's face during the magical battle still haunted them. They thought of him as someone hiding a cruel, cold nature. So now, scrambling to save their skins, they resorted to bribery. No other options left, Krailed and Adorn decided they'd better bow. I was rude to Lord Palacio. I was lost in such fanciful delusions I'd lost my mind. Both of them begged, "Please have mercy." Even went up to Alone Palacio and asked blankly, "What is this? You followed him all the way here to say this?" He wearily wondered, what on earth is going on? I still don't understand any of it. Even put a hand on his shoulder and asked if he should deal with them. He shook his head, no point, it's just a waste of effort. He sighed, remembering that no matter how open this country is, this goes past what can be ignored. Alone Palacio told even to let him handle it. I don't have that kind of power, he thought, but whatever, just scare them as much as possible. He then glared to play the wicked role. The nobles Krailed and Adorn fell to their knees in terror on the banquet floor. They grabbed each other's hands and wailed, "We're done for, this is worse than death." After that, the banquet went on in its usual fake, lively manner. Alone Palacio scanned the room and sent even off to the intelligence guild. "I'll dig up some dirt on those nobles." Alone picked up a pastry, nibbling as he listened to the nobles' gossip. "Oh ho, those two seem to be plotting something secret." Two nearby nobles stood in a corner whispering. Alone tried to eavesdrop. He considered boosting his hearing with mana, but that would be overkill. One noble asked, "Have you heard about this? About Duke Althea and Countess Sinonia?" Alone Palacio was stunned on hearing it. "You know. I heard they're about to ally, right? Even forming an alliance is strange enough." He munched his pastry and mused, "What's the big deal? No need to worry about that." Alone clicked his tongue at the two. "Anyway, the houses behind those two already dislike each other. That alliance probably won't last long." Then he savored another bite of his favorite pastry. Alone exclaimed, "The tea's divine, this shop's a gem, and there's even juicier gossip." "Don't gape," they continued, "those two aren't the leaders." "So who on earth is?" they whispered while Alone remained lost in his pastry. They said that when they heard the name, it was like a lightning strike to them. Because the name those two mentioned was Palacio. Alone Palacio heard it and literally dropped his pastry. Their leader, he looked over there in utter confusion. Alone Palacio felt like he might lose his mind when they said it. They said it was Count Palacio himself. He mentally reviewed his life up to this point here. What nonsense are they talking? As for Duke Althea, I'd only met her once when she was a young lady. And Miss Sinonia I've only met a few times. Alone Palacio held his head in helplessness. The current Countess Sinonia hasn't even met him. How did such a ridiculous rumor spread? It's obviously just idle chatter. Just then someone else ran up calling Count Palacio. Alone wondered tiredly why so many people wanted to talk to him today. It's making him uneasy. The noble approached. "I'm Cayman, third son of the Comelin ducal house of Ashutalan, an honor to meet you." He somewhat realized, a grand ceremony like this would draw nobles from allied nations too. "Yes, pleased to meet you. I am Count Palacio." Cayman suddenly went mad and picked a fight with Alone Palacio. "I heard you lucked into that count title. I'm so jealous I had to see if you had some secret trick." He was slightly irritated and muttered under his breath. Well, nowadays even taro waffle cones have something to say." Just then other nobles came over to confront that fool Cayman. "What did you just say? Are you defending Alone Palacio? Do you mean to insult the nobles of our kingdom Asteria like this?" Cayman panicked and tried to explain. No, that's not it. What is this? Isn't that just a harmless punching bag to vent on?" This fool then introduced himself. "I am Cayman Comelin, a romantic and refined gentleman. I traveled far to court the youngest Miss Lauder as my wife. Would my betrothed like to taste the exquisite pastry I brought? Is there any woman in this world who's perfect in every way?" Cayman, with his fiancée in tow, cast a glance at the two young ladies passing by. He immediately switched to nasty judgment mode. "That young lady should watch her figure a bit, right?" Cayman babbled at Miss Lauder, who has a slightly turned-up nose, doesn't she? Then he turned to flatter his fiancée again. "Luckily Miss Lauder truly resembles her mother and is very beautiful, time to flirt." Miss Lauder disdainfully declined our engagement proposal. "I must reconsider," she said. Cayman cried out in panic. "What?" He sat there calling after the lady. "Miss Lauder? For some reason, our betrothal is broken." Cayman, furious, stormed into the main hall. "I've come all this way. This is really annoying." Just then Cayman spotted Alone Palacio standing there nibbling a pastry alone. Cayman appraised Alone, black hair and a cold face. "Is that him? Count Palacio?" Heard he was just a lucky brat with no backing." He saw him as an easy target, the perfect someone to take out his frustration on. Flashback over, the marquises and counts asked Cayman, didn't you bring proper decorum? Austria is our longtime ally. Cayman stammered like a frightened mouse, no, it's not like that, it's because. Alone Palacio watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. How unlucky must one be to have these three all step up together? And why does this noble pressure routine look so familiar? Watching Cayman bow and cry out, please forgive me. The three top nobles, stern as officers, scolded him. You think saying sorry makes everything over? He trembled, taking the punishment and pleading. I said sorry, won't that do? Alone Palacio finally recalled what it resembled, military service flashbacks. Cayman sobbed and fled while wailing, I committed a grave disrespect, I deserve to die. Duke Lauder, Marquis Mardenio, and Count Balin came over to ask if Count Palacio was all right. He waved them off urgently, I'm fine. Later Alone Palacio kept it to himself. But why is everyone acting like this today? I'm starting to get scared. From what he noticed, they had begun to move. That proved the rumor was true. And if Althea and Zenonia enter politics seriously, Palacio's power as a leader would be enormous. Alone Palacio wondered if it was because of that rumor. Better to publicly clarify it's just gossip, this is bound to cause big trouble otherwise. Marquis Mardenio stepped forward to speak. Come to think of it, I've never really spoken with you before, Count. Duke Lauder added, you must be very busy. I understand. Alone Palacio, flustered, began, actually. Marquis Mardenio rubbed his hands and asked, I heard Count Palacio has been busy researching magic lately. Coincidentally, I happen to have a few rather fine artifacts. He continued, so I'd like to present you with these relics that can store mana. What do you think? Duke Lauder and Count Balin also stepped forward to offer, what a coincidence, I too prepared a gift. Count, please accept this token of our sincerity. Alone Palacio was dazzled, he should definitely deny and call it a rumor. But he couldn't resist temptation, so he stayed silent and accepted 2 magical artifacts and 5 vials of mana-restoring potions. Dawn at the Lauder ducal villa. In the villa's parlor, a mysterious woman asked Marquis Mardenio, how did it go? He replied, fortunately he accepted happily. Small gifts among nobles are mere etiquette, but rare items like relics carry a different meaning. Those who want to join a faction offering precious items to the leader. That means, the woman said, just getting him to accept is already a victory. Marquis Mardenio laughed heartily. It's all thanks to Duchess Althea's generosity. She raised her hand excitedly and said, welcome, Marquis Mardenio. The Duchess smiled, Althea cheerfully declared, from now on we are officially on the same side. He replied, this is indeed a tremendous privilege. Everyone eagerly agreed. He thought to himself, Duchess Althea is usually so reserved and rarely appears in person, yet this time she came herself and met only a select few. Very likely she has already picked the game pieces she needs, using money and influence cleverly to bypass formalities. Although the rumors seemed random and baseless, this was actually a very clear political move. The opportunity is laid before us, we must seize it. Duchess Althea then spoke up, breaking the silence. Now it's time for us to take action. This was the 4th day since the banquet began. For some reason, the number of gifts kept increasing day by day. It's definitely because of that silly rumor about my relationship with Althea and Zenonia that everyone's rushing to curry favor. A sly look flashed across his face. Since he's already accepted them, they probably won't ask for them back, right? Collect all these and find a way to slip away out of sight. But then a voice from behind made him start, Even spoke, Your Grace. Seeing him startled, Even was a bit puzzled. Why do you look so shaken? I'm back. Alone breathed a small sigh of relief. I was just lost in thought. Then the 2 of them returned to their room. Hearing Even's news made him jump, he blurted, to the north. Has the taint really spread to the northern regions? Even answered, yes, the situation in Caliban is extremely chaotic. Based on old documents, Medist may also be linked to this evil force. He rubbed his forehead and asked, what about the additional intel I requested? He replied, the person you're looking for is currently staying in that village north of the kingdom of Ashutalan. This made him nod in satisfaction. Very well, we'll swing by on the way, prepare to depart for Caliban immediately. This sudden decision startled Even. Why the rush? Why must the destination be Caliban? Are you really determined to head north? He replied, we'll hammer out the finer details on the road. Prepare to depart right now. He nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. After Even left, Alone leaned back in his chair, clutching his head in frustration. Honestly, I don't want any of this to happen. These are entities of catastrophe tier power, on par with the 5 great sins, the taint gods. Because of the spirit crystallization effect, you can't predict which taint god will borrow a mortal body and come down. That's why I've been gathering intelligence to strike early and stop them. I didn't expect things to hit this fast. From my gaming experience and seeing hundreds of possible scenarios, the world's outcome painted itself in my mind with brutal clarity. Alliances between kingdoms will crack and utterly collapse, leading to a pointless war over land polluted by otherworldly power and ending in annihilation. If that happens, my current life will vanish in an instant. Although I've prepared contingency plans, after a taint god descends there will be a temporary calm for a few months before it fully awakens into a dwelling god. During that transition, its divine soul power hasn't reached perfection. Exploiting that window is probably the most viable option. Nothing's certain, but we have to place a bet anyway, because it's the only path left. I wonder what that kid would like as a gift. Cut to 1 week later, someone runs in and reports, Captain. He took the letter and began to read, and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He immediately called the vice-captain. The man answered, yes. He ordered, go spread the word that the northward plan is postponed for another 2 weeks. On the fields near the village of Parkerin in northern Ashutala. He was already there. His gaze was a bit dazed as he thought, what a surprise to run into him now. A boy approached the two of them and said, hello, sir. He kept thinking the boy was truly striking in appearance. This boy was Eliban, the protagonist of the RPG Psychedelia, the character players step into. In any case, main character aura is something else. This face was exactly like the one I saw in the game. Is that a boy? He's ridiculously outstanding in person. He looked down at the boy and asked, do you know who I am? The boy scratched his head and replied, no, I'm just excited to meet strangers for the first time. My name is Eliban. Staring at the boy, he pondered how different this real world would be from the game. The concept of a protagonist really doesn't miss. Sooner or later he'll gain fame and possess power far beyond the character I once controlled. Standing before the character I once controlled. The feeling was truly strange. Pushing the thought aside, he said, what a bright and polite boy. Then he put a small pouch into the boy's hand. Here, take this. The boy opened the pouch and found a gold coin, puzzled, isn't this money? He paid no mind and called for Even. Even immediately produced a suitcase, opened it, revealing several vials of mana inside. This surprised the boy immensely. Then Even pulled out countless more gift boxes. In an instant the gifts were piled into a mountain in the back. Pointing over his shoulder, he declared confidently, all of this now belongs to you. The boy's eyes went dizzy. All of this is really mine. Then he asked curiously, why are you suddenly giving me so much money? He replied, consider it an investment. He thought to himself that he'd already equipped everything needed for the protagonist's early development. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder, voice firm, because in the future you'll certainly become someone far greater than this. He kept thinking, so grow up fast and clear out those taint gods for me, will you? Then he swung away, thinking what a considerate gesture that was. At the very least, use material goods to win people's hearts. Then he suddenly turned back to introduce himself, pardon my delay, I'm Count Palacio, remember that name well. I'm the benefactor who's sponsoring you toward future success. The boy hurriedly chased after him. Thank you, my lord. Oh no, my lord Count, I will surely engrave this debt of gratitude. Sitting in the carriage, he looked out and wondered, really, is he always this eager? A dark, fantastical game really shouldn't have such a bright atmosphere, should it? Beside him, Even spoke, my lord Count, I roughly understand what you're doing, but is it okay to leave without clearly explaining things? He replied, he's a smart kid, he'll figure it out himself. He thought further that the situation directly affects lives and is urgent, there's no time to hang around farming goodwill points. To be safe, I've even enabled auto-leveling for the protagonist. Paid power is really OP. Even assessed that, in any case, this child seems to possess innate talent. Dense mana surging strongly, completely at odds with his rather humble clothes. It seems he's carrying some kind of magical relic on him, he added, even I can feel that stream of magic. He mused again that normally before starting a journey a character only has basic stats. Look, this is definitely another divergence from the original game. Maybe it's the butterfly effect I couldn't predict. For a protagonist, such a change stands out even more. But whatever, as long as my plan for a peaceful life isn't affected. He replied, the stronger he gets, the more it benefits me. This investment will surely pay off. After all, Elaban is one of the rare people with a kind heart in this brutal world, so there's probably nothing to worry about. Wait, a kind heart. He turned to Even and asked about that. That name Deus, will he agree to meet me? He thought inwardly that Deus was so fearful he hadn't even set foot in the orphanage once. Who knew things would come to this? Even replied, I think he'll agree to meet you. He sighed, maybe so. Alone answered uncertainly, implying it probably would, showing the quiet sorrow of a young reincarnator. After that conversation, Alone went into his room and checked all his belongings. Evan noticed the mess and couldn't believe why Alan bought so many random items. Alan calmly explained these items were bribes for the person who will save him in the future. 10 days later, the journey reached the capital, Caliban. Quidam, the massive northern gate of Quidam, appeared ahead, majestic and orderly, marking the end of a long road. As the carriage continued forward, Evan grew increasingly weary from the constant travel. Boredom and exhaustion seeped into his bones, and he bluntly admitted he was utterly drained. Alone, equally tired but composed, remarked that long journeys are inherently exhausting and unavoidable. Evan, still trying to shake off his frustration, thought about how their final leg had been worsened by the strange maze they were forced through. He felt that without it, at least he could have held on to some pride about arriving. Alone calmly accepted the hardship, understanding there was nothing to be done. As the carriage rolled on, Alone gently held the pendant in his hand and sank into thought. He recalled their journey from place to place preparing for the coming fight against the outer gods, accumulating strength and gathering gifts along the way. His thoughts turned to Deus, wondering if those efforts would be enough to satisfy him. A father's heart rose within him, wanting to give without hesitation or reserve. As the city gates drew nearer, Evan realized it would soon be their turn for inspection. When the gates approached, Evan noticed they'd be checked soon. He stepped down from the carriage and moved forward to inspect the capital, expecting the process to end with a simple ID check. He reassured Alone he'd be right back. Alone, still relaxed, waved goodbye and encouraged him to rest. Left alone, Alone sat comfortably in the carriage, allowing himself a brief rest, closed his eyes, and felt relieved that at least in this city things seemed quick and efficient. That calm didn't last long. Evan hurried back with a tense expression and urgently told Alone a small problem had arisen. Alone wanted clarification, and Evan explained they'd been asked to step aside. Although Alone's identity had been verified, something else seemed to be causing concern. He replied without showing agitation. Alone stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, a knight approached from behind. The man wore a crooked, overconfident grin and arched an eyebrow as he neared. He identified Alone instantly, confirming whether he was Count Palacio. The knight introduced himself as Byron, claiming to be a direct disciple of Captain Knight Fiola, known as the Fourth Swordsman. With a smug expression, Fiola stared at Alone. His smirk was provocative as tension at the northern gate quietly mounted. A flicker of discomfort crossed Alone's mind when he noted the unfamiliar name Fiola. He wondered what that name even meant to him. Realizing he had no idea who Fiola was, he kept a cold, indifferent face and openly questioned the situation, noting Fiola even brought knights along and demanding the purpose of the show. Fiola calmly explained that a friend of his from the kingdom of Ashutlan had sent a message saying he was indebted to Alone. Alone immediately dismissed the claim, saying nothing like that had ever happened between them. Discomfort deepened as a realization surfaced. He suspected the friend mentioned could only be the overly dramatic and unstable man Cayman. In a clearly bored tone, Alone asked if Fiola's friend was Cayman. Fiola answered with a sly smile, raising an eyebrow as he confirmed Alone had indeed grievously offended his friend. Inwardly, Fiola recalled his friend's furious words and how Cayman said he'd been utterly humiliated. Fiola vowed silently to avenge Count Palacio for that insult. The scene then cut to the past, showing Cayman contacting Fiola through a magically created orb. Cayman appeared enraged and exhausted, seething as he described how Count Palacio had grievously harassed him. With the help of 3 other men, he called alone a bastard and informed Fiola that the Count was heading to Caliban, asking Fiola to attack him in revenge. Cayman's face darkened further as he slowly broke into a smug grin, full of confidence. He tempted Fiola by suggesting that if he truly wanted to improve his skills, he'd need more deep dead bodies to work with. The memory continued as Fiola laughed loudly, admitting he owed his friend a favor. He resolved that at least he'd put on an impressive display to repay it. The memory continued as Fiola laughed loudly, admitting he owed his friend a favor. He vowed he'd at least put on an impressive show to repay it. Just then, the knights with Fiola sprang into action. In unison they drew their swords and quickly surrounded Evan and Alone. Steel flashed under the lamps near the northern gate. Confusion showed on both their faces as the situation escalated suddenly. Evan reacted instinctively, drew his sword, and took a defensive stance beside Alone. Irritation surged in Alone's mind as he sized things up. He bitterly thought the brat had started the trouble, ran off, and now this mess had followed him here. He recognized it as revenge through a friend, pathetic and cowardly. Fiola then drew his sword. He stepped forward and pointed the blade straight at Alone's chest, the corner of his mouth curling into a self-satisfied grin. He stated his demand clearly, insisting that if all valuable items in the carriage were handed over, he might consider leniency. He treated the action as nothing more than a favor he was obliged to perform. Pride swelled in Fiola's mind as he kept that confident smile. He believed he had nothing to lose here. By his assessment, everything leaned in his favor, the odds of success were clearly on his side. In his view Alone was just a minor noble from the kingdom of Asteria, with little influence in the alliance and no ties to Caliban. Fiola had investigated thoroughly, and with that certainty he believed no consequences would follow his actions. Alone visibly grew angry, annoyed and irritated at Fiola's words, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that like a trackslight. He clenched his fist and a powerful, flame-like energy formed in his hand, aimed directly at Fiola. At the same time, Fiola lunged forward with a wild grin, charging straight at Alone. Alone remained calm as another thought flickered through his mind, believing that even if things got messy, his master would sort it out. Before the clash occurred, someone suddenly appeared from behind and grabbed Fiola by the throat with great force, stopping his attack mid-swing. Fiola screamed in pain, accompanied by the clear sound of bone breaking. The person holding Fiola's throat then hoisted him into the air. In too much pain, Fiola whimpered helplessly as his sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. The pain grew so intense the veins on Fiola's face bulged visibly, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. The one holding him by the throat kept him suspended midair. Meanwhile Fiola, full of rage and agony, tried to identify who this was and who dared try to kill him. As the scene continued, it was revealed that the one gripping Fiola's throat was none other than Deus. Deus stated plainly that his identity was irrelevant at the moment, and instead condemned Fiola's actions, asserting Fiola had no right to lay a hand on someone who had helped him. Fiola hovered in the air, moaning uncontrollably from the pain. Unfortunately, an important truth that Fiola didn't understand began to unfold. The truth was that Count Palacio had won a duel against Kir of the Snowfields. Thanks to that victory, Count Palacio earned the title of Master Unarmed Knight and was known as the benefactor of Deus Macallan. Deus suddenly released Fiola, and threw him to the ground. Fiola groaned in pain as Deus repeatedly kicked him without mercy. Deus grabbed Fiola's hair with a vice-like grip, holding him down. Keeping a cold, deadly stare, Deus turned his attention to the surrounding knights and issued a clear warning. He said that if even one of them dared move, the consequences would be beyond their imagination. Deus delivered a brutal kick straight into Fiola's chest. The blow was so strong blood spurted from Fiola's mouth as he was flung away. Alone watched the scene in astonishment, a realization forming in his mind as he recognized that knight. He understood this was the Deus of the present. Deus then told Fiola plainly that he should be grateful to be in a situation where he couldn't be killed. Fiola struggled to rise after the previous blows, barely able to move as he leaned against a tree to steady himself. Immediately, Deus stepped forward and slammed his knee into Fiola's chest, sending him crashing into the tree once more. Fiola's cheek swelled badly from Deus's strike, and Deus continued to batter him mercilessly, unleashing blow after blow without relent. Nearby, Evan remarked to Alone that his son's hits were quite impressive. Hearing that, Alone's mind flicked back to the moment Deus declared his fury at anyone who dared touch his benefactor. Alone suddenly realized Deus had indeed called him a benefactor. He wondered how grateful Deus must have been when he was young. Yet now that Deus had grown, Alone thought the lad wouldn't welcome a man he barely knew. He recalled that Deus had never once replied, which made him feel as if he'd already received all the rewards fitting for raising a son. Alone told himself Deus had truly matured, mentally calling him a troublesome brat while also acknowledging his real growth. The impression became clear, about 52% certain, that one could easily tell who had sponsored Deus because he had developed remarkably. Alone realized Deus had grown into an extraordinarily upright young man. With that thought, Alone reflected on the feeling of seeing a well-raised son and felt a deep pride as a father. A powerful impact echoed through the scene. Evan then teasingly pointed out to Alone that he knew his son was beating someone mercilessly. Alone replied that he hadn't heard. Deep down, Alone understood Deus had acted because his father had been insulted in a foreign land. As that thought sank in, the scene showed Deus continuing to kick Fiola mercilessly, with no restraint. Another thought popped into Alone's head as he wondered why his son could be so annoyingly sweet. Soon after, Fiola was brutally beaten, struck repeatedly until he passed out. Even then, Alone couldn't help thinking it still seemed a bit excessive. At that moment another realization suddenly surfaced in Alone's mind, reminding him once more that Deus was one of the 5 great sins. As the situation shifted, Deus turned and stepped toward Alone. He then stopped in front of him, bowed respectfully and flashed a confident smile as he said he would escort him. Hearing this, the remaining knights were completely shocked by what they had witnessed. The scene opened on a frozen land where a savage battle had taken place. Corpses lay scattered across the field, their frozen forms covering the ground. Some bodies were engulfed in flames as the opposing side burned them without mercy. Amid that desolate scene, Delman, wielder of Caliban's third sword and commander of the deep red flame, stood tall. Overflowing with victory, he raised his sword high, celebrating the battle's outcome. Delman shouted that one of the 8 chiefs, the great Kulkan, along with his entire tribe, had been annihilated. The deep red flame knights had won on the kingdom's soil. At the declaration, all the deep red flame knights erupted in joy. They cheered loudly, danced, and celebrated the hard-earned victory. After the celebrations died down, Delman said, "Return to the outpost and begin preparations." The knights replied in unison, "Yes, Captain." As they began to move, Delman's expression hardened. In his mind he reflected on his achievements, believing that after accomplishing such an important task he shouldn't be bullied by the newly appointed Master Knight. His anger deepened as he ground his teeth. Delman thought that even if that man used shady tricks unknown to others, he still knew the truth. Caliban and the barbarians had a long-standing conflict, a war governed by mutual honor and unwritten rules. But this time, things were different. Kulkan had been tricked. He was lured out alone and taken down by a hidden force. Delman recalled how Kulkan's great knights were slaughtered and how truly unfair the whole campaign had been. By exploiting the battle's momentum, the tribe was wiped out completely. Delman muttered, "That bastard." He remembered that same man had sent him a victory report claiming to have defeated Kurga of the snowfields. It all happened because Delman demanded a decisive result from the expedition. Kulkan's body had vanished in the chaos of battle. Even if he had survived, the poison would have ensured his death. Eventually, Delman convinced himself there was nothing left to do but return to Caliban and report the mission's success. A smirk crossed his face as he stepped forward, but suddenly stopped. From afar, he noticed a man standing motionless near the forward base. Confusion flickered across Delman's face. The man slowly turned toward him. The man spoke. Filled with rage, Delman gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Flames burst from the blade, burning fiercely. A strange unease crawled down Delman's spine. Delman thought, Kulkan should be dead. On closer look, an overwhelming aura began to rise from Kulkan's body. In Kulkan's shadow, Delman saw the shape of a demon forming. Kulkan said, "You have insulted a sacred duel." A duel should be fought with honor. Horror radiated from his presence. Even superhumans capable of ending hundreds of lives could be swallowed by this creature. Cold sweat ran down Delman's face. Delman realized, this is not Culkin. Driven by desperation, Delman launched another attack. Flames roared from his sword. The man dodged easily and said, "Answer me first." Without hesitation, Delman struck again, unleashing even larger flames. Once more, the man easily evaded his pursuit. Delman thought bitterly, believing in battlefield duels is foolish. Flames scorched the ground, melting the ice around them. The man stared at him with a deadly gaze. The man said, "You are strong for a human. I will give you one last chance. Fight me." Sensing danger, Delman shouted, "Prepare to fight." The knights closed in around the man from all sides. The man smirked. Magic concentrated in both his hands. The man said, "A dishonorable mortal does not deserve a glorious death. There will be no duel between me and a savage like you." From his hands, a poisonous mana burst forth and flowed into the bodies of the fallen knights. The poison infected every corpse. The knights began to scream in unbearable pain. Their eyes turned blood red. As their bodies collapsed, some knights cried out, "Kill us. Please end this." As their bodies fell, some knights cried, "Kill us. Please end this." As their screams faded, the man stepped forward. He tore Delman's throat with his bare hands. Immediately after, he struck the ice block, causing a massive explosion. The remaining knights were thrown into the air and slammed down hard. Blood spread across the sky like a gloomy mist. Then the man unleashed a brutal punch. His fist drove straight through Delman's chest. Blood spurted from Delman's mouth. Delman weakly whispered, "Is there any other choice?" He collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain. Delman cried, "It hurts. Kill me. Please kill me." Moments later, Delman died. As life ebbed away, the man's eyes turned blood red. He said, "Savages, all of you are creatures birthed from death, robbed of the death you were owed." The fallen knights began to rise, surrounding the remaining red-clad knights. Terror rippled through their ranks. The man declared, "The bloody arena is now open." Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended. Ultultus appeared with a crooked smile. Althus proclaimed, "I am the god of all savages, the father of duels. I will personally grant you an honorable death. If you claim you are not savages, prove it in a duel." Blood began to rain from the sky. The scene then shifted away from the battlefield. Deus bowed respectfully. Deus said, "I will take you there, Count Alone." The surrounding knights stood frozen in astonishment. The narration explained that in Caliban the prestige of Duke Deus Massilian, the man who needs no sword, was sky-high. He had once defeated the second prince and never showed deference to anyone but the king. Alone watched him carefully. The knights wondered, what kind of man is Count Palatio to be so revered? The knights around them stared at Alone in disbelief. One whispered, "Who is he?" Deus summoned a luxurious carriage. Deus said, "Please, get in." Alone felt weighed down by the excessive attention. Evan quietly said, "Go ahead, Alone. I'll follow behind." Before long, Alone arrived at Deus's manor. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw a massive, gleaming structure that looked like a giant crab-shaped fortress. Inside, silence enveloped the manor. Alone thought, by technicality this is a success. I got Kim Dong Dong, but something's off. After some thought, Alone decided to be forthright. Alone said, "I would like to speak with you for a moment. I come with a purpose. I have a favor to ask." Deus looked surprised. Deus said, "You ask me for something, please explain." Alone nodded. Alone said, "I will explain everything clearly." Deus replied immediately. Deus said, "Helping you will be my honor." Inwardly, he realized this was not an order but a request. Deus then added, "Let's sit down and talk properly." They sat at the tea table. Silence filled the room. Alone thought, shouldn't the host sit at the head of the table? Despite the awkwardness, he felt oddly comfortable. After a moment of silence, Alone spoke again. Alone said, "I have two requests. I know they may not be easy to accept." He continued, "I must travel north, and I want you to go with me. Deus smiled faintly. Deus said, I would be pleased to accompany you. Alone felt uncertain. Then Deus revealed a surprise. Deus said, I was already planning an expedition to the north. Relief appeared on Alone's face, but then he spoke again. Alone said, the second request concerns Caliban's royal treasury. The atmosphere grew heavy. Alone said, I wish to borrow an artifact. He looked straight at Deus. Alone said, might I borrow the madman's ring? Deus reported that the escort mission was completed and he returned safely. His younger sister Silly was excited to hear that her brother had just escorted a distinguished guest back. The deputy received orders to postpone the schedule in the north by another 2 weeks. Deus looked at his benefactor with an expression full of respect. Evan standing beside him was surprised, because it was the first time he'd seen Deus show such an expression. Silly, still absorbed in sword practice, froze when she saw the unfamiliar guest appear. Alan Palacio sat down and began to mention an important item he needed. It was the Ring of the Madman, a treasure kept in Caliban's royal vault. Alan knew the request was a bit much, because borrowing it would mean owing the crown. Everyone sat around the tea table, and the atmosphere suddenly grew unusually solemn. Just then Evan stepped in, prompting Alan to breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of his savior. Alan secretly hoped this pile of luxury gifts would make the atmosphere between the two sides friendlier. Evan confirmed he had brought everything according to Alan's plan. A pile of luxurious gifts was displayed in the middle of the parlor. Alan enthusiastically presented a designer accessory that was very popular. He watched intently, hoping for a positive reaction from Deus. Seeing Deus still silent, Alan asked whether he wanted to open the gifts right then. But Deus coldly said he would open them only when alone, making Alan sweat with worry that he wouldn't like them. Alan told himself that perhaps this was the way Deus showed his respect for him. Deus affirmed he would bring that ring to Alan immediately. Alan wondered whether retrieving something from the royal vault would be too difficult. The assassin pondered, calculating the quickest course of action. He said at worst they'd clear out about 50 people standing in the way and that would settle it. Seeing Deus's expressionless face, Alan realized he was completely serious and not joking. Alan hurriedly restrained him, telling him not to do anything that shocking. Even so, he felt the dedication Deus had for him. When their business was done, the two of them stepped out into the palace corridor together. Little Silly ran up from a distance, excitedly calling for her brother. She happily recognized a familiar face and waved to Evan. Alan watched, recalling the time he had ordered Evan to save this girl's life in the past. Silly looked at Alan with a radiant smile and eyes full of curiosity. Alan thought to himself that the girl was truly a miniature version of Deus. Deus placed a hand on his sister's shoulder, his face losing some of its chill. But when Silly insisted Alan looked more like an uncle than a brother, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Evan standing beside them could only give an embarrassed smile at the girl's candid remark. Deus immediately exuded killing intent, ordering Evan to be silent and to stay away from his sister. At that moment, Alan snapped his fingers as if he'd just realized an important truth. He finally understood the real reason behind Deus's absolute loyalty. Silly stepped closer to Alan and politely greeted the famous count. The girl knew very well that Alan was the one who had ordered her rescue years ago. Silly took Alan's hand proactively, expressing deep gratitude. She smiled and thanked her savior for giving her the chance to continue living beside her brother. Receiving genuine gratitude from someone feels completely different from being feared. Alan smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this feeling of being valued was truly wonderful. So he decided to stay at Deus's mansion a while longer to prepare for the next plan. Just 1 day later, Deus returned with the ring, to Evan's utter astonishment. Evan bolted into the room in a panic, unable to believe Deus could obtain the relic so quickly. With a sheepish face, Evan stammered that he'd just heard an extremely bizarre report from the royal court. It turned out that to borrow the ring, Deus had caused chaos throughout the palace and didn't hesitate to punish those who stood in his way. The second prince, for daring to make trouble, received several resounding slaps from Deus right in front of the crowd. 3 days later, the northern expedition officially set out, escorted by the Knights of the Solar Eclipse. 2 weeks passed, and at the northern Caliban border outpost, the worst news began to pour in. The battlefield grew more brutal than ever, with screams and bloodshed everywhere. The undead army of the outer god was sweeping through, spreading terror across the kingdom's forces. In the command tent, the generals were fiercely arguing over whether to withdraw. Many had lost all hope as casualties mounted with no way to heal them. Angry slams on the table rang out repeatedly during this tense strategy meeting. Amid the chaos, Alan quietly stood observing the battle map. Fiola, the fourth sword, was forced to speak up, urging everyone to remain calm and find a way out. Alan stepped outside to breathe. His mind was heavy with the true power of the outer god. The saddest news was that the third sword, Delman, had heroically fallen at the eastern base. Even the second sword, Kiriana, was gravely wounded and in critical condition. Alan stood at a distance watching the battlefield, and his gaze suddenly caught on something unusual. A strange crimson mist was enveloping the entire northern sky. It was the horrifying malevolent aura of mana, something only those with extraordinary power could perceive. Alan's eyes were drawn to that blazing red aura, and an unusual unease stirred within him. While lost in thought, he suddenly smelled a familiar smoke drifting from the camp. It turned out to be the fragrant scent of roasted sweet potatoes wafting through the freezing winter air. Deus was nonchalantly roasting sweet potatoes right in the center of the camp, leaving Alan exasperated at his composure. In front of the infirmary tent, a loud quarrel erupted that caught Alan's attention. The deputy tower lord of the Blue Devil Tower was angrily shouting at the soldiers. She insisted that her mission was to investigate dark magic, not to tend to every wounded person. Seeing Alan blocking her path, she angrily barked at him to get out of the way. But the moment her eyes met Alan's, the proud mage suddenly trembled with fear. The terrifying pressure radiating from Alan left her frozen, unsure what kind of monster stood before her. Alan Palacio's imposing portrait in noble regalia, ready to face any challenge in the north, alone leisurely waved to the deputy tower master of the Green Magic Tower. The woman immediately froze. "Oh, deputy tower master, the tower worker said you'd be here, so you really are." She let out a terrified squeal. She squeezed the roasted sweet potato so hard it nearly snapped, her whole body trembled. Panicking, she tried to deflect. I don't have extra potions like you said. The crafting process is very, very time-consuming, and I'm really busy." Alone immediately pulled a puppy dog face as if abandoned by its owner, sighing heavily. "Ha, that's my desperate plea, but I understand. I must have asked too much." The deputy tower master's face filled with panic and astonishment. She completely crumbled under the pressure. "Kaya, no. Wait, I can definitely do it." Seeing the plan's perfect success, Alone decided to press his advantage. "Oh, so you can do it. Wonderful. But our finances have been tight lately, so payment might be delayed a bit." The deputy tower master became increasingly flustered. She just wanted this over with as quickly as possible. This is my responsibility. 1 gold will be enough." Heh. Alone nodded slightly. Then I won't refuse your generosity." The deal was sealed, leaving the nearby soldiers utterly shocked. Even her subordinates couldn't believe their eyes. The deputy tower master wasn't just smiling, she'd been strong-armed into dropping a fee that should have been hundreds of gold down to a single gold. Without another word, the deputy tower master spun on her heel and hurried off to prepare the potions. "I'll start right away and bring them to you piping hot." The 2 remaining subordinates stood frozen. "Wow," they whispered in unison, "that man is incredible." Suddenly, a horrifying burst of red energy exploded through the camp, slamming into the command tent where Deus and Fiola were talking. Fiola immediately went on high alert. "That aura just now, did you feel it?" Deus had his hand on the sword hilt. Without waiting for an answer, he stood with a grave expression and declared, "It's an attack." Outside, the terrifying red mana spread across the battlefield. Fallen soldiers began to rise, bodies warped into grotesque undead puppets. The vice-count from the previous meeting foolishly ordered a charge. Everyone attack them. Kill. But his men were rushing into a slaughterhouse. The undead were brutally efficient, tearing living soldiers apart without thought. A knight let out a final cry as he was impaled. "Kill. I said kill." Another was stabbed from behind, life snuffed out in an instant. Suddenly a sound rang out, like violent shards of ice. A terrible blast of freezing energy erupted from Peña, instantly snapping the charging undead into shining shards of ice, encasing them. With one final push of power, the ice burst outward, shattering the frozen undead into millions of glittering fragments. But the horde seemed endless. Deus joined the fray. His form became a streak of pale purple light, slicing through the undead ranks. He moved like a destructive storm, his sword tracing sparkling arcs of death, leaving nothing behind but torn bodies. Even while fighting, Deus sensed a far stronger presence approaching. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he murmured, "It's coming." The deputy tower master looked up at the sky. The sky seemed to bleed, torn by vicious lightning. Energy slammed into the ground in an earth-shattering blast. When the smoke cleared, a supernatural voice echoed across the wasteland, "Barbaric. Do not soil the sins of those who lost their honor." A pair of clawed, bestial legs stepped out from the epicenter of the blast, crackling with raw energy. It was the outer god, Ultus. He stood tall and arrogant. Fiola, disregarding the danger, charged with a desperate scream, her sword empowered for an extremely rapid strike. He unleashed his ultimate move, the extreme speed sword. A thrust so fast nothing should be able to stop it, aimed straight for the divine heart. With a terrifying display of power, Ultus didn't even flinch. The impossibly fast strike stopped entirely. Fiola could only stare in disbelief. Extreme speed sword, it has no effect. Ultus's smile widened as he spoke, voice dripping with contempt. For one who has cast off honor and betrayed the noble dignity of the soul, an honorable death will not be granted. With a casual wave of his hand, he released a surge of blue energy, vaporizing Fiola's upper body completely, leaving only his legs collapsing to the ground. His comrades could only scream in horror, "Captain!" But a new voice cut through the tense air, calm and steady, "O great god of destruction, Ultus." All eyes turned to Alone as he stepped forward. After drinking 2 potions, he said, "By the oath of Colunius, I, Alone Palatio, request the enforcement of that great covenant. I demand the Babylonia challenge." Ultus looked down at the bold human who dared challenge him. Amusement quickly curdled into a mad grin. A mad laugh echoed across the battlefield. The outer god seemed utterly thrilled by this turn of events. "You know the oath of our age? Strange, but welcome." He snapped his fingers. "O noble one, welcome to a blood-soaked arena where no interference is allowed." Black, sinister tentacles sprouted from the ground, shredding the remaining undead and clearing the battlefield in an instant. A massive dome of blood-red energy formed around Alone and Ultus, separating them from everyone else and creating a sacred arena. Ultus's eyes flashed with power as he accepted. "I, Ultus, will accept the sacred Babylonia challenge under the Great Covenant." The pressure became terrifying. Alone ground his teeth. Terrible pressure, he realized his mistake. My prediction was wrong. I didn't expect him to be so close to the level of a demigod. Alone knew the outer god grew stronger as they neared full descent, ultimately reaching the rank of the 5 great sinners. Ultus had nearly touched that threshold. He breathed out shakily, "Huh. Without drinking the supernatural potion, I probably would have fainted. This is the last chance before he fully awakens." Alone said softly, "Then let's begin the challenge." The god explained the rules of this ancient rite. The Great Babylonia trial of the Age of Gods, now forgotten, is a turn-based duel. Without warning, Ultus lunged, his body becoming a blur as he prepared to unleash a devastating first strike. Rule 1 appeared in the sky. Rule 1, the challenged receives the first blow. Since Alone is the challenger, Ultus attacks first. Ultus's voice rang out with cruel glee, "You will hear the symphony of destruction." Outside the arena, a soldier panicked, "Everyone run. Scatter." But another looked at Alone, puzzled by his calm. "Wait, why isn't he moving?" Seeing that, Alone stood perfectly still, face intensely focused as Rule 2 manifested. Rule 2, the defender is forbidden from moving during their turn and outside their turn. They may not change position. He was forced to take this attack head-on. Ultus smiled with satisfaction to see Alone understood the ancient custom. Excellent. One who knows of honor. The final main rule was revealed. Rule 3, rounds are divided into offense and defense, attacker and defender alternate each turn. Alone took out a potion. As the defender, "This is my turn." He knew he couldn't block this with an ordinary shield. He had to give it everything. He began chanting a complex incantation, weaving multiple layers of magic. Form, condense, strengthen. Ultus's strike came down like a meteor, a wave of red energy meant to erase Alone from existence. Alone held his defensive seal stance unchanged as the blow slammed into the space before him. The horrific force of the impact cracked the arena's ground, fissures spidering everywhere. The world was drowned in a blinding light as the two powers collided in an earth-shattering explosion. The ground was churned into an unrecognizable mess by the attack. As dust and destructive energy began to settle, everyone outside the barrier held their breath. Deus and the Deputy Tower Master stared at the aftermath, eyes wide with shock. Pinia couldn't believe it, he's still standing. And at the center of the rubble, surrounded by the dim glow of a shattered magic circle, alone still stood. He was gravely wounded, bleeding, but alive. His deep red pendant crumbled to dust. Its task had been completed. He staggered, clutching the potion, his body protesting from taking the full force of a godly blow. Moments earlier, Pinia had held up the 2 potions she'd prepared and murmured, "You know these, this one is the supernatural potion. This other is Romethean, to block pain." She asked, "Where do you plan to use them?" Alone thought to himself, "They worked wonderfully. Without them, I'd be ash." He took out another vial, the highest grade recovery potion. As planned, it was undamaged. He poured the golden liquid over himself. The wounds began to mend. "It won't heal completely, but enough for me to stand. Now it's time for the real counterattack. Finally, it's my turn to strike. I've been waiting for this moment." Arthultus issued the official challenge in the Great Babylon War. A game-like menu appeared with 3 options: rules, fight, or flee. The system advises players to read the rules carefully before starting. Arthultus stood towering, radiating a terrifying pressure. Alan voluntarily accepted the challenge. He understood that only the rules of the holy duel could restrain the actions of a god. The reincarnation necklace shattered right on Alan's neck. Thanks to this life item and a healing potion, he had just slipped through the door of death. Alan struggled to his feet in the glowing magic circle. He had almost been torn apart by the god's destructive strike. To activate the Ring of Radiance, Alan had to put himself in a life-or-death situation. He began casting the binding summoning skill. A gigantic, eerie eye appeared behind him, signaling the start of a complex sequence of moves. Alan raised his hand, his face set with determination. A new binding had been successfully activated. By the rules of the holy duel, neither side was allowed to defend or counterattack. A frighteningly fair contest began. Alan recalled that in the game he only needed to take the first hit, but here everything happened in real time, not in turns. Arthultus grinned excitedly. There was no time limit here, the duel would continue until one side fell. First binding, casting magic on snowy terrain. Alan began to bend the laws of this world. His eyes flared a dangerous red as he focused intently on his opponent. Magical energy started to gather, swirling violently around Alan's position. Second binding, casting magic while standing on the brink of life and death. The skill diffraction began to operate. The primordial point move was unleashed, and bolts of arcane lightning began to barrage fiercely. Next came condensation. All magical energy was compressed into a deadly beam of light to increase its power. The attack named Extinction struck directly at the god's position. An extremely precise blow. The beam pierced the target with terrifying force, tearing space apart. Third binding, confronting a god. Alan did not stop, he continued to push the bindings even further. The fourth binding was activated. A violent explosion shook the surrounding space. The world's laws were broken once more as magic targeted the supreme god Arthultus directly. The god's face showed astonishment at this strange power, but his smile did not fade. A brilliant explosion erupted, engulfing both in blinding white light and maximum magical pressure. Alan collapsed, panting from exhaustion. He had poured his remaining strength into that attack. For this plan to succeed, he had to kill the opponent in a single strike. Arthultus still stood, but there was now a glowing black hole in his chest left by Alan's blow. The god smiled with satisfaction and praised the young man. He thought this duel was not bad at all. Alan was stunned. His strongest attack still couldn't defeat this divine entity. He wondered whether he had failed, seeing his opponent remain remarkably composed despite a pierced chest. Alan's bracelet had exhausted its stored magic. He truly had nothing left to continue fighting. Arthultus laughed loudly, wondering whether Alan was truly the heir to his will. Alan stood frozen, not understanding what was happening as he felt a strange pressure engulf him. Arthultus' body began to dissolve into oblivion. He admitted this was an admirable fight by a noble warrior. Alan watched in shock, realizing the god was leaving the battlefield of his own accord. Arthultus appeared curious about the future conflict between the black and green factions. He officially admitted defeat in this honorable confrontation. As a reward, the god bestowed upon Alan a legendary belt along with all its power. Ertholtus rose higher and higher, disappearing into the brilliant light pouring down from above, calling Alan the heir of his will. He instructed Alan to speak his name when the usurpers broke the chains of slavery. That name was not the shameful, deceitful title people often used, but his true name. Ertholtus smiled enigmatically, revealing himself as the god of chaos before vanishing completely. After the god disappeared, Alan stood alone amid the wreckage, looking up at a sky that had somewhat lessened its pressure. The battle was over, soldiers began clearing the field and burying their fallen comrades. A sorrowful silence settled over the white snow. Rudimentary stone graves were hastily erected. The army took a moment to honor the dead before officially departing for the kingdom of Caliban. Alan's caravan began the long journey through snowy forests back to the capital. Inside the carriage, Alan was interrogating the deputy tower master of Manhwa Tower. He corrected her, he was a rank 3 mage, not rank 2 as she had mistaken. The mage girl cried out in confusion, regretting her goldfish memory for forgetting Alone's true rank. Alan got straight to the point. He asked if she knew anything about the mysterious entities called the Blue Thing and the Black Thing. She shook her head wildly in fear, swearing up and down that she knew nothing about them. Alan sighed and let it go. Once freed, she hurriedly fled as if afraid Alan would change his mind. He watched her go in exasperation, feeling like a criminal interrogating an innocent. Sitting alone, Alan wondered why Ertholtus had vanished even though his final blow seemed ineffective. The god's words left him with more questions. He reached out and touched the belt he had just received. It was an item he had seen in the game before. A system message appeared, the Belt of the Forgotten. A rare drop from defeating Ertholtus, it doubles damage dealt but also doubles damage taken. Inscribed on the belt was a directive pointing Alan toward Kahala, the city of ancient gods. He wondered if that place held the answers he sought. The carriage door opened and Deus appeared with a displeased look. He complained that the sorceress had been rude to leave without a proper farewell. Deus even exuded a killing intent, asking Alan if he should go deal with her. Alan wiped sweat and stopped him, feeling Deus's loyalty was beginning to cross a line. Elsewhere, the poor sorceress ran for her life, chills running down her spine as if she'd escaped a monster. 2 weeks later, the army finally arrived in Kidram, the capital of Caliban. Deus quickly entered the palace to report on the northern campaign. After completing the formalities and returning the Ring of Radiance, Alan and Deus stood by the carriage preparing to part ways. Alan looked at the pile of gifts piled on the carriage that the king had bestowed. Though he had spent all his savings to survive the battle, these rewards were a decent compensation. Seeing Alan absorbed in the loot, Deus suddenly blurted out, "Me too." He looked at Alan with hungry eyes and asked if he could become stronger. Alan was taken aback, not understanding why a prodigy like the youngest Master Knight would ask that. He guessed his display of magic had greatly impressed him. Looking at Deus, Alan recalled the terrifying latent power of these children. Even without divine aid, they were genuine monsters. He understood that with his innate swordsmanship, Deus reaching the pinnacle of strength was only a matter of time. Alan encouraged Deus that with effort, he would surely become as strong as he wished. He secretly envied the innate talent Deus possessed. At departure time, Alan climbed into the carriage and told Deus not to worry too much. But Deus still had one final question. He asked why Alan always used the word request instead of ordering him directly like other masters. Alan fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting slightly. He turned his head back and gave an answer that left Deus astonished. Who would give orders to a member of their own family? Alan's words left Deus frozen with emotion. The carriage began to roll as the soldiers offered their respectful farewells. Alan sat in the carriage, quietly thinking about Deus's earlier attitude. He told himself that his financial support for those kids was purely out of kindness, not to prevent some catastrophe of the 5 great sins. A rather amusing self-deception. Night fell over Kidram, the capital's buildings glowing under the enchanting lights. Deus sat alone in the large room, surrounded by numerous neatly stacked gift boxes. He recalled that he had originally followed Alan to repay a debt, yet now Alan had bestowed upon him an extraordinarily great favor. Deus held a small memento in his hand, lost in thought. Silence enveloped the room, leaving Deus alone with his thoughts. He began opening the gift boxes, his hands trembling slightly from emotion. Deus quietly wished he could wield magic as magnificently as Alan had on the battlefield. "I'm a family member." He smiled, feeling the warmth Alan had just given with his words. After the horrific battle with the outer god and the tense talk with Deus, Alone finally returned to his domain with Evan. Ah, home. How sweet. He had been away for 3 long months, and exhaustion hit him like a freight train. All he wanted was to collapse into bed, but when he opened the door to what he thought was his bedroom, he was greeted by an archenemy, a mountain of backlog paperwork, waving at him with soul-crushing enthusiasm. Welcome back to the backlog room. Please come in, darling. No way. With the reflexes of a seasoned explorer, Alone slammed the door shut on that paperwork horror. He sighed awkwardly, oops, wrong room. Alone took a deep breath. The heavy weight of responsibility settled back onto his shoulders. Defeated, he knew he couldn't avoid duties forever. Resigned to his fate as an ex-Korean office worker, he decided to get it done. It has to be done sooner or later. He sighed, feeling his soul leak out of his body. Rest is a noble privilege. Such a foreign concept. After finally conquering the paper monster, Alone rewarded himself with a full, uninterrupted week off. He even cooked for Evan, proving that peace and a good meal are the keys to happiness. But after a week of doing absolutely nothing, the office worker instinct returned. Alone grew restless. The surrounding silence was almost deafening. Now that he had time to rest, his mind drifted back to the cryptic words Ultus had left behind. All those terms, the wicked, the black and green thing, the bearer of will, were a long list of mysteries he had to unravel. He decided to start investigating the clues the outer god left. Trying to piece together the vast picture of this world, he recalled Ultus's strange real name, the Wicked, which sounded more like an Eastern deity's title, a detail that didn't fit with any of the in-game knowledge he knew. Even the way he vanished made no sense. A heavy thought crossed his mind: if one outer god had appeared, it was only a matter of time before others followed. The world was about to get a lot more chaotic. At least they gave warning before appearing, unlike the unpredictable 5 great sinners. It's a small comfort, but he'll take it. His thoughts turned to Kahara, the city of the ancient god mentioned on the belt he received. He wanted to go there right away, but there was a problem. He pulled out his trusty psychedelia notebook where he recorded all game knowledge. According to his notes, Kahara, also called the secret dungeon fortress, should have been discovered later. Going there now would be risky, likely to draw unwanted attention and disrupt the timeline. So, for now, he had to wait. Just then, Evan entered the room with an urgent look. Evan trembled theatrically as he noticed the chill Alone unconsciously radiated. "Is that your magic, sir?" he asked. Alone nodded, noting his control had improved noticeably after the recent study break. But Evan hadn't come to talk about temperature. With a serious expression, Evan delivered shocking news. "I report that a secret city has been discovered in Colony." Alone's eyes widened. Colony Kahara has been discovered. The timeline has already started to shift. Meanwhile, far ahead, the 5 children Alone sponsored were meeting via crystal orb. The meeting, normally brief, was completely hijacked this time. The kids were excitedly chatting about how the Great Moon Alone had recently visited Caliber. They turned to Deus, the quietest of the group, and asked what it felt like to meet Alone in person. To everyone's astonishment, Deus, usually taciturn, began to speak, and once he started he didn't stop. He started recounting the entire Northern Expedition story, depicting Alone as a calm, omniscient hero who stepped forward when everyone froze in fear. He went on, praising Alone's foresight and meticulous preparation. "He surely knows everything," Deus gushed, lost in the memory. 50 minutes passed and he was still enthusiastic. Sealang tried to cut in, but Deus was in full trance. His eyes shone with zeal as he declared, "No, the important part starts now." He vividly described Alone's ultimate move, silent frontline, calling it an instant death strike that no one could predict. The others were nearly fainting from exhaustion while Deus's epic tale kept rolling non-stop. Sealang tried to get Yusha to intervene, but to no avail. Yusha just smiled, clearly enjoying the whole thing. As expected, she chuckled. "The Great Moon is different from the others." Sealang finally lost her mind, shouting that the meeting was over, but her cry fell into thin air. 2 painful hours later, the remaining children had collapsed, victims of Deus's legendary monologue. Deus finally finished, clearing his throat. "Ah, sorry for the long talk. See you all in half a year. The leader could only giggle, thoroughly entertained by the performance. And so that day, the Blue Moon meeting set a new record for length, a full 3 hours, all thanks to Dias's unexpected oratory skills. Back at Alone's domain, things began to get crowded. He entered the parlor and found the room packed with gifts from nobles he'd never even met. Evan pointed to a particularly priceless artifact, enough to buy an entire villa. The scale of the gifts was truly absurd. Alone didn't even know which noble had sent him this pile of stuff. Most gifts came from minor nobles, all vying for Alone's favor. The letters were worse, overflowing with flattering praise. News of Alone's connection with Dias, the future spearhead knight, spread like wildfire. Alone held a golden goblet, a wry smile at his lips. As a former office worker, he knew the value of connections. Thank you for your kindness. If someone gives, take it without a word. I'll keep it as an emergency fund. Heh heh. A week later, the gifts kept pouring in. Evan grew worried. We've been receiving gifts all week, he reported, standing before another mound of boxes. Alone blinked. Is the relationship with the spearhead knight really this influential? He looked down, eyes glistening with proud tears. Dias, you're truly a good child. A whole month passed and the tide of gifts showed no sign of stopping. Alone's expression said it all. They're still coming. He began to feel weighed down by the excess. Finally, as summer neared, the flow of gifts slowed to a trickle. The scene shifted to Tyria, the capital of the Asteria kingdom. Today was the Grand Council meeting, mandatory for all nobles. And our guy, Alone, was terribly late. If attendance weren't compulsory, he'd have left for Colony ages ago. He was practically sprinting, cold sweat on his brow. I can't believe I'm late for my first council meeting. The last thing he wanted was to draw attention to himself. Evan watched him leave, amused. I've never seen him stride so big. He must be in a real hurry. But then Evan noticed something odd. Another crowd of nobles was tailing Alone, also moving at a frantic pace. They seemed to form a line right behind him, following Alone like a flock of well-dressed sheep. Completely unaware of his new fan club, Alone finally reached the council hall. He cracked the door, praying he could slip in unnoticed. He slipped through the door and scanned the vast, ornate room. Fortunately, the hall was still fairly empty. He wasn't as late as he'd feared. Thank the gods. Okay, time to plan. He knew the royal faction sat to the left and the noble faction to the right. To avoid trouble, he figured the neutral center was the best choice. And to be extra safe, he aimed for a seat in the back row. Maximum stealth, minimum interaction. But the moment he sat, two nobles suddenly appeared right behind him, staring. Where did they come from? Panicked, he moved to a middle seat, thinking maybe they were annoyed he sat in the back. A rookie mistake. But the nobles kept staring. Their gazes drilled into the back of his neck. Social anxiety is real, folks. No matter where he moved, they followed. A silent, creepy procession made his skin crawl. Eventually he surrendered and landed in the worst spot, the front row, right beside the leaders of the major factions. There went his hopes of staying neutral and unnoticed. Alone sighed. At least now I get it. By pushing me forward, the other nobles can avoid the hot seats. A classic example of political maneuvering. The meeting finally began as the chair stepped up to the podium. Alone immediately lost focus, his mind wandering. This meeting is going to be painfully boring. But then the chair announced, first, we inform you that the newly formed Culpa faction has been granted voting rights. The chair continued, representing this faction is Count Palacio. Alone jumped as if struck by lightning. What? He whipped his head around, utterly confused. The Culpa faction? What the heck is the Culpa faction? He was the only one clueless about what was happening, and just then he saw them. The two noblewomen he'd only met once or twice sat together, wearing triumphant smiles. They gave him a polite nod as if to say, no big deal. Alone's brain kicked into overdrive. What's up with those two? He panicked. Why are they sitting together? The horrifying truth crystallized, their alliance had become an official faction, named after his territory. This was a full-blown nightmare. The chair's voice cut through his panic. "Count, do you have any remarks to make as the representative?" Alone could only stare straight ahead as the world spun. Was he really the leader of this newly powerful shadow faction? Amid the snow-white land, a mysterious figure silently watches the world, bearing an omen of a great upheaval about to occur. The stranger stood motionless in the winter sky, his tattered cloak flapping in the cold wind, exuding an unpredictable air of danger. He smiled enigmatically, his eyes flashing beneath the hood. It seemed a fascinating game was beginning. Beneath his feet, the ground suddenly cracked like a gigantic scar across the ice, proof of a power capable of upending everything. Back in the kingdom, Alan Palacio was sweating profusely when he was suddenly pushed forward to speak as a representative. He just wanted a quiet life, but the darkness at his back clung to him relentlessly. Alan was stunned to realize he had become the leader of a villainous force overnight. The whole thing sounded more absurd than a cheap novel. After he remained silent for a while, the crowd below began to murmur, suspecting their leader had some deep, hidden scheme. Fireworks sounded along with warm congratulations on the birth of the Cal faction. Alan stood there under the stage lights, his heart aching like a knife. Watching the nobles cheer below, he wondered whether he was merely a puppet in this grand play. Alan tried to keep a calm face when someone approached to ask if he was enjoying the party. It was the noble Duchess Altia and the sharp Countess Sinonia. Both believed everything was unfolding according to his perfect plan. Alan's head spun as if struck by wind. He wondered if he had multiple personalities. How could the other self have committed such outrageous acts behind his back? Altia smiled, mentioning she was happy for the chance to repay the debt of being rescued. Alan was bewildered, not understanding what she was talking about. In their memories, it was Alan who had arranged and connected the two great powers in a clandestine meeting. The name Cal faction was officially born from the secret notes Sinonia received, turning the alliance into an empire in the shadows. In fact, those secret notes were just a few scattered lines lamenting that he couldn't get along with anyone, asking for leniency for his clumsiness. But the nobles misunderstood them as a call for loyalty. They rushed to send mountains of gifts to join his faction. Alan clutched his head in despair. He only wrote an apology letter. How could things have escalated this far? Truly, a small mistake became a great one. Recalling when he wrote the letter, he had tried to choose modest words, admitting his awkwardness so as not to offend anyone. Yet the result was this mess. Some letters were so cloying that even he got goosebumps rereading them. This misunderstanding could no longer be explained away. Alan realized that those in the underground had extremely strange tendencies for interpretation. Seeing the worshipful expressions on the two women's faces, he knew they were not to be trifled with. One was ready to draw a knife, the other brought a fierce dog. Both were prominent figures. Alan thought he'd accept the role for a while and then quietly withdraw. When asked about his upcoming plans, he raked his hair, searching for something that sounded suitably cool. "I'll start by cleansing the underworld," Alan blurted, a sentence full of killing intent that stunned both Sinonia and Altia. After saying that, he hurriedly slipped away before being asked anything more. All he wanted was to find a hole to crawl into. Alan strode quickly toward the carriage waiting under the night, leaving shock behind for those who remained. Evan was surprised to see his master return earlier than expected. He hurried to inquire, but Alan only urged him to leave immediately. Alan told Evan not to look back. The goal now was to head straight for the colonies as fast as possible. Inside the party, the guests were still merrily raising their cups, admiring the decisiveness of the departing count. Zenonia and Altia smugly drank. They felt exhilarated because, in truth, they had long controlled the underworld in their regions, just as Alan intended. The prospect of unifying the underworld under the Cal faction exposed triumphant looks on the faces of these two ambitious women. The clinking of glasses marked a major turning point in this power game. They were waiting to see what surprise Alan would bring next. Meanwhile, Alan's carriage rolled along the lonely forest road, unaware that a pair of eyes watched from the mountaintop. The assassin had found his target. The assassin was smug, thinking killing the count would be as easy as turning his hand. Still, he hesitated because of the presence of the master knight escorting him. He drew a pitch-black sword that exuded a deadly purple aura, preparing for a merciless finishing strike. He always kept the organization's rule in mind: never create an enemy too powerful no matter the reward. That's how an assassin survives long. But this job was too tempting. He believed even the leader would understand this risky decision if he knew the reward. At the Duke Comelan's manor in the southern kingdom, another dark plot was being staged in the silent night. Carmine, the Duke's son, sat waiting. He recognized at once that the intruding assassin was from the organization, the Agents. Carmine smiled arrogantly. He believed that with his fame and power, the assassin would serve him loyally. The assassin replied coldly. He knew well the relationship between Carmine and the Seeker. The Agents were a notorious assassin organization with swordmaster-ranked bladesmen. However, some things lay beyond the expectations of both hunter and prey. A sudden leap, a blade slicing the air, the assassination officially began. This mission was of utmost importance. No mistakes could be allowed. Any rats in the way had to be eliminated without mercy. Carmine, the one who hired the assassin, applauded, pleased with the agent's prowess. He needed someone strong enough to carry out his ruthless plot. With a sly smile, he ordered the assassin to definitely eliminate Count Palacio. As the tyrant of Ashutelan, he believed no one would refuse such a request. The assassin confidently asserted that with proper payment, he would never fail, even if the target were royalty. However, he still doubted Carmine's ability to pay. Assassinating someone like Palacio was not cheap. Carmine spoke little and produced a treasured item. He offered as much as 4 abyss entities, a price to dazzle any assassin. Seeing the ultra-rare item, the agent was stunned. He hadn't expected Carmine to spend so freely. These were abyss entities, not ordinary gems. These were items the Duke Comelan distributed only sparingly on the black market. Unlike abyss gems that merely boost physique, these entities bestowed special powers. The assassin swallowed, ravenous with desire. If he obtained them, how powerful would he become? This was why his organization led the assassination world. Carmine vowed he would send Alan on his way as soon as possible to vent the rage burning in his heart. He ground his teeth, his smile grotesque. He could not accept being slighted by Alan and wanted his life at any cost. You have no chance, Palacio. Under the cold night sky, a vicious assassination plot was officially sealed. Alan's fate seemed to hang by a thread. At that moment, the assassin sensed another presence. He startled, wondering if the plan was compromised by someone else's detection. The graceful figure of Duke Comelan, also called the Seeker, emerged from the darkness. He radiated an absolute authority that struck fear into others. Duke Comelan muttered about what his useless son might be scheming after stealing the abyss entities. Despite the tempting reward, the assassin still remembered the leader's warning, never confront the Duke's family. However, he acted indifferent. I heard nothing. Now get out of my sight, Duke Comelan said coldly, waving his hand. It seemed he would turn a blind eye to the matter. The assassin was secretly relieved. He thanked the Duke for giving a light rebuke for his sudden visit. The Duke merely smirked, do as you wish. The agent quickly left through the window, disappearing into the deep blue night, leaving Duke Comelan with his own calculations. Duke Comelan asked his subordinate whether they were unable to influence the kingdom of Asteria. The subordinate bowed and confirmed that was the case. The reason was that Alan Palacio's co-faction was growing ever stronger and expanding its power. This made the underworld feel threatened. He was Shutro, a formidable underground force of the kingdom Ashutelan. Duke Comelan was pleased, seeing the timing as perfect. Allowing his son to act was also a way to observe Alan's strength. It would be troublesome if I had to intervene personally, he muttered. Under the pale moonlight, Alan's carriage continued through the silent deep forest, unaware of the danger looming above. The assassin was ready to strike. The agent was excited at the thought of the abyss entities soon being his. He believed this job would be the turning point of his life. Don't blame me, Count Palacio, the assassin said, swinging his weapon down toward the carriage from above. A brutal attack seemed inevitable, but just as he was about to strike the carriage, something horrific happened. A tremendous surge of power erupted unexpectedly, catching him off guard. What the hell is this? In an instant, the situation was completely reversed. The professional assassin was hurled away at terrifying speed. His face contorted in panic. A brilliant burst of blue energy exploded in the night forest, tossing everything around. The hunter had become the prey, felled in a single blow. The smoke and dust slowly cleared under the full moon. An eerie silence covered the forest road, leaving only the faint groans of the defeated. The agent lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from mortal wounds. He tried to utter cries of pain but was silenced by an overwhelming presence. "Shoo, be quiet." A blue-haired boy with bright eyes appeared, placing a teasing finger to his lips. It was Deus in a familiar form. "You're wasting your strength, you won't be moving anymore anyway." The boy walked leisurely, wearing a cruel smile that contrasted sharply with his innocent appearance. To Deus, anyone who dared target his master had only one possible fate. Deus raised his hand in a "nothing personal" gesture as the assassin's body began to crumble under the horrific magical pressure. "Goodbye." Alan Palacio's carriage rolled on nonchalantly, leaving behind the scene of a flash massacre that he likely knew nothing about. Deus hovered in the air, his cold gaze following the carriage. For him, protecting Alan was the supreme duty, no one was allowed to violate it. The boy toyed with the short sword in his hand, thinking that if the assassin's target hadn't been the Count, he wouldn't have met such a grisly end. "You picked the wrong person to mess with." Under the blazing moonlight, Deus vanished into the void, leaving only fragments of magic floating in the wind. Alan Palacio was no longer just an ordinary noble but the focal point of kingdom-level intrigues, protected by the strongest monster in the world. The caravan trudged through the scorching desert. Alan felt as if his lungs were about to burst into flames under this unbearable heat. Sitting in the carriage, he was drenched in sweat, silently wishing for a single ice crystal to cool him immediately. Seeing his master exhausted, Deus suggested Alan practice magic to pass the time. Alan brushed it off. How could he train in this heat? Still, traveling with the caravan was the wise choice to ensure safety along the route. Alan noticed the red-haired girl in the opposite carriage staring at him. He asked her directly what she wanted. The blazing sun made sweat stream down Alan's face. The girl was Lion Agul's, daughter of the Red Tower's head and an arrogant rank 4 mage. Lion sneered, assuming mages from the Blue Tower like Alan only pretended to be naive to spy on others. Alan complained to Deus and noticed Lion's carriage hung with ice crystals, typical of a wealthy girl. Without warning, a chain flew in from nowhere, ripping through the air and knocking down the guards. A band of masked raiders surged forward to attack the caravan, and chaos erupted in an instant. The gang leader quickly seized Lion, pressing a weapon to her throat to the shock of everyone. He gloated, demanding cooperation if anyone wanted to keep their lives. Lion began to hyperventilate as panic set in. People recognized the emblem of the blood-sanded bandits, a brutal group notorious for ambushing travelers in the desert. The leader mocked them, intending to use the tower heiress to intimidate the entire caravan. Psychological trauma from her past triggered Lion's breathing attack. She tried to draw a breath but felt her chest tighten painfully. Suddenly, a wave of cold air enveloped Lion, calming her and allowing her to breathe more easily. Alan rose from the back of the carriage, reaching out to cast a spell with a cold, determined expression. Lion froze when she saw Alan. She could hardly believe her eyes at what was unfolding. A field of pure white snow suddenly exploded into being amid the hot desert, engulfing the raiders. Lion had long been burdened by her position, developing obsessions and an intense hatred of lies. Previously she had sensed Alan's mana at only rank 2, so she had dismissed him as inept. She had thought he rode on others' coattails for reputation, her gaze always filled with contempt. But now Lion realized he was performing an extremely complex spell combination technique right before her eyes. It linked multiple elements at once, a highly difficult maneuver with a very high failure rate. Lion was stunned. To achieve this, a mage would normally need to be at least rank 5. The gang leader lunged to attack, but Alan calmly announced that the man had only one move left. In the blink of an eye, the raider was frozen stiff like a statue amid the falling snow. Alan clasped his hands and executed the finishing spell, shattering the ice into 100 pieces. He coldly ordered the remaining lackeys to leave if they didn't want to share their leader's fate. The henchmen, seeing their leader so easily defeated, fled in terror. The band vanished, leaving Lion still stunned by the true power of this count. Lion told herself that the rumors about Alan Palacio's abilities were not exaggerated at all. After the battle, everyone in the caravan held a thank-you feast. Alan was offered a glass of fine wine. Alan happily enjoyed dinner with the caravan. Their admiration for him noticeably increased after his rescue. After the meal, he slipped away from the group for a walk. Everything unfolded exactly as he had planned in his head. Alan thought to himself that using magic to lessen the system's constraint penalties was a brilliant idea. The Snowland spell he designed combined spatial magic, ice, and maintenance to create an extremely cold environment around him. Thanks to the snowy terrain, the mana penalties from his system's constraints were completely nullified. Previously, if he used magic while near death or facing a deity, his power would be severely reduced, especially when opposing the great dual god Orthultus. This technique allows him to limit the penalties he must bear. Alan clicked his tongue, having to force himself to combine 3 incantations just to sustain it for a minute still didn't seem very efficient. Alan adjusted his belt. Thanks to this piece of equipment his power had increased significantly, now only the system's penalties remained a bother. While lost in thought, Lion tiptoed over and called to him with an embarrassed expression. She bowed her head to apologize for her earlier attitude. Meanwhile, Deus stood beside them casually sucking a lollipop and watching the scene. Lion asked to discuss magical knowledge with Alan further. Her eyes were now filled with admiration. Alan looked at her and wondered inwardly why she had been so eager to pick a fight before, yet now had turned 180 degrees. With noble bearing, Alan smiled and accepted her apology. Lion beamed with joy, and Deus whispered praise for his master's nobility. During the rest of the journey to Colony, Alan took the opportunity to teach Lion. She diligently took notes like a model student, while Deus had long since rolled over and fallen asleep. At last the gates of Colony appeared before the caravan. Lion thanked Alan for the valuable knowledge and asked whether he would attend the upcoming magical conference. Alan replied that he did not belong to any mage tower, so he certainly had no invitation. Hearing that, Lion suggested he join her red tower. Alan smiled and thanked her for the offer. Watching Lion's retreating figure, Alan calculated inwardly. He actually needed something from the conference's Mage Tower organizers, so this was very convenient. Deus announced that the carriage and luggage had been arranged. The two prepared to enter the city. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire gate area. Smoke and dust filled the air, many people lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Both Alan and Deus were startled and immediately raised their guard against the unexpected incident. A brilliant golden bolt tore through the haze, streaking forward at incredible speed. A series of explosions rang out along with powerful surges of energy. From the rubble, smoke billowed thickly after the recent attack. A radiant blonde girl with animal ears appeared. She stood proudly atop the bodies of those she had slain. The sturdy wall had been utterly destroyed, revealing the terrifying power of whoever had struck. Seeing the stranger charge, Deus immediately drew his sword to shield Alan and protect his master. But the girl ignored Deus and lunged straight at Alan, throwing herself on him in a passionate embrace. She gleefully called him Godfather, prompting Alan to exclaim in surprise the name Sealang. Sealang scolded Alan for not informing her in advance of the day he would arrive. Deus stood beside them, staring in bewilderment. This was Sealang, nicknamed the Golden Lightning, one of Colony's 4 legendary Baba Yaga. She had just swept away the thugs who dared block Alan's path. She grabbed Alan's hand excitedly and said she'd been waiting for him ever since she received his letter. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. They couldn't believe the notorious Mad Tigress could be so tender. People were curious about who the strange young man was to receive such special treatment from Sealang. Alan saw the blood on Sealang's hands and whispered, sweating profusely, wondering if she might have accidentally finished off those men earlier. Congratulations, Alan officially advanced to rank 3 magic. He can now cast spells up to 5 times a day instead of just once. This is my guild, she boasted proudly. Reserved exclusively for my family. With an exaggerated, enthusiastic wave, she beckoned everyone in. Come on in. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than a chorus of greetings erupted. Leader. Welcome back, leader. She turned to check on her subordinate, Ralga, asking if anything happened while she was away. He just shook his head, confirming everything was fine. Ralga's sharp blue eyes then fixed on the 2 guests. So these are the nobles boss has been waiting for. His grin widened. Welcome to our humble home. Ralga leaned in closer. You have no idea how excited boss was. She sits at the city gate every day, waiting for you. Sealang flushed, while Alone looked utterly fed up with the whole situation. Sealang, playing the overly hospitable host, slammed both hands on a nearby table with a thud. Benefactor, sit, she commanded, a tad too enthusiastic. Alone commented calmly, you seem to take very good care of your guild. Not missing a beat, Sealang flipped a handstand onto the table. Of course. We're family. I don't need anyone else. Mid-acrobatic display, she suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Oh, but, my benefactor. She completely lost her balance, face a picture of embarrassment. Xialang began muttering to herself, trying to sort her priorities. Family first, then YUTA, but where does alone fit in? It was a full-blown system crisis for the catgirl. A tiny chibi version of herself appeared, angrily arguing, but benefactor and YUTIA aren't even blood relatives. Meanwhile, Alone was just trying to process it all. I only exchanged a few words with her and I'm already third in line. That's actually kind of high. He took a moment to plan his next move. With a serious face, Alone gave Evan a discreet signal. Evan, ready? His loyal friend gave a firm thumbs up. Ready anytime, boss. Then Evan revealed their secret weapon, a mountain of prettily wrapped gifts. Xialang's existential crisis vanished in an instant. Her eyes sparkled like stars, mouth dropping open in pure delight. Gifts, she stammered instantly, okay, I'll help you with anything you need. Alone's plan was a smashing success. Prompted by the promise of gifts, she declared, whether or not your family doesn't matter. You're my benefactor, that's what counts. As she spoke, the golden glove on her arm began to crackle with powerful electrical sparks. A dazzling whirlwind of golden lightning erupted. Thanks to you, she proclaimed, I've finally gathered all my family members. Alone was nearly stunned at how easily he'd won her over. Did I just use charm to solve yet another problem, he thought. A system window popped up confirming success, displaying the item he'd given her, Essence of the Golden Mane, a powerful relic that increases critical chance by 20%. So the flashy item description wasn't just for show, Alone thought, smiling smugly to himself. Everyone's eager to help. Turns out I raised these kids pretty well. But before he could relish the moment, Xialang scooped him up as if he weighed nothing. You must be tired from the trip. Let me take you to the resting room, she shouted, dashing off with a stunned Alone while Evan scrambled to keep up. After that rather unique escort, Xialang asked casually, so, how was the desert? All sand, so boring, right? Evan scratched his head. Honestly, I'm more worried about the trip back. Xialang tilted her head, Why? Evan replied in a grim tone, because it's hot. He added casually, oh right, we also got attacked. That comment immediately grabbed Xialang's attention. She froze, her tail twitching. Attack? Alone explained with his usual icy expression, by the bloody sand bandits. Heard it's common out there. The moment she heard that name, something in Xialang snapped. Her cheerful look vanished, replaced by a cold predatory smile and a heavy aura of killing intent. The scene shifted to the bloody sand bandits' lair, a hellscape spilling over. Blood spattered the walls. Bodies flew as the entire base was torn apart from within. And standing amidst the carnage was Xialang, surrounded by brilliant golden lightning like a vengeful goddess. She murmured, surveying the chaos. The rest are hiding over there. She didn't wait for an answer. In a flash she lunged into the next room. She grabbed two of the bandits by the collars, then tossed both of them like ragdolls. Her eyes flashed with power. Finally found you, she purred sweetly. You're the leader, aren't you? The man trembled like a leaf. Wait. Wait. I'm Gonko's brother. The strongest Baba Yaga of Koloni protects me. You'll make an enemy of him. Xialang remained unfazed. But you were the ones who touched my benefactor first, right? And more importantly, I absolutely hate being scolded. With a final blast of blinding golden light, the entire Bloody Sand Bandits organization was wiped off the map. The next morning Alone was awakened by the news. The Bloody Sand Bandits have been exterminated, he thought, still groggy. Xialang stood by his bed, beaming proudly. Now that they're gone, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius. Alone could only stare. What the heck happened overnight? She immediately crawled into his lap, whining, I did it all by myself. Praise me. Alone's brain nearly short-circuited. The Bloody Sand Bandits with hundreds of night-level fighters, that's a nightmare raid in any game. He surrendered, begrudgingly ruffling her head. Xialang melted instantly, purring in contentment. I know the Baba Yaga title is huge, Alone thought. But this level is insane. Now I see why she's destined to be the sin of pride. The scene shifted to a massive sunlit arena, the famous Colony landmark where brutal gladiator matches take place. In the arena, a bloody match was reaching its climax. As one fighter was thrown out, a man stood tall in the center of the ring, surrounded by a sea of defeated opponents. This was champion Gun Gao. The crowd roared his name as the announcer bellowed, "There is only one Baba Yaga of Colony, the longest reigning gladiator. The victor once again is Gonkel." Gonkel basked in the cheers, a confident, murderous grin on his face. Later, in a luxurious private room, he relaxed. "This city is full of idiots," he sneered to himself. A sly voice agreed, "That about sums it up, huh?" Ralga spoke up, "They think sheer numbers can take on a Baba Yaga? Pathetic." Ralga got straight to the point, "Long time no see, Gunk. You've probably heard, Sealang wiped out the bloody sand bandits." Gun Gao remained unfazed, "I know." Ralga smirked, "Wasn't their leader supposed to be your little brother?" Gun Gao laughed loudly, "Just a rumor I planted. He's a pawn for me to control the underworld. Nothing more." Ralga flopped onto the sofa, "What a shame. I thought that would be the perfect excuse to start a war." Gungel's face darkened, "The only reason I've tolerated that brat is because a fair fight between two Baba Yagas is impossible. But I'm getting tired of her wrecking my city." "The death of your brother. Revenge. Yes, the public would call that the perfect pretext for what I intend to do." Ralga's smile was full of schemes. "So your coming to me means you're finally serious." He pushed a heavy box across the table. "A gift. From the Great Father. Use them and you'll gain terrible power." He opened the box to reveal strange glowing artifacts, 2 cubes and 2 spheres, all radiating dark, corrupting energy. Gun Gao picked up a cube, his smile turning vicious. "With this, after I crush that little cat, Colony's underworld will be mine. And then, perhaps the throne as well." Gun Gao mused, "Then, let the experiment begin." As he held the glowing cube, Ralga watched from the side, thinking, "I'm eager to see how long you last." 2 days later, Alone's group set off again. Escorted by Sealang and her guild, they reached their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. The caravan passed through a rocky gorge, heading toward the heart of the mysterious ruins. As Alone and Evan prepared to enter the ruins alone, Sealang waved goodbye. "Thanks for the escort," Alone said. Get back safe," she replied. Now clad in desert gear, the two stepped into the old city, leaving their new friends behind. With Evan holding a lantern to light the way, they ventured into a dark corridor. "Hey, I see light up ahead," Evan said. "I think that's the place." They emerged to a truly spectacular sight, the lost city of Kahara carved straight into the cliff face. Evan could only gape, "Whoa." Suddenly, an authoritative, sourceless voice echoed from a brilliant golden orb, reverberating across the empty city. "Mage." Alone immediately went rigid, on high alert. This voice, a colossal obelisk in the center of the city, began to glow. "If you can hear me, come to the tower." Sensing this was a challenge meant for him, Alone turned to his friend, "Evan, I think I have to go up alone. Wait for me here." Evan nodded, "All right. I'll wait." Alone stepped through the tower door. A sense of wonder surged. The central tower. Even in the game, this place was completely inaccessible. He stood in a vast cylindrical library that seemed to stretch forever. The golden voice welcomed, "Welcome. It's surprising you can hear me." As Alone stood on a glowing magic circle, a shadowy shape began to coalesce from the darkness before him. The voice continued, "You meet the minimum qualifications." The darkness condensed into a terrifying being of pure shadow. Its face was a permanently cruel grin. This was the Shadow Demon. Alone's expression turned serious. He had seen this entity before. "Illudus," he murmured, then corrected himself. "No. I'm here because I followed the trickster's words." The darkness swirled playfully around him. The entity chuckled derisively, "You even know my true name? Not a bad bet to place on you. However, you still lack the proper status. So I have nothing to say to you." Alone ground his teeth in frustration. The trickster mentioned it too. What exactly is this status they keep talking about? The surrounding library seemed to warp and distort. Eludis continued, it's the standard this world uses to judge you, the entity explained mysteriously. An outer god is about to descend. You will have to face it. Alone asked, and then what? Eludis sneered, then you'll be qualified to converse with me. The shadow demon seemed amused, you're at least better than those who only mimic magic a little. So I'll tell you something interesting. The entity began a lecture on the core nature of magic, drawing luminous runes into the air. True magic, it explained, is the law the mage assigns to the world. It begins with the incantation, followed by the principle. A star chart appeared in the void, hinting at a deeper cosmic order. You must embody the incantation, develop it according to the principle, and finally name it to create true magic. Alone listened intently, utterly absorbed. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The principle. That's a concept I've never even heard of. The shadow demon moved closer, its shadowy form glowing like embers. Explanation is useless, you won't understand, it sneered. So I will teach you a fragment of proper magic according to the principle.